didn't have that. They switched to this current structure that was actually pretty good. The movie's pretty good. It ain't movie ain't gonna be anything I don't see again, but it was pretty cool. But the reason why I say that you're not that you have like what I mean by that is not like great motivation like depressing or you get bombed, something like that. I'm just talking about, like your home. I had an aunt that everybody was hated, but they hated on her because that's the one really the best you had. She's a nurse. She afforded her money. She lied to her. Also, she wasn't overall. She got a lot of hate because she just was being home. And a lot of it is things that black behavior. And one thing I gotta look at is that usually when you have, excellence, when you have great black people calling active white, that's kind of like where it comes from. One of and trying to get the right words in this chat or in conversation. Like one of the things where whatever, being it, you're feeling sure, but you don't want to show your excellence, you're great to certain things on the people. Like say for example, and you chose to grow up your life. Busted, and then you have your cousin people that down with whatever you did it. I know you've been drunk on forever. What show? Like my time is wrong. When I don't let you out the streets because I'm trying to give you a different path to driver. But you said you should listen to the driver. You should not drive. So just don't. So instead of the guy said, no, you gave me a chance. Give me a second chance. Help me out. I will be your driver. Hey, shoot, like, hey, so it's stupid.
Mic test.
Yo, what's up, people? Raining. What's up, you? another day, just another dollar. It's fucking rainy all up in here, man. What the fuck is this shit? Bullshit weather. Dude, I had a cup of coffee. It's not really helping. It's not fucking helping at all. What's up, Bobby? Radical whites and radical blacks, like radical Muslims, they go around to different stores in the community, American stores that sell, things are bad for them, for their community, such as cigarettes, alcohol, and and they're fighting against that being sold, representing and being a part of the what? Islamic, whatever, we're not Islamic, but Arabic. What's the problem with pork now? And it's not obviously doing that, but what Jake says, after testing, it has to do with some second those things, which is good because between cigarettes, reality against if you're in stand up, says against something makes sure it should make sense. We should cigarettes should be just let us to be needed but right then it should be done. For my God, I don't know that, but it is what it is. But back to the point I'm trying to get at is that sometimes you see people underneath you and you just think and that's kind of happening. So I told you once Dennis, I just keep it not just like everyone right now, everybody's dating, everybody's crazy. And that's just because I'm in a situation that I'm in sacrifice, making sacrifice for a better for my kids that economic, I say dark place, but dark place in a sense. But it's like, because I believe in you. I've got a bunch of big odds with me. And it's basically to GE and do this and that. Respectfully, GE swivels outward because that's what you refer to. Stuck shoes. They needed no support that during the period. I was a very purpose and fucking checks, right checks and choice. And good at I think Michael Jackson is so sad. So many nights, like people say that, but we say that they're not going to use it, but it's going to it's not going to get a branch. But if they have a state of Texas, he doesn't. So, it's not because I say, he's said, but like, he was telling those kids back in the day, kids were basically take care of you, but, Jackson, he, to, so it's kind of like that. It's like, and keeps the problem. Space and so yeah, say I got sexually guns. So today, speaking to me, but because you didn't need to, you need to, you guys just didn't put you out of the next step. Being on the so he said, you know, say, so, okay, because we do say the guns. If you're not like, yeah, you don't say it, just like, age, just like, God, that's the speed and age, or just like, yeah, so, oh shit, what's up? Shit. You can show up. I'm just gonna say yes. I mean, yes. I don't think it's the case. There's plenty of other things. So I think it's great. So then, here, this is guy, sports better, this guy, like 2,000 league, blah, blah, blah. But like I told you, this is just tennis. So that's the guy, it's like a vacation. And we paid for flight, we paid for flight to Las Vegas. It's called not a great company name, not keep sweat, but babyface concert. I can't wait. Babyface tickets, guys. There's nothing. Everything's it's bigger than itself. Everything's taken care of. You know, good breakfast over there. You know, there's hotel room, like there's 250 a night. The guys we're good. Like we're not broke. So, you know, the issue is we're not broke. Right? To make this channel great, this channel's good. A lot of people say that you start a new channel, and you guys are right. I want to do that. Because I'll give y'all a little secret. Can you remember when I was YouTube doing where I was doing numbers? I was giving people help to where I was helping people monetize guys. With YouTube, the way it works now is your numbers, your subscriber numbers is a vanity thing now. To where it's good to have big numbers, super low, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the actual people watching videos. So you start a new channel, you can put 2 videos at the same time. That way, your first video, they watch it, they like your first video, you put the second video in it now. Your feed every single day you put a video up. You're gonna get your feed, and as long as they click that video, you're now a viewer, even if you're not subscribed. It doesn't matter about subscribers. So that means that if that's interested, people enjoy it, then they're going to click that video.
Make a video a day, keep the doctor away.
Continue getting my videos. Now I got a view without subscribers. So, you know, the running ahead is you have people who, like, once again, fit their numbers and, you know, their videos are only getting 40 views. Live streams getting 250 views, which is same as people say, you know, don't matter, like, about, you know, buying subscribers because that don't get you views. What matters is having engagement compared to the people who watch, so you probably put it feed. So with that said, I am going to start using my new channel. I can tell you right away about the channel. Wait until I start posting for a week. Then I'll let you know that y'all can tune in. On top of that, guys, my hair, yes, my hair is bad because I'm actually today in the Vegas to the public. You guys are very good. I know back and check my hair. And that's what you have to sit down. But otherwise, I'm just going to get a cut. I don't want a haircut. Quick hair and get big. And I'm still getting gray hair. So there's still like a hair haircut. But back to the point ahead, guys, I feel like if I work, God has so money to settle all of this, which is why I'm able to settle without doing a regular job, guys. I'm going to come back from this vacation, and I'm going to continue, you know, I'm going to do until something hits, and so it's sitting there, in order, they got what they need. We're good, you know, because I'm sharing this. This was last week. And like I said, I'm going to teach you I'm doing this behind the scenes, and those behind the scenes. So this was last week. That last week was Saturday. $679 and 17 Now I was online for probably about 19 hours, and I made $679. And guys, that's on a big scale, terrible money. But on a small scale, that's great for me because it allowed me to take my son every day to go for a good hour because I could really be put through it times. When I turned it out, sometimes I was terrible. And the problem is, 2 hours, right? I got overtime problems. So, yeah, 45 continue taking rides at 37 before I make it to work. My gas
That's
is
amazing rideshare driver.
maybe 10 at most 20%. So with that said, guys, and what I made at the time, I was able to not spend working. I was able to be, and I was able to be 12 of my kids and my future. And I actually have a few things that I'm planning on doing. And I know that I'm like right now, when I'm eating, I feel like me because I'm coming off that kind of, disgusting to a lot of y'all because I remember my life, sucks is that when you're living your life, people don't like you. But when you keep your life at a point that anybody can reach, they love you. And it stinks. And I hope that we can get it together. Those who support me, we already got it together. Those who don't support me, we're never going to get it together. We're going to continue making videos. We continue talking. I'm okay with you making videos. I'm not going to watch videos. I got a lot of clips on Beavis' video the other day. When I was on the flight and it popped up and it keeps tagging me. And I listened for like 20 seconds. There was so much anger and just nastiness, And I'm thinking to myself, I feel sorry for these people. These people are so unhappy in life that they're going to continue every single day talking about my life. And, it makes me feel better, like I said, AA meeting. And I said, I'm good with it. I'm good with it because, you need to do something, such as talking about me or talking about anybody, to make yourself feel better. Then do it because I love you both. I'll be real with you. And now we're being real, being Dennis, and I can say this without caring if people seeing me say this. It don't make me feel good. I'm talking about the thugs and criminals in the community, but it makes me feel good. To a sense, talking about it because I'm happy I didn't go down that path, and I see myself as better than them, which I'm not better than them. I'm not better than them. I'm the same level as them. Nothing that I'm doing makes me better than them. But when I say that, it's because the mentality I had, and I'm being honest with you, when I was down bad, the only people I saw myself better than were thugs, criminals, because eventually they're going to get arrested and be broke, just like I was. So it made me feel good. Now, talking about them, I don't feel, make me feel good. But it makes me want to continue to do that because what I had to do with, and a lot of stuff that the thugs, the pain it caused me, when I'm able to put the pain on them, I put it in a glass, make it feel stupid, just having the thug or the young loser and say, right, I'm sitting here selling drugs to kids. I'm going to end up in jail or dead. And he's talking about it right now. There's nothing I can do about it. That's making me feel good. So I see why these people, even though I'm not doing nothing wrong to them, I see why it makes them feel good to talk about me because they don't have nothing else going on in their life. Just think about it. Some things you don't grow out of. The pool still ends. Pokemon, basketball, wake up in the morning. You don't like the way you look. You don't have no discipline in regards to being healthy. Then you gotta put on clothes that might smell, don't fit properly because your body is shape and you not wanting to go to a laundry mat or dry cleaner because you don't want to spend the money to get alteration. So you uniform fits properly, put that thing on. And then you gotta force yourself to say, I look good. You put, you put on some Axe. You can't afford cologne because I don't need cologne because people gonna like me even though people hate the way you smell because you sweat. So would be people try to get you sweat because they just don't know any better. They eat a lot of just bad food and bad stuff. But then you go to work, you're not liked. Everybody knows you're the boss or you're a manager, or you're in charge of a certain department. They gotta be nice to you, but they don't like you. and you don't have no friends, you have to deal with that all day.
$10 for 9 miles.
To easily, you know, like expected pay of like $160 because you're making like $22 an hour as a manager. You actually went to school to be a manager, but you didn't get the big boy position. So you have to be a manager at this local small town business. So you're making, let's say, $23 an hour. You're gonna go online and see a guy that's living his best life, who's pretty much making as much as you are without the headache, without the stress, doing everything he wants to do. You're gonna go in there and say, screw you. I'm actually doing it the right way. You're gonna be broke. And you know, you have city states hoping this guy sees the video so he can feel bad about himself. But then in reality, the guy doesn't feel bad about himself. The guy is happy because he's doing everything in a nice way. But then now after you get home and you realize, you know, you work like 8 hours, you made like $176 for the day, and then you got like freaking, you know, taxes. You take out your taxes, you're making about 100, let's say $145 for the day. So in reality, let's just say you make like, you know, $1,000 a week. Okay, you know you can't do much. You got a budget. You're gonna be angry once again. So you're gonna buy little things that you can play forever, such as a video game system or a computer that you know you can keep for a year or 2, 3 years because you can't afford stuff. Of course, you're gonna keep your phone and you're gonna, you know, use excuses of, oh my God, I don't need a phone every 3 years because even though the phone will be free with my company, I don't need it. I'm, you know, it's just a goofy existence that I'm sorry, guys. If you do that, you're great. It's okay. A lot of people, like parents, um, for my son, you know, for his basketball team, a lot of parents are like that. They probably, a lot of them got more money than me because they actually have careers because they took the risk and chance. But the ones that don't have careers that, you know, work regular jobs, making $20, $30 an hour, $22 an hour, they got the same phone. And, you know, what I'm saying, clothes every day. They're miserable. They're miserable, unhappy. But the difference from them and a lot of you guys is they are know they're unhappy. That's just part of life. And the kids know their parents are unhappy. But the parents aren't going to get social media and go crazy. But a lot of y'all that go crazy now that you have you call it voice to talk, even though it's not really interesting to talk. I get it. You do that because it empowers you. It's the same equivalent as a woman, just because she has, um, upper body and lower body, that doesn't mean that you are a model and everybody wants you. I know you might think that just because you have those 2 parts on your body. No, everybody doesn't want you. A lot of people love deeper than just your physical. They look at your mind, your spirit, your heart. So, with that said, guys, if you take any away from this video, is to say that Michael Jackson was great because he was able to put his creativity, his art into his life, his future, and he had somebody beat him into that life, sadly. But with me, I refuse because times change. I didn't. Maybe if I had somebody beat me into pursuing my dream, maybe I would be, a scientist right now because that was my original dream. But I didn't have that. So my final dream, what I'm going to do in the future, being 40 years old, being where I'm at, is to once again be a have a business, putting on shows, events, and creating dope stuff. They're going to do, they said. And I'm going to fight the good fight, the good battle. And so in that position, I'm all set up for guys. And like I said, guys, just gonna talk to y'all about my money anymore. Don't be any guys. They're good. I mean, it's pretty full. They're pretty full term. I'm doing my thing. We're good. I can't remind guys to where I'm gonna get there. It's I've been sleeping. I'm just sleeping. I'm just laying there. Literally, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was for a second I had trauma, so I was going to
Like being close to the room.
lift DoorDash and like grind about the two good. I'm going to get like thousands of dollars in my account. Like, it's okay because that money that I got coming be put towards my new business. Because those business, the new business is going to be SDS. Thermal Sport STS basketball. That's the new business. and it's gonna be dope. And y'all gonna be walking over to create a YouTube channel based off of that business. Not STS basketball, but another name for that business. But I'm looking forward to that, and it's gonna be fun. And the thing is, I had to say to myself, we just chill, just do some YouTube videos, edit, Suns game video, just chill, just relax for a few days. Then when I get back, I'm gonna be refreshed because I don't need to do anything good. I'm going to on the show. So that's the reason why I'm doing that. And it's sports betting, guys. The reason why I got sports betting is because, guys, I take a break every so often. But the reason I'm taking this break is the fact that there's really nothing to do. And I've been going at it crazy to the point that I got myself back into that everyday betting, and I don't want to do that. So I'm taking 3 weeks off, and then I'll be back doing it end of August, and I'm gonna try my best to stick with just 4 to 5 hours a day. Not for Saturday, I'm bet all day. I'm talking about during the week. I'm really gonna bet like days at the college football games, like a Tuesday and Thursday, but for the most part, I'm really gonna bet Sunday. Saturday, and on Friday there's some games. But I got people calling me. I'm gonna make these calls. I appreciate y'all for tuning in, guys. Good over here. So no need to tell me what's good on this channel, that channel, guys. I'm good. I'm happy. You're gonna get more videos coming up. Trying to take storylines to make y'all want to watch. Guys, I'm not a brokey. I'm not Dusty. I'm living good life here right now. I'll be back in Bloomington on Thursday. Living the best life. Everything's good. So I appreciate y'all for tuning in. If you got anything to say for me to me in the comments, I'm going to respond. I've been responding to comments now, guys. So I appreciate y'all. I'll talk to you soon. Hit the like button. Let's try to get the likes up for every video. Let's try to get the likes to 100 likes. If you don't mind, please help me out with that. Click on that like button right there. And subscribe. That's all I got. Thumbnail. I'm out. Peace. That bit fire. When allergies hit If you need cash now, just go to Venmo. All you need to do is ask them a few questions to see how much you get if you get your credit score or your mortgage. And you don't even need to put in your social. Thus, you can use that cash whenever you want. I left the link below. Tap now and you can thank me later.
Any Illinois juvenile policies, such as county, the Army Home, or anywhere else in the system, a global settlement.
So this whole time, I didn't know, but I got a bald spot in the back of my head. Shame on y'all for allowing me to be out here like that. It took Cali Girl to find it or to let me know. Like, hold on. That is bad. I'm sorry y'all just saw that. That is horrible. I didn't know this whole time that my hair, I'm a little bald. This is bad. So now I gotta just cut my hair just let it go. I was like, throw my hair out, thinking it was like fresh. I was like literally I was in the freaking bathroom, like just a minute ago. I was like, straight like my hair was good, you know, getting like fresh. That's in the sides, but like fresh. And she just sat here and said, why do your hair look crazy like that? And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, they look crazy. I'm like, no, I mean, it's like, after like 6 months, 7 months, because I gotta let it grow. So I can, you know, because I might do dreads, I might do something. And she's like, yeah, no, like this the your picture of the spots, the craters, and my hair. And I'm like, bruh, like, you know that Will Smith on the freaking Hitch when it was like his face was blowing. I know. I'm not going crazy like that because I know, you know, with age, I'm past my time. So, past my time. So, it's all good. I'm cooked. But I didn't know it was going to come this soon. That is too hard. But it doesn't, the hair don't make the bed makes the hair. So we're still gonna be out here, but now I gotta really for sure get that weight room strong, hard, powerful. Because I gotta go pop. Like I got the George Jefferson going. Some crazy work. Sheesh. I guess people didn't really see it because I'm so tall. So, you know, with people in front of me, they didn't ever see it because my hair, you know, I'm so tall, you gotta like, yeah, I gotta bend over to see it. I don't be bending over like that. So, yeah, that's crazy work. Leave it in the comments who knew that my hair was going through. I know the size when I done in some videos, y'all talking about the size. But I didn't know the top of my hair was bald. Top, back of my hair. Crazy work. Crazy work.
I'm going bald. chat.
Before we get hello. Donald Trump is telling us what he plans to do if Republicans lose the midterms. And rather than doing what some on the left and some on the right did 3 elections in a row, which is go, oh, it's bluster. Trump just talks about a lot of things, but he doesn't try to do them. Here's my suggestion. Let's believe Trump when he tells us what he's planning to do. His speech last week about supposed election fraud was another deranged attempt to relitigate 2020, yes. But Trump was doing something that I think is far more dangerous, which is he's preparing hundreds of millions of Americans to say, hey, you know what? We've got to reject the results of that election. The election hasn't even happened yet, but he wants millions of Americans to go, I already don't trust the election results. Now, if you analyze his speech factually, of course, it's filled with lies. He makes claims about voting machines that aren't true. He makes claims about vote by mail that aren't true. He makes claims about non-citizen voting, foreign interference, dead people voting. You can just go listen on Ugly Fact Check. It's going to be a very cold soup process. I fact check each claim. This was a lie, this was a lie, this was a lie. There's value to that. But if we spend all of our time correcting each lie individually, there's the risk that we miss what the lies are designed to accomplish together, which is Trump wants to build a narrative in advance. The American election system fundamentally are corrupt and untrustworthy. He removes the independent officials responsible for protecting those systems. We talked about that already. He's messing with it at the state level, but he also had this election commission that he completely cleared out last week. We reported that. A lot of people have. And then number 3, wherever he can, he replaces all of these election officials with people willing to support his version of words kind of deep. Roofing installation is finally affordable thanks to this new service. We need at least 37 years in your simulation theory and why the probability of simulation theory is more likely than it not being a simulation. Yeah, it was what, 5 years ago, something. It was six. Sounds like a lot of things happened in the world since then. Yes, a lot of things. I mean, for example, back then, I think we didn't even talk about AI. It probably came up a bit, but no, it wasn't this thing looming over civilization, which is really kind of fascinating when you think about the fact that it's only been 6 years, and in 6 years, like what a massive jump in some new technology in our life, like just sort of like the internet, where it like crept up on us, we just accepted that it's a thing, but that this thing has gotten massively entangled in every aspect of society and in every aspect of people's lives in a very short period of time. Yeah, I mean, things are like so much is happening now that it's kind of a full-time job just to monitor the situation. Yeah, and well, one of the things you're talking about is the positive aspects of it, right? You're talking about like that this is probably going to be a net good for humanity. Hopefully, I think both cases here, the physics side and the economic, if everything's right. I feel like that we have the potential, like we're on a whitewater raft, we have the potential to get to our destination, but we also have the potential to flip over and try to figure out how to get to shore in freezing cold water and rebuild. That seems about right. And it seems like it's kind of speeding up a bit as well, right? If you're sort of in this field, there's like every few weeks there's a new model being released or something. I guess it's like if you imagine, I guess, commentating some flight, right? That's been recorded and you're supposed to do the voiceover. The first round is like normal speed, and then the second round is 2x. And then the third or fourth, it's just like a blur of legs and arms. That's a great way to describe it. Yeah, it's just so strange how quickly it snuck up on us, in that there's two narratives that we hear. The one narrative is we're in real trouble, and that this thing is going to take over every aspect of society, and it's essentially going to be a superior life force, a superior intellect that exists amongst us that we created, and we don't think that's wise. And then there's the other side that is saying things like what Elon says, where he's saying we're going to have universally high income. It's going to be so much prosperity that no one's ever going to have to toil again. There'll be no more third world countries. There'll be no more poverty. Like, we can eradicate poverty with the resources that we have on Earth, and we can change what it means to have to work, like just to provide yourself with food and housing. That's all going to be easy and free, and everything else is going to be, you have to find a purpose. You know, my problem is, and I love Elon, but the people who have that perspective are all making money off AI. They're all invested like heavily for whatever reason. All these people that have this rose-colored view of it, they're all invested heavily. So when someone like you, who's not necessarily, that is more of a true objective analyst of what's going on, when you have a positive aspect or a positive viewpoint of it, I get a little more excited. Yeah, well, I mean, we don't know. I think that we're at least where we unlock this enormous boost both to economic productivity, but then, across medicine, entertainment, environment, travel, all kinds of things. So like a tsunami of wealth just kind of flows through and lifts all boats. And then the idea of human work becomes an mechanism, and where you have machines that can do everything that we can do physically and mentally, and do it much better and cheaper. And so I think in those scenarios where this really works, the transformation is a lot deeper. I mean, so that kind of layers to the audience, and like the most superficial level as well, they automate their jobs. So what are people gonna What are they going to do? That gets yeah, well, that professional office. I get the office.
$4.10 offer 1.9 offer declined. Okay.
For Nichols. 889. Nothing good, bro. We gotta go. Everything good. Might promote me. $6, 11 miles. What the fuck is that? Park. $26. Let's shopping. Yeah. The miles.
$7.55 shop and deliver offer 3.7 miles, 39 minutes total. Red card required. $10.40 shop and deliver offer 5.8 miles, 29 minutes total. Red card required.
Case of water.
Offer declined. Looking for your next one.
Maybe I should DoorDash today. Dollars.
$3.80 offer 4.6 miles, 18 minutes total. Offer declined. Looking for your next one. $7.90 shop and deliver offer 6.7 miles, 33 minutes total. Red card required. Offer declined. Looking for your next one. $4.70 off for 3.0 miles, 9 minutes total. Offer declined. Looking for your next one.
What's going on, chat?
Dingleberry King.
$5.70 off for 5.5 miles, 11 minutes total.
I don't think it's McDonald's, bro.
Offer accepted. We'll add it to your route.
already outside, bro. Eleven items. A little bag from Mickey D's. Sausage burrito. $24 for 22 miles. I take that shit.
What the fuck? Maybe I should take that shit. Oh, oh, Starbucks. Starbucks. Shopping. 36. It's books. 7, 6.
Dollar General 6 item.
Let's go home, but I know. But no, if you don't know, the superficial level of that conversation, I think, is well, you need to be trade partners so they can work in other deals. Maybe there needs to be employment insurance whilst they're being retrained or something like that. But once you think through this ultimate leads, it's not just a few jobs, I think, but it's really everything that humans can do to a good approximation of doing with maybe what needs it would be the consumer has a product or service be done by human, priest, prostitute, politician. These might survive. Politician, hopefully not.
Hopefully AI can handle that all without any corruption.
Yeah, but somebody's got to take credit for it.
And code it. Yeah. It's
And so then you get to these like more profound questions, I think, about meaning and purpose. Like, what does a human life look like?
$22, 20. What else? Shit. I gotta cancel that shit. What are my ratings? Oh, I can cancel that shit, bro.
$4.05 off for 2.0 miles. 13 minutes total.
Let's go to Dunkin' Donuts, bro. $10, 3 miles. It's better than 20 something for 20 miles. I'm trying to stay local today. Just chill around.
This offer type in business declined. Looking for your next one.
Yeah, okay. People.
$4.05 off for 3.2 miles, 12 minutes total.
Oh, that's fucking ridiculous.
This offer timed out and was declined. Looking for your next one.
Maturity.
Right. Also, what is experience? Does experience have to be measurable? Like, do you have to touch it? Do you have to measure and weigh it? Or is virtual experience still experience? Like, if you have a very full and fulfilled life, you know what I mean? Like, do you have to do everything in the material world, or can you find happiness in a virtual world that doesn't currently exist, but we could clearly see the technology, if it expands, there's going to be the possibility of experience
$5.70 off for 1.7 miles, 8 minutes total. This offer timed out and was declined. Looking for your next one.
They chained me to a post for a crime I didn't commit. My family couldn't afford a lawyer, and the rich kid. You have to do everything in the material world, or can you find happiness in a virtual world that doesn't currently exist, but we can clearly see the technology, if it expands, there's going to be the possibility of experiencing a matrix type reality.
Yeah, I think I see where you're going. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think like different strokes for different folks. If you imagine a world where presumably these virtual worlds will be very rich and deep and fascinating, but some people might just like the idea of climbing the real Mount Everest or being in no certain low. But however, there could come a time where people are locked down. This is worst case scenario with AI is that you have your needs taken care of, but there is no purpose. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to do because AI is taking care of all aspects of society other than recreation. There's nothing to do. And then this one recreation comes along that's not reality, but it's way more fulfilling and exciting than any other aspect of reality. And you know, an example of that would just be in a very minor way, your phone provides you with that sort of escape. And it's not even that thrilling, and yet it's massively addictive. Your phone, people on their phone 6 hours a day. If we come up with a virtual reality that's way more exciting than regular reality, that everyone's gonna hop on it. Yeah, I mean, I think to some extent this will maybe be the case whether you go the virtual path or the physical path. I mean, you could imagine a future where there are like resorts and people are sort of like in beach chairs, sipping drinks all day long. And like that's also a kind of checking out, right? Yeah, well, that's not fulfilling. You know, the thing about a virtual reality is you don't have to even live within our physics. I mean, you can fly, you can do anything. It's a larger space of possibilities, but either way, it could be like a passive existence in physical reality where you're like marching at the beach, or it can be like in video games, like you could have like maintenance in every training, every fiber to try to succeed in this virtual environment, or like one where you're just kind of floating on some cloud and trying to like stay efficient. I don't think people are going to be interested in that. The way that the human mind works. Like, what kind of video games are people attracted to? What kind of video games is accepted? Experience. Most people are interested in phones. They're interested in wild places where you're running down hallways. Take that. But either way, I think a lot of the choices that people would make currently depend on what they are sort of designed to respond to by feeling good about it. So, like, if you enjoy one thing, you choose that. If you enjoy another, that. In this condition of technological maturity, if we imagine sort of a future civilization that has developed all possible technologies to their maximum, then amongst the affordances, amongst the things they could do is like they wouldn't just have control over the external environment, things around them, but also their own biology and brains. So if you were one of these people, and like maybe right now the only way you get enjoyment is by getting like crazy drunk or doing sort of things you don't really approve of, maybe, but that's actually what sort of lights your fire. Like you can imagine redesigning yourself to take the same kind of pleasure, but in some kind of contemplating the beauty of the universe, or like appreciating the goodness in the heart of others, or like some more sort of noble aspiration, like a solving abstract mathematics rather than playing first person shooters. So you would have a choice, like whether you get your thrills from from one kind of activity or the other.
Yeah, which brings us to the question, like, what does it mean to be human? Like, for people finding beauty and joy in interesting and fascinating things, and how to be a better person, and all the different aspects of human life that we think about when we think about people, when we think about noble aspects of humanity. But doesn't that have to exist in conjunction with the worst aspects of society for us to feel? It seems like this is a part of the human condition, is that we have to have crime so that we can appreciate peace. We have to have war so we can appreciate peace. We have to have hate so we can appreciate love. And we're never without one or the other. They're always both together in constant conflict, and we're always nobly hoping that the good wins out over the bad. This is part of the struggle of being a human being. If we just completely eliminate that struggle, we're gonna have to find some. We're gonna have to be a different thing, because what we are is this very strange territorial primate, and who's endlessly curious. And this territorial primate is moving in a certain direction. That direction seems to be a better society. Seems to be over time. If you look at statistics, from thousands of years ago to today, there's less violence, there's better medicine, there's better education. It's moving in a better and better direction. But it's in such a so if all of a sudden there's no struggle, everyone is this wonderful light being, but what are we? Because we're going to be a different thing than what we are right now. And if you love music, and if you love art, and if you love, novels, out of the human condition, those things come out of struggle. Those things come out of confusion and pain and heartbreak and love and joy and all that stuff all piled up together. Without that, like, what are we? And so if we are moving in this direction, not moving is fast biologically to emerge. Because that seems to be what I think. I think that if this thing goes the way it continues to go, the bottleneck is going to be human biology.
Yeah, and there's a kind of fairness embedded in our efforts to make progress. So, like, there are all these kind of scientists and people working to develop better technologies, and throughout the economy, in some company, maybe trying to figure out how to make some process a little bit more efficient so you can serve customers better. And all of this is designed to solve problems, right? To make the extrapolate down to its logical end. Right? Given that if we would have perfect technology that can do everything, solve all the problems, like presumably with AI and automation.
Right.
But then you end up in this condition where there is kind of nothing left for us to do, you might think. And so, although it looks like we have these strong reasons for this direction, if you actually look at the end point, if we succeeded, to many people, it will look kind of unpalatable, and like this kind of future where all the problems are solved. And nevertheless, that does seem to be the direction that we are headed in, probably the direction that we should be headed.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a better goal if there was zero murder, zero violence, zero crime, zero lying, zero corruption, and human beings all worked in coordination with each other, just like in a sense of syncing. Right. That would be way better.
I think so, but it does, like, if you actually stare at that situation, it does have these slightly unpalatable qualities, because you might think it looks kind of bland, right? If it's
not necessarily, though. It's just, it looks bland if you think about what we're experiencing now, like all the excitement and the weirdness of uncertainty and of not knowing, and also the negative aspects of our life in conjunction with the positive aspects of our life. So we contrast the two of them, and you really appreciate good people after you're around a bunch of fucking assholes.
What's good, dude?
You cranky bitches, what you doing? Hey, I just got one thing to say, Cram. You've been busted. You've been found out. It's all been verified. Just fucking admit it and move along, little good boy. Move along. All that shit is you. Your mugshot matches, your fucking name matches, your relatives' name matches. Everything fucking matches, man.
$8.10 shop
I
and
was
deliver
gonna let
on
it go, but you keep trying to
5
push it as it's
15 minutes
something
total.
else.
Red card
You've been
required.
busted, buddy. You've been busted. You're a fucking abuser and whatever else you are, and that's fine. But sit here and keep doing the shit to get people riled up for no reason is kind of stupid. But then again, we know you are stupid. So anyway, how's your day going?
Yeah, chilling, bro. Chilling.
Yeah, chilling,
Making
chilling
a
like
bit
a
of
villain.
money. Yeah, no. Enjoying life.
Yeah, it's a
Yo.
glorious sunny day right now. I'm getting sun on my
It-
face, feet in the pool.
It's like a sunny, rainy day here. Like, like
Is
what the
it?
heck? It's like
I'm about to go
81.
see. I'm about to see if I can go swimming. I'm gonna go float on a raft and see if I fall over and can swim. I think I can float pretty good though. I think I'll be all right. You
Yeah,
hear gurgling. If you hear gurgling, don't get concerned.
you need you need a fucking lifeguard.
I'll put some wings on. I'll put some floaty wings on.
Yeah,
Water
that'll
wings.
work.
Don't don't they call them water wings? I'll put some water wings on so you can see me floating
Some,
around.
some girly floaties.
I
Yeah,
can get
I'm good.
I can get in, but I can't get out too well. I think if I do this, they're gonna get a full time aid for me. Oh man, it looks inviting though. It feels good on my toes.
Oh hell
I'm trying to.
yeah.
I'm looking around. I'm trying to find one of a raft. I'm trying to see if I can get on it. Oh yeah, yeah. I can probably swim with fucking one half my body. I know I can float. All you do to float is you just lay on your back. I know how to float well. Hmm.
It's just hard to go
Maybe
straight. You'll go a lot in a circle. It's like
that's right. That's right. I can only kick
like
with one leg.
you're
I'll just
spinning
float.
around.
I'll just float against
You're
the
like
side.
you're like swing, 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 and then you stop and you look. Oh, I'm still here. Oh fuck.
That's right. You know what? I'll float up against the side of the pool and I'll kind of see if I can pull myself up. I'd freak the family out. They would definitely freak out. They freak out when I'm walking without my shit. When I just try to walk around the house without the shit. Like every now and then I got a cane that I use sometimes, but for the most part I'm trying to walk without it. I can get around pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
The arms come the arms
takes
coming
more
along.
time.
Yeah. It's barely been a month. It's just now a month, so we'll see. We'll see what happens in another month. I figure if I double up what I've been doing by another month, I'll be able to move the arm a lot better and the leg a lot better. So, because the first
You
3 months are critical.
probably, your body had to eliminate all that shit out, and you're recovering.
Yeah, I'm figuring my timeline is on schedule. I pretty much should be 90% by 9/11. That'll be
9/11.
a week. Yeah, it'll be a week ahead of schedule. Telling you,
Hell
man, I'm a
yeah.
beast. I'm a fucking beast, man.
You're Mr.
Ah,
Beast.
I'm better than Mr. Beast. Strike me down with 2 strokes and I'm still walking. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let this be a lesson. If you jog every day, you might survive.
Yeah.
My kids are like, they don't believe you're jogging. And they go, nope. And they go, are they stupid? I'm like, I guess so.
Or you're just lucky to, you know, where you are right now.
I've been lucky. I've
That's
been lucky my whole life. So this is
because
something I'm
different
used to.
strokes on somebody else could affect them differently. Like,
Oh hell yeah. Like I said, they're surprised that even I'm not worse off than I am. So I'm like, well, what can I say? I'm just lucky.
You know, when I'm thinking there's people like in coma, and
I know. I know.
like
This
like
type of
they're
stroke.
hibernating. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, this type of stroke causes something called locked in, where your body is fully aware and you're fully aware, but only your eyes move. But you feel everything, you see everything, but you can't do nothing. You're like a vegetable with awareness. It's crazy.
Damn.
It's like that's like I guess 20% of the time that's happens. You get locked in. So I avoided that and I avoided the other side effects. So far,
Dude, imagine
so far so
imagine
good.
if we don't fucking if we can smell anymore.
Yeah. Well, I
Imagine
would
how
be.
dangerous or bad that would be for us. Like,
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. I go, what happens if I would have been locked in? They go, well, you probably have something where you blink your eyes and it speaks for you. I'm like, that would have been fucking weird. Been like Hawking. Hello, how are you today? Thanks for
yeah.
calling. You are a bot. I said, could I have it in any voice I wanted though? Could I have it like an electronic voice? I said, but I don't know how you tell you what voice I want.
Yeah, you'll have
I
fucking
do.
Arnold's voice. All the way
I
back.
get I get Morgan Freeman's voice. That's what voice I'd pick. Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
The world's a beautiful place to fight for. I agree with the second part.
The
God, this thing
war
keeps
is
telling me.
a constant fucking war, bro. War zone.
Yeah, yeah,
This is the world we're living in. Like,
yeah. I guess that's one thing. I could be somewhere else, fucking trying to get care with rubble all around me.
damn.
But unfortunate. Yesterday, I went to the one doctor, and I was like, man, as bad as I think I am, I'm not even close to some of these other people, man. There's some other people way more fucked up. I was like, damn, I'm a lucky box. Who's calling me now?
There's a lot of cases where both legs are not functioning anymore, but
Yeah.
your upper body works. So it's like,
I was thinking that the
okay,
other day. I'm like, if I had my choice, would I rather have a fully functioning leg or a fully functioning right arm? And I was thinking, I
yeah,
go probably the arm because with the arm you can lift yourself and do other things and all the fine motor
yeah.
stuff you need to
You
do.
can walk in your hands, bro. Like,
Well, not only that, but you can use a device to help yourself up on the walker and everything else. So I don't know. I was thinking
yeah,
that the other day. I'm like,
yeah,
I'd
yeah.
rather
Like,
I'd rather the arm
what's
go
better?
forward back.
Yeah, that is just crazy to think about it.
I know. I was like,
At that
you
point,
go,
you
why are you
kind of
thinking
want
about
to.
that?
If you have both hands and your legs not working, you might want to lose your bottom, your you know your bottom type shit,
Well, but you
because
can
that will
also
be
at
just
worst,
extra weight.
yeah, but at worst case you can get like uh apparatuses to work your legs. Like you don't need a lot of fine motor skill. You just need to be able to move them in a certain direction here, there, and sideways. So I'd rather just get like one of those hydrocarbon legs, stick those on,
Yeah,
like cut below the
yeah,
knees, and just get like special. You mean people run people run marathons with those fucking things. What about
oh
the guy
yeah.
who had that spring-loaded legs that was running around the Olympian?
Oh, bro, like the legs that looks like the blade or some shit like that.
Yeah, I could have got those. I get amputee below the knee. I'd put those fucking things on.
Bro,
But you
yeah.
can't do that. You can't do that with an arm though. But with the legs, you can get something like that.
I think you can do both right now because you can just control them with the chip in your brain. Like I think that will be the future.
Yeah.
Because without the chip in the brain, there's no control really, like of the arm or the leg. But if you can connect to the Wi-Fi, just connect to your nerve the system or whatever.
I was looking at that Neuralink thing, and I'm like, well, so far the guy was able to play like video games. So I'm like, I wanted to make my shit move. I don't want to just play games on the internet. I want to fucking move. I think what
Yeah.
it's supposed to do. So I looked at it as like supposed to give you the ability to communicate via this, that, the other, but can't fucking run.
You can join Discord from your head. Like, I'm here.
That's right.
I'm here, bro. It'll be fun.
Dude, I don't think you ever told everyone you were a fucking abuser, dude. That's almost as bad as a pedophile.
Well,
Abusing women and children
what
is pretty
kind of
close to
abuse?
pedophilia.
Yeah.
I'm starting to use my finger. I can start scrolling a little bit.
Oh, that's good. You're feeling better, bro.
Yeah, kicking along. Coming along. I'm opening the door with my hand now, so I'm able to open the door a little bit. I can't carry anything with the arm yet, except like toilet paper or a fucking wet wipe. I was trying to pick up the bowl yesterday with my arm, but it just wasn't cooperating. So a lot of weakness. Yeah. But it's coming along.
And
Where's
you
your
still
be
gotta
at?
do the
And not working?
recovery thing.
Oh yeah, I've got outpatient 3 times a week, and I do the shit at home. I've got a ton of equipment. I got to get some Swiss balls. I thought we had some Swiss balls, but I guess they must have been thrown out. My wife likes to throw shit out. I'm like, where's my balls at? She goes, between your legs. They said, no, the Swiss balls. Silly lady. You threw out my balls? Aye. So what, you guys are having philosophical discussions last night about the planets? You know what? Everybody always gets that wall thing screwed up. It wasn't the 9 planets. It was the 8 celestial things they could see at night from Earth. 5 were planets, and the others were the sun, the moon, and something else. I forget what the 8th one was. But they always say that, oh, well, then why do these people have the entire solar system on the wall 5,000 years ago? They didn't. It was the fucking 5 planets plus the sun, moon, and I forget what the 4th one was, or the 9th one, whatever. They had the 5 visible planets that we can see now. Like when you look into the sky, you can see Jupiter, Venus. You can see
Bobby?
Mars.
Oh,
Yeah.
my bad.
You can see Bobby. You can see Clark. But the question is, can they see Bobby from where they are? Like, can Mars shouldn't see Bobby from Mars?
Oh yeah, they can see Bobby from Mars.
Aye. Yeah,
But
they
yeah,
fucking
I think
knocked
the
out.
pyramids were like just made, people are riding there and shit like that because it was kind of like a school,
Well, there was
like
I
teaching the
forget.
new people like whatever the alphabet or whatever they have there back then, like.
There's all kinds of theories, but someone kind of provided a scenario where they might have been like they talk about how they move those blocks. Well, there's a way to make shit like it would be super light when they're moving it before it hardens. Like it's almost like what's that shit? Not masonite, the other shit that you can form and you can move it, and then when it hardens, it becomes heavy and almost immovable. What is that shit called? Anyway, they theorize that but that's what they might have done is something like that. Use materials that are super light when wet or and
No, yeah, maybe.
pliable,
Yeah, but
and
they
then hardened, and then
they had the
hardened. That you,
Nile, bro.
yeah,
They had the
definitely.
Nile near them, so the stones were
But getting,
carried from like miles away from the pyramids. Like
yeah,
they moved the
but to get
they
them in
carried the
place,
stones on the water. Like it was just
yeah,
crazy. That
that's
like,
possible.
like
But
I don't
even,
know. Like
but the placing
that's
in
why
the patterns they are.
their theory is not really make sense because if we really know what happened, they're not gonna be their history is fucked. They're not gonna be that guy.
Right. Because there was a way to like
Because
preform them in some
humans,
sort of,
like if somebody's abandoning a house, you will see people living in that house. It's like taking over it. That's how I feel they did with the pyramids. The pyramids was there. They're using for their language. It's like a school. You need a school. Bunch of people are just having babies and shit like that.
sure.
So
There's so many kinds of theories about it. I mean,
and that's the
it's
best place,
to
bro, because if you write something there, it's gonna be there forever.
right, but the way they built it, like how heavy those stones are, it's like there's all kinds of theories how they're able to get the stones in place. And the best theory I ever heard was like the one where they preformed it and it was light when it was wet or in its unhardened state, and once it hardened, it became like the stone that you see now. It's kind of like,
Maybe
man, I'm trying to think what the name of that shit is called. It's not masonite. What's that shit called? It's very light when it's wet, and when you're forming it, and then when it hardens, it becomes like fucking concrete, thick, solid concrete. God damn, I can't remember the name of that shit. Oh yeah, yeah.
what like Calcar? No.
It's yeah, it's like concrete does. It's kind of wet.
Yeah,
When it's wet,
yeah,
it's pliable, but it's still kind of heavy. This is
right.
this material is like light when it's wet, and then when it hardens, it becomes like solid and heavy, like what you see on the pyramids.
The only thing is like it's not just about one pyramid. There's a bunch of
Right.
other pyramids. So
Oh yeah.
like
Whatever they did, whatever they learned how to do back then, they used
like
the same
maybe
format.
maybe they could uh fucking control the volume or the masses of the fucking stone.
Right.
Like how heavy, like they could, like who the fuck knows? There's another fucking people are saying they moved them with the sound control. Like
Right. Right.
like we don't really know like how they fucking be working, really, because by the tools that we discovered and shit like that, I don't think that's how they really operating. Like maybe some people knew what they're doing. I don't fucking know, bro.
Maybe it was the Giants. They had Giants too.
Because
Geopolymer
if you look at
concrete.
the knife,
That's what it's
if you
called.
look at the knife from a stone and then you look at the pyramid, and you're like, this is not the fucking tool, bro, or whatever. A stone hammer, like, dude, like,
Yeah, here's what
there's
the
no way.
geopolymer concrete. That's what it's called. It's a mixture
And
of
how the
limestone.
stones are like perfectly cut, bro,
Well, yeah,
like
that's
with
what
a
they did.
machine type shit. Like, you know how you're cutting wood, like it's perfect
Right.
on the edges and all that. Like, I don't know, bro. It's crazy when you think about it. It's like, wow, It's like, damn. That's why I don't think I don't think that humans can do that shit. So, or not with fucking our technology.
Yeah, geopolymer thing where they because I mean if you cutting them a certain way where they're precise is one way of doing it. Creating some sort of form like they do with our buildings today. They produce a form where you pour into it, creates that kind of same precise edges. And since they're all pretty symmetrical, it kind of coincides with somehow pouring into a form model. I don't know. There's so many fucking theories. It
And
would
the
have been nice had
thing
they
is
wrote
like
down how they built them.
the craziest thing is like where the, let's say, the Great Pyramid is positioned, right? It's right in the fucking center of everything.
Right.
Like somebody knew exactly, dude, we're starting from here. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Nah.
it's kind of hard to like imagine, bro, like we cannot really tell where is the middle of this fucking planet, and they fucking did that shit. You
No.
know,
I mean,
the
they
the
they they
equator and all that shit.
they could have done it through the solar system, like measuring out where we are in position to the sun. And then, I mean, you gotta remember, everybody thinks these people are like so far behind where we are now. They may have been more advanced than us, just in the
Yeah, like,
mind,
dude,
because they had to do
if you
things.
have all day doing nothing and you're just thinking at stuff, yeah, you'll be, you know,
Yeah, they've
it's
been
just
using
crazy,
more of
man.
their minds than we are today.
Like we were just waking up and thinking about making money. Like that's fucked up, bro. Like, you know, instead of waking up and okay, what are we gonna do today? You know?
Would have been nice if they left some sort of, I don't know, written.
For a long period of time, I was thinking they're like it's something with the top of the pyramids. They're taking the top off and or like trying to get the sun power in down there. You know, like you know how
Right,
the light is creating like reflection. So if you're putting a lot of mirrors and just pointing the light to other mirrors, you get like lines of light. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Yeah. I was thinking that would be the case because they knew how to use somehow the sun for power, you know?
Yeah.
But
These
not
no
really.
shafts are aligned astronomically to stars and solstice. Yeah, see,
Like
they
you said,
definitely
yeah,
were.
I think they're smart, and because they believed in a lot of gods, they were more afraid than we are nowadays because they had a god for this, a god for that, a god for this, a god for that, you know? So
Right.
they were controlled, their mind were controlled to do the right thing better than we are because the pressure, you know? Like if I'm not doing this, whatever God is gonna be angry on me, you know?
Mm.
Yeah, they believe in all that shit and sacrificing fucking animals and shit. Bunch of fucking witches, bro, and like
That's how it came to be. The systems
I
they could
watched the
see, they thought were gods.
I watched the Odyssey last night, bro.
Did
Was
you
great
really?
movie. Yeah,
Yeah, it should be. It's a fucking
I found it on
Nolan
some
show.
French site in French, but they're
Oh
talking
yeah.
English. I'm like, yeah, this is good enough. Yeah.
Oh wow. Nice.
I'm like, dude, that was crazy. That movie is insane, dude. Almost
Hmm.
3 hours.
Yeah. Well, it had to be. It's the whole story of Homer.
It's just crazy, bro. Like, think about it. Like, you know, like back in the day, they're just going and going on a boat, and then you're just on another land, and you don't know who the fuck is living on that land. And it's all kind of adventures, but it's fucking funny.
Ay, ay.
Yeah, it's just funny, bro. You know, think about all this shit, bro. Like we know this fucking planet. You know, we discovered everything. We know people in the tribes and all that shit.
Crazy.
But imagine back in the day when the dinosaurs were around and fucking the caveman was around too. And maybe they're on different continents. You know what I'm saying? Or
Right.
different islands or whatever.
Hmm. Lee was sounds like someone's building a pyramid there.
No, it's just the flag, fucking
Is it?
flag pots. Yeah.
It's okay.
Just chilling, bro, right here. I'm not getting no orders. Like, what the fuck is going on?
It's windy.
I need to move. Yeah, it's fucking windy today. It's fucking pink Tesla, bro. What's going on with the chat?
Yes. Crazy. Mm. Okay. Weight shift. Damn it, knee. Come on, knee. Get stronger, buddy.
Okay, I'm going for this fucking spot here, bro. Fuck. Take a roadie or some shit. Oh.
What's up, Rodney? What are you doing? Are you doing all the stuff today? You're doing two? What?
Yeah, kind of all without fuel,
Yeah.
Instacart and some shit.
Yeah. You verify my age. What the fuck is this?
Sometimes you just gotta move a little bit. Kind of
What's the
hungry.
forfeit? Ay, ay, ay.
Something. Hell yeah. 8:45, 3 miles. Man. I'm telling you. Sometimes you
Three
just gotta
miles. What's in it? Something heavy?
Einstein bagel.
Oh, that's not bad.
3 bagels.
Somebody really wants those bagels.
Yeah, bro. Gonna get the bagels, man. Doesn't matter what you're doing. At the end of the day, it's still the same shit. So, if I'm doing Spark or if I'm doing whatever else, they're capping me. Where's Dina, bro?
Yeah, where's he at?
I need Dina
You
to
having a
come
good
play.
day?
I'm not getting shit. I'm not getting shit. The worst day. Oh, Dino here. Being crazy about it. I'm curious if he's making enough for the cornbread.
Making cornbread today?
He was yesterday on government sandwich.
That sounds interesting. Government sandwich.
Yeah, government cheese and government
Like
bologna.
government cheese. How was this? Did this dog chew my fucking thing? Oh, this dog. The dog's being a pain in the ass. She's like trying to get under my feet all the time. Like, dude, I was supposed to be smart. Ay, ay, ay. She's not being too smart, I'll tell you that. Andy,
The dogs are smart in their own way.
I put my. Oh, did I lose my remote? That's not good if I lost the remote. Yikes. Did I lose the remote? No, I lost the remote. Oh, that's not good. Ay, ay, ay. All right, let me call this kid and find out if she can help me. I'll be right back.
Yeah, me too. All right. Stack me with a double. Yep. And they forgot something from the first order. So, like, this fucking bag. I'm like, what the fuck? Holy shit. So I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the remote.
What? You're still trying to find your remote, bro? What the hell?
Yeah, to the outside TV. Should be over here somewhere. I'll check a few more drawers.
But that doesn't have to be that way. This is just what we are dealing with. This is my position on work too, because everybody in their head is like, what happens when AI takes all the jobs? And I'm like, do you have to have a fucking job? Isn't that a human invention? Like, why do you have to have a job? It seems crazy that our main focus is on housing and food. And like most people are basically just working for that. Most people that are struggling check to check, basically housing and food is their daily labor. If that's removed, couldn't it be fair? Yeah, so I think so. That like yeah, there will be some transition and discomfort in the method that is like I mean I think it's like so slavery is really bad, right? Like wage labor is a sort of the primary light in a sense. You have to sell a third of your day. The people who are trying to make the most money make the conditions for their employees as shitty as possible because it costs the least amount. They don't think about it like, listen, maybe we'll make less money, but we have an awesome experience for everybody that works there. Nobody thinks like that. They all think like we have to make the most money because we have shareholders and we have responsibility, and these people need to make more money every quarter. So yeah, although sometimes you do need to compete for talent. Like, that's true too. But only the top talent. That's why the CEOs get all the bread and all the people on the assembly line stuff like this get treated well, right? What would you say? I mean, Jamie is a different kind of employee. Jamie is literally. I mean, he's the yeah, that's different. But some dude who's out there, stocking boxes for Amazon, that's different. Being the CEO. Yeah, so I mean, I think like ultimately that would be a huge liberation and kind of restore dignity. Like you should be in control of your own time. It's kind of almost the most like that.
body, like your own time, your own attention.
And you have to teach people discipline. They have to. This the thing is like if you give people the opportunity to just do nothing, we do. You know, we're primates. We'll find a way to. We're genetically sort of designed to conserve resources. You don't want to overuse resources for no reason, do a bunch of shit because you won't survive and not enough food. So we're sort of designed to like know how to be lazy. So we're gonna have to find things that give us purpose, or we'll get depressed. This episode is brought to you by Visible. It's officially summer, folks, and boy, what a summer we are having! It feels like one of the most you put to which
The traditional idea, like British aristocracy, is like that you wouldn't have to work for a living. It was kind of unfortunate necessity for many people that they had to work for their daily bread, right? But the ideal way of being human was that you just had money and then you spent your time doing maybe you're involved in politics, maybe you had like a art fiction where you write that you gardening or entertain friends.
That's the best aspect of it. But when you think about British aristocracy, don't you think about fuck ups? I do. I think about guys that are just drunk. They drive their Ferrari into a lake and they accidentally drown their friend, and then they pay off the cops and get their label dinners. That's what I think of.
Well, yeah, there's that. We never also get scared of, I don't know, amateur scientists or executive and have that weird thing. So I guess it brings out like the more freedoms one has, the more they can reveal their true nature. Like,
Well, it also depends on how they're raised.
right?
Who are their parents? What values did they instill in them when they were young? Did they explain the value of hard work, that it's actually good for you, and that if you just find something you really want to do and you concentrate on it and you really work hard at it, it's actually very fulfilling.
Yeah, so you could imagine, for example, the education system in this world where we no longer need to work. Like, presumably, you need to be redesigned from scratch, basically. Because right now, right, so you take children coming in kind of on a conveyor belt, and lots of processing is done. Like, sit at your desk, here's this assignment, here's your grade, and then they come out with a quality label attached. Yeah, right, and then they are meant to be productive workers that you can put in an office and they will. So this it kind of is an unfortunate fact about the current condition that the world needs a lot of these office workers that can do all these tasks in the economy. So like we have to have until it doesn't, and at that point it would be absurd to keep doing this, right? Then you could imagine changing education so that it would be much more about like how can you learn to live well a life of leisure, like imagine you're cultivating like the art of conversation, appreciation for art and music, hobbies, physical wellness, like nature, the ability to set your own goals and take your own initiatives to, to develop true friendships with people. Like these are things that are not taught in school, but you could imagine that being the curriculum, like spirituality, like all kinds of things that you then equip people to sort of use their freedom, their wealth, their free time for some kind of actually meaningful and beautiful activities.
For sure, preemptively, we should be kind of teaching people like that now. Like if young people are coming up now, the world that if you're in first grade right now, 12 years from now, when you're graduating from high school, like the world is a totally different place. And this idea that being a productive worker who can sit still for 8 hours a day that's the best way we should teach kids. That seems crazy if we're really like seeing the world that you're describing and that most people seem to think is oncoming.
Yeah. I guess the timeline is a little bit uncertain. So you don't want to run in a situation, right, where you sort of now you find yourself, you're 20 years old, it's time to go out in the world, you have no skills, the AI revolution hasn't yet quite happened, it's kind of...
Well, isn't that a liberal arts degree?
Yeah.
There's a lot of silly degrees people get right now that are useless anyway, and they spend a tremendous amount of time working on getting it, and then when they get it out, there's no jobs for that degree.
Yeah, so
are so cute when they're saying, "Oh, I love your cooler." When they're saying about my bag, it's just a bag. It's not a cooler. I guess it's could be a cooler too. Still alive, still alive. Yeah, we good.
You could be approved for $39 per month, full coverage auto insurance. The only catch is that you need to have 0 DUIs in the life. So they went a little bit too early, maybe helping on this. Maybe. Or, there's also traps. There's things that you can get really excited about and do, like if you want to play professional bowling.
you want to bowl professionally, like, well, the amount of money you're going to make is very limited because the best bowler in the world, like, what does the best professional bowler in the world make? Let's guess. I say, yes, they were professional bowlers. We know a guy, Ari's friends with a guy, Tommy, God, I can't remember his last name. Do you remember his last name, Jamie? He's a professional bowler, but he used to come to the comedy store and hang out. Really nice guy, and just love comedy. And I didn't like seeing him very best one makes pretty decent living, and I bet very best. Like it's just, I bet barely. I bet the best guy probably makes maybe 100 grand or 200 grand at the most, and that means like the 30th guy in the world is fucked. Yeah, you have to have another job to get it. But then it just, what does it mean? 200K, 400K in big season, 450, including prize money and sponsorships. EJ Tuckett made 437. Fuck yeah, EJ Tuckett made $437,540 for the 2025 season, with several others between 190K and 270K in prize money alone. Top tier. So the top tier guys make a good living. But how many guys are there? You know what I'm saying? It's probably looking very fit. It's not right. So if you choose to go into bowling, it's not like choosing to go into, there's a lot of the jobs. Like even if you're a basketball player, they're making a lot of money. If you're a really good basketball player and you pursue that, like you can get very, very rich. But come in and get rich. But then like so maybe the money factor kind of help out the picture, yes, and it would just be what you're interested in. And then maybe even I mean, and the opportunity is written with so that people are interested in to some extent. Because like I think part of what people are looking for is also prestige. So I think like stats would be more important. It's like who's the best at this thing? Like a bunch of friends who play golf, like Jamie plays golf all the time. Golfers are all about comparing to the scores, and they're playing, competing in this game instead, and they think about that more than they think about like people who love golf. They think it hate work. Like I used to say that about comedy back when I first started. One of the things that I noticed is the guys who really got into golf, their careers kind of stalled because they were more excited about playing golf than they were about writing jokes and going on the road. I was like, okay. So if the average person doesn't need food and housing anymore from labor, if that's gone, and now you just get it. And so now you can just go do things. We just have to teach people to be excited about that. We have to teach people the value of curiosity and finding things that are interesting to you. And then the value of just education for the sake of learning things because it's interesting. Just pure satisfaction of curiosity, which is a beautiful thing. Like that would be great for everybody if we instead of learning things because your teacher tells you have to learn, but there's always going to be people that just naturally gravitate towards mathematics and they're really fascinated by mathematics. And there's always going to be people that are just naturally gravitating towards history. They're like, how did we get here? What is this? How did this start? Who wrote that? Who's the first guy to figure that out? And that's you're going to naturally go towards that and just be educated for the sake of satisfying your curiosity. Maybe we'll have a more balanced actually be able to just pursue their interests. You have to teach them to do. That's what I think would be important about young people in the future. Teach them to actually pursue their curiosity rather than just squash any desires they have for novelty and for interesting things and just be able to work all day doing something you hate because that's what it means to be an adult.
Yeah, I think like cultivating that would be like the way forward in this case, right?
And it seems very possible. It's doable. Like we know curious people.
Yeah, at least to some extent. And I think there's probably also some differences in how different folks are wired. Like some people get pretty easily, others find everything fascinating. Some like this naturally depressed or have low mood, others are sort of people.
Yeah, but those people that are naturally depressed, how much would their life change if they were coached at a very early age the value of exercise? And if they started running, if they started doing yoga, and they started feeling much better, and they weren't naturally depressed anymore, and they changed their diet, and you start adding in vitamins and nutrients, stop giving them processed foods, and all of a sudden they feel better because the concept even of depression, like what does that mean? It varies so wildly. And when you're talking about your bodies, and that's not one of its primary factor in why depression exists in the first place. Well, this is a very unscientific approach on human beings. So we're pretending this like this one size fit all. No, I think that should be also a part of teaching people how to be a human being. Chase your curiosity, but also this is why you're not feeling well. And that if you just develop this ability to get some momentum going and just show up at that yoga class every day, you'll feel way better. And you don't have to take a pill.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, many could be a lot improved if they were to sort of take care of their basic physiology.
Everyone can be 100% of them can be improved. It's a part of being a human being.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think there is also some people who just have one imbalance of some properties, whether because of genetic 100%. Or maybe they don't even have the energy to engage in these activities that would make them feel better. But then I think there would be much better medicines helping.
That's right. So let's go. Give them some Adderall. Well, get them fired up. Get them started on it. I'm kidding. But what we're saying is all doable. Not asking people to breathe underwater, right? What we're saying is that there are people on Earth that live like that. And this idea that living just for a paycheck so that you can cover your food and your housing, which we've always thought of as being just an undeniable part of being a person, an adult. This is what you have to do. You have to pay for your food, pay for your housing. But if we do get to a point where the structure of society is now run by hyper intelligent artificial intelligence, you wouldn't need most jobs that people have to do that suck. In order to get our society to this point, if you wanted an iPhone, you needed some people that were in a factory somewhere putting it all together. You needed someone who's designing it. You needed someone who's just sitting there in the office trying to figure out how to market it. You needed all those jobs. But when we don't need all those jobs anymore, then things are going to be very interesting. And that's what I'm saying. We need to become a different thing. Like, it's kind of true and kind of not. Like, you can be a human being and live in that world, but we're going to have to re-educate people how to be a human being. It's going to, our education system, specifically in this country, is just designed to manufacture. So specifically, like there's a real history of it. Like we know why they made it this way. They made it this way, and they got people in really early so they could get people set up for jobs. They just want people to work.
Yeah, so we're kind of currently instituted for really thriving in an environment of abundance, and we're enjoying life because we both had deep biological time scales, and during the lifespan of a single individual, there are all these pressures, necessities that kind of force us to become a certain type. So we talked about the education system, training people to be the kind who can sit at the desk all day long and perform tasks. Biologically, we've
$4.70 off for 3.1 miles. 13 minutes total. Offer declined. Looking for your next one.
Be lazy to eat as much as we can. And now in the modern environment where there are fridges everywhere, like it causes problems metabolically. And in terms of enjoying life, for many people, there is this hedonic treadmill, right? Like say you achieve something, some improvement, there's a spike of happiness, and then you sort of go back to baseline very quickly. You start to take for granted all the blessings of life, which makes it very difficult to actually achieve a state of permanent happiness and felicity. And it's kind of been necessary because there needed to be this motivation to keep striving for the next thing. Now, once you've actually achieved all the things, though, then maybe that becomes kind of dysfunctional, right? Like, why keep wanting to strive for the next thing if all the things have already been achieved, at least in a certain domain? And so, I think as we move deeper into this hypothesized future, like where we get all these magical technologies, then at some point, probably some transformation of human nature would have to go along with that. First, maybe cultural changes to sort of equip people for a life of leisure.
Yeah.
And then ultimately maybe more profound changes to our very biology. And so that imagine if you solve aging and you can now live for thousands of years, right? Like maybe the way our memory work is not really set up for them. Maybe we would just go stale after 200 years with our current brains, like we just get stuck in a rut. We don't know because we haven't lived for 200 years, but that could easily turn out to be the case with a human. So then maybe at that point you would need to sort of do something to sort of add more cognitive resources, more flexibility, some sort of psychedelic reset or something to sort of keep the flexibility going for longer periods of time.
I'm glad you said a psychedelic reset because it'd be very funny if the main tools that we have for navigating psilocybin and DMT and probably ibogaine as well. Like if we wanted chemical tools to navigate a new reality, those are probably the best ones that we have available, and they're all illegal. And I think you're right. I think if we're going to be able to navigate this correctly, we have to kind of change the way we interact with each other, what it means to be a person. But I wonder how much of the conflict that we have is a direct result of this inherent struggle that so many people have. And alleviated with a complete lack of poverty. And we've always assumed that if you're going to have a functioning society, that you're going to have slums. Why? Like, why? They don't serve any function. It's not a good thing. Well, it's because some people are always going to be making bad decisions, and some people are always going to be going down the wrong road, and crime and this and that. Right, but they're still just humans, and some humans don't do that. So wouldn't it be better to figure out a way to not have humans ever do that anymore? And it seems like there seems like a way to do that. It's, again, not asking people to breathe underwater. We're trying to figure out, why do some people never engage in crime? Why do some people live these really fulfilling and interesting lives? Probably because they were exposed to it when they were really young. Probably because they weren't exposed to like very bad environments and very bad crime and very bad poverty. And how much of that would change if there was no more poverty? It sounds like such a little fairy tale, childlike, oh, one day we'll have no poverty, but that's doable. If everyone is alive, right? Okay, that's alive right now is not starving to death. That means we figured out a way to at least, the very least, get you resources so you can feed yourself, right? No matter how dysfunctional things are. All it has to do is get ramped up a few steps. And now you have no one ever worried about being fed, no one ever worrying about not having a place to sleep. And then you have to find purpose. But it seems like there's a lot of people that find purpose without having a financial price tag attached to it. Just by what we're talking about with golf, or you could be like really into writing books. You could write books all day long, and people are always going to want human created fiction. People are always going to be interested in the way other people think about things. You'll find there's plenty of things to do. There's plenty of games to play and plenty of skills to learn. The idea that the only reason why we work is to eat and to not get rained on seems nuts.
It is, I guess, to some extent an open question to what extent people will always want to read human fiction or to prefer the human generated outputs. It might be just because current AI generated writing is kind of lacking in various ways. It's often slop and boring. But if it became really good, then maybe it would just be like much more fun to like if a movie made by an AI might just be so much better and richer, and the lighting is perfect, and the dialogue is sharp, and it's more funny and deep, and certainly really touches you. Then you go and watch this human-produced thing, and it's going like most people don't go and watch sort of film school students productions.
Right, but then there's that movie Obsession. Wasn't that movie made like very inexpensively? And it's a huge hit, right? And that's part of the thrill of it. Yeah. Is that this guy who's like a YouTuber, right? Who created this film, and now this movie's a giant hit, and everybody's like super excited about it. Now, if that same movie was made by AI, I wonder if it would have that impact, because it doesn't have the human edge.
So that's possible that getting interested in these things because we sort of are really entangled with the human world much more than we are with the world of AIs. And I mean, for the same reason, you might be more interested in if like your brother or friend did something, you might think, oh, this is interesting, I want to check that out. Or is this some random dude who made something slightly better? It's like, doesn't mean.
Right, when you go to see your nephew play baseball, you wouldn't really go see little kids baseball.
No, it's just anyway. Oh, your nephew gets off first base, like, no. So I think these kind of the social entanglements that we have, like, see a big part of what gives structure to lives in this condition where like the external constraints are removed.
I think that there is a great value for the human mind, for whatever reason, in getting better at things and learning things. And I think that if we could instill that in people at a young age, I think it would be fairly easy to get people to pursue that path. But we have to completely revamp our education system, which should have been done a long time ago anyway. The idea of having unenthusiastic, underpaid people being any percentage of what children encounter for most of the day, their most formative period, is insane.
It should be a rich, enthusiastic journey in how to be a better person and how it's exciting to learn things and how it's exciting to get better at things and about how anybody can get better at things. I hate that every day of school. I didn't know that I was interested in learning anything until I got out of school.
The same for me. I mean, I only discovered I also hated books and everything like that for my first 15 years of life because I associated that with school. That was the kind of school thing. So it's only then randomly one day I happened to walk into the local library for no reason and pull out a book here and there, and then I discovered that there was this whole world of science and idea and literature and all of that, like very, very different from what we were doing in school, and then that kind of opened the gates for me to this.
Imagine what a head start you would have had if you had like a different kind of education with super enthusiastic people who really love teaching children, are really good at it, and that we reward them, and that it becomes a very prestigious position to be in rather than what it is now. If you talk to some guy and then he goes, "Oh, I'm a high school teacher," you're like, "Oh, poor bastard. How's he feed himself?" That's immediately what I think. Like, good for you that you're doing that, but also I guarantee you could probably be making a lot more money and be happier doing another job. And so that's a terrible way to start life off. And if we just revamp that, then you have a bunch of people that are interacting with life in a very different way. And instead of being thought, I have to get a job someday, I have to get a job after school anyway to help my mom pay the bills because we're struggling. So I got to contribute to the household, even though I'm 16 now, I can't hang out with friends. If all that stuff's out the window, and now it's like, no, what we need to find out is what is exciting for you. Like, what excites your mind, your specific personality? What is it about life that's interesting? And let's expose you to a bunch of different things that are exciting and interesting that other people find value in. And let's find out which way you gravitate. Because maybe you gravitate towards chess, or maybe you gravitate towards something completely different. Maybe you're just really into painting. Maybe painting just lights you up. And you like look at a canvas and you just start fucking around with it, and that's your thing. There's a lot of people in this world that find that. It's just they have to find it themselves, unfortunately.
I I think that's kind of inspiring, but like I think the train doesn't stop there. So if we think even more further into this kind of condition of technological maturity, I think in addition to sort of freeing up people, like making it easy to produce the food and the houses and like cars that go faster and don't pollute and all of this stuff, like if you think through what maybe a technologically mature civilization could do, like so a lot of these like learning, for example, is something that gives people purpose, but maybe you would have the ability to sort of download knowledge at the click of a button. So rather than like if you want to learn advanced mathematics, now you have to study for years, right? Do like books with exercises and apply yourself, and then eventually you sort of unlock. But like maybe at technological maturity, there would be like, okay, understand mathematics. Okay, I'm gonna press that button. Boom. Now I understand mathematics.
Like the Matrix, I know Kung Fu. Remember?
Yeah. So if you had like, maybe some kind of nanobots that could infiltrate your brain and then change the synapses in just such a way that you're not the same.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's up, bro? Not much. Just fucking driving around. About to go and get my pizza. I was waiting on my pizza, then I had the fucking order to do, and I'm like, hey, I'm going back. Check on my shit. How you doing, bro?
Excuse me, hey, I will buy you lunch if you can tell me how many subscriptions you're paying for.
You're not the same as you were before exam. You have some abstract mathematics. Yeah. After 20 minutes or something like that. Some super intelligence works out how to change your productive to this new condition. And if you were inclined to do various things because they give you joy and pleasure, like you could also think, well,
I could do those things and get the joy and pleasure, or I could just push this button that like activates the same joy and pleasure. So there would be these shortcuts to everything. And it looks like you would have a post-instrumental condition where there would, at least at first sight, seem to be no reason to do anything for the sake of achieving something else, because there would always be this like shorter path to that other thing, that pressing the button. Yeah. And so that's a kind of deeper form of redundancy. It seems that all forms of human instrumental effort would become unmotivated. You could still, go to the gym every day and sweat for an hour, or you could just take the pill that induces exactly the same physiological effects and the mental effects, like the calm or whatever you feel. Or maybe even better, genetically engineered. Or genetically, yeah. Just take a pill. Yeah. And so then I think you're getting more into these like fundamental questions of value, right? Philosophical questions about what ultimately is it that makes a life good.
And what makes a life good for a primate, because that's what we are, or a primitive version of primates. I think we're going to become something different. And if we do it through technologically induced evolution or biologically induced evolution, we're still moving in a general direction. It just biologically, if you look at ancient hominids and look at us, we're clearly very different. So we're moving in a general direction anyway. And when you look at the Greys, like these prototypical aliens that everybody sees with the big heads and the skinny bodies, what do they look like? Well, they look like, if we keep going, that's what we're going to look like. We're going to be these genderless, sexless, muscleless little skinny things with giant heads that communicate telepathically. There's probably where we're moving. And if we're moving that way, maybe we think of them as being an alien from another. Maybe that's just a general direction that primates go once they figure out technology. They eventually realize, first of all, the idea of having to have a male and a female is kind of crazy, right? Why? Well, because we have to reproduce. Well, what if we don't reproduce like that anymore? What if all reproduction is done through engineering, and there's no more sex, so there's no more lust, so there's no more jealousy, so there's no more ego, there's no more anything, and then there's a hive mind, because technology has advanced to the point where the reason why they have these big giant heads, they're essentially locked into everybody all around them all the time.
Yeah, well, is that what we would want?
It's not us, it will be us. I think just like if you went to chimps and you said, hey, dude, one day you're going to be on a plane, eating peanuts, flying over the ocean, they'd be like, fuck that. I don't want to do that. I'll just stay here where the fruit is. You guys are nuts. Like, why do you want to do that? And you'll be addicted to Kratom, and you'll be watching YouTube all day long. Like, no, I don't want to do that. Doesn't sound fun.
We'd have a lot of banana stuff.
Maybe, or you have to get killed by the other chimpanzees that want the bananas. They have chimp wars. They come in and kill each other. So I think we're gonna be something different, and I think that's inevitable anyway. If you believe in evolution, it's inevitable anyway that we become something different. We're not a finished product.
Yeah, no, I think that is true. We're not the finished product. Now, the question is the thing that we become, or that becomes, is that a result of us choosing how we want to be, or is it just these kind of impersonal forces like evolution selecting certain types that might end up leading to outcomes that we actually don't want? And so I guess the hope is that we would be able to develop along a path that preserves and develops the things that we actually value about being human,
right.
Maybe amplifies them, then maybe adds other things. So there are many different possible things you could develop in the future, but that we sort of select those that actually make us better rather than just randomly different. That we can sort of grow into our ideals.
But it's so funny how much value we put in human condition, how much value we put in meaning, because it is valuable to us. When you think about like what that means in terms of the amount of energy it produces, the amount of impact that it has versus the structure of the universe itself, versus black holes and stellar nurseries and things that are just infinitely more spectacular than the human condition. But to us, it's like, oh, what is meaning? What is meaning? What is meaning to me? Like, well, what is meaning to me? You is you're a finite biological organism that has to find meaning because you're sort of tromping around through this weird world where eventually you're going to die and you're going to leave your mark, and maybe reincarnation's real, maybe the afterlife's real, and nobody fucking knows. So you gotta have meaning. But the universe itself, like a human only lives 100 years. How much meaning can you have in 100 years?
Yeah, that is. I think we kind of die prematurely. I mean, we think of us as like first you become stronger and more capable for 15, 20 years, right? Then biologically you stagnate, and then maybe you keep accumulating sort of knowledge and skills for another few decades. But like just as you have started to acquire like a modicum of wisdom, like your brain starts to rot.
Yep.
And then everything is erased. Yep. By Alzheimer's or death, and then it's kind of that's all gone. The whole lifetime of experience.
There's your meaning.
Memories and like the harder. So that seems kind of sad. And probably not the best way for things to be. I think we would want to extend the human lifespan so you could continue to grow up, not just kind of reach 20 and then plateau there for the rest of your life, but what if we could continue to develop so that like at 80 you were as much stronger and like be able to understand more and move better and like just have the same capacity increase as you had like between like 0 and 20 and you just kept going.
Well, these life extension scientists that are working on these things, guys like David Sinclair, like they believe that that's not just a possibility but an inevitability.
Well, so that's more like I guess preserving, like preventing or delaying that decay.
Sure.
Which is already very good. Like if you could just
saying they're talking about
biologically,
but then you have engineering.
If you have very long time spans, so then you might at some point want to continue to grow.
Yeah.
Like you might not want to just be stuck at a 20-year-old human
of course.
For 10,000 years. Like maybe eventually you would want to become like slightly bigger in terms of your ability to engage with the world.
Of course, and if they can figure out how to make people, well, there's already genetic engineering that's being done in terms of increasing potential intelligence and IQ. They're already doing that, and so this was, I'm sure you know about that thing that happened in China where this one doctor got in trouble because he had genetically engineered some babies to be inoculated to HIV, but it also, at the same time, gave them a far increased potential IQ. It remains to be seen whether or not it actually works as these guys, become like 20 and 30 and start putting them in chess tournaments and see if it really did make them smarter. But the possibility of that is already being studied. They already understand the differences between like what's possible, what we understand, and that increases every day. They understand more every day, more is possible every day. If that just keeps going, well, you have a different version of what the human consciousness is. You have a different version of the human mind.
Yeah. I think the way AI is going, I think that's the train that's going to reach the destination faster.
Oh, yeah.
And then once you do have super intelligence, the machine substrate like that can then unlock all kinds of technologies, including these biological technologies or nanotechnology or a whole host of other things that could then sort of bring us up if that's how we decide to go.
Yeah.
And uplift us into different, like either biologically enhancing us or like uploading us to.
But again, it's that whitewater river raft. It's like we're going down this white water and we might make it out of this, or it might crash. And one of the weird things about, I'm very fascinated with ancient civilizations. And one of the weirdest things about ancient civilizations is when you go really, really far back, a bunch of them have these depictions of kings that ruled for thousands of years. And it's very strange stuff because the Egyptians and in ancient Sumer, there's a bunch of different depictions of these kings that lived lives that were way longer than biological humans lived. And then there's the flood myth or the flood story. And then after the flood, biological life decreases pretty rapidly. It seems to get back to normal. It's like 100 years. And one of the weird questions that these alternative ancient historians have is, are we missing the possibility that there was a hyper advanced civilization
that existed tens of thousands of years ago. And that what we're seeing now is not a linear progression from caveman to human being with an iPhone in 2026. That along the way, there might have been a very high level of sophistication. And the evidence of that might be there. And some of these other ancient structures that are mind-blowing. As much as you try to explain them away, when you're dealing with 2,300,000 stones, some of them are cut from a quarry 500 miles away, 80-ton stones that are in the ceiling, perfectly cut granite, where it looks like they have diamond holes in them. It seems like there's some lost technology. And every society has this flood myth. And every society that has this flood myth, especially these ones that were very advanced somehow or another, like ancient Egypt, they have these depictions of people that lived way longer than people live today. And I wonder if human beings one day will realize, like, oh, if you keep going. Enough. 100 years is silly. Like people they'll just figure out what it is that makes people age and die, fix that, and you live an insanely long time. And then if people live an insanely long time and their capacity for reason and logic increases, their capacity for intelligence increases, then you have these insane technologies that were required to do things like build the pyramids. And that might be what happens. That might be a natural course of progression. The first thing we realize is 100 years is not enough. Because I'm 58, I'm a Mormon still. Like, why am I learning every day? How come I'm getting better at being a person every day? Well, I should have figured this out already. But you don't ever have time to figure it out.
Not the time. Just not enough time. Not even get fun time. Like if it, right. You would take you on a trial run first, right, on life. Right. Like okay, now I kind of know the hard parts. Now let's do it for real.
That's the
it's kind of scary when it's crazy. 100% dictatorial control of this person. Like that completely hostage you. Yeah, and that's like us. So, but that's the way it is. But yeah, having the ability to kind of try different things and maybe do like have a kind of opportunity to do a do-over. If the life turned out to be like if you're every 50 years or something, you have a chance to kind of.
But maybe not saying too over, but it's the same life, but you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to be constrained to this idea that you only have a certain amount of time. You want to retire by your 65. We might look at that as being like one of the first completely archaic notions, and the reason why people got it all wrong. Like, well, society will be better because people are going to live way longer. And if you think about how much smarter, how old are you?
53.
Okay, now the way you said that was sad. I'm older than you, dog. Don't worry about it. But if you think about how much smarter you are at 53 than you were at 13, now imagine how much smarter you will be at 53 or 1,053. And if that actually becomes possible, if a person can live to be 100 years, why can't they live to be 4,000 years? If they can figure out what makes people age, if we really can genetically engineer human beings, that's not breathing underwater. That's just extending life. And if you extend life and extend intellectual capacity and your ability to learn and grow, holy shit, you're dealing with a 2,000-year-old person. It's a completely different kind of thing. And that could be real someday. And that might be also one of the things that comes along with this new understanding of just life in general with super intelligent AI.
Yeah, no, for sure. Fixing aging and reversing it would be most things that a technologically mature civilization would be able to do.
We just have to get people out of the idea that it's vain. Why do you want to live forever?
That's what they say now, right? And when somebody actually has the therapy, then you get stuck earlier. You could either continue to get, worse kidneys and more painful knees and wrinkles, and you start to forget things, or you can take this rejuvenation serum that everybody else is using, and they are like full of energy and running around and doing stuff like still think it's way. So I think a lot of this is Stockholm syndrome, that like you are kind of faced with the inevitability of aging and decay and have been for thousands of years. So you develop a kind of romantic scaffold that reconciles you to the inevitable.
I like the Stockholm syndrome.
It may be adaptive, but only up until the point where there actually might be something you could do to escape. Right then, if you're too stuck in this mindset, it might sort of prevent you from taking advantage to regain your freedom.
Right.
And I think we are now at that stage. We don't yet have the therapies, but there are certainly like investments and research and stuff we could do that would hasten the arrival. And I think, in fact, we should have started on a big sort of, Manhattan project to defeat aging like decades ago. And maybe we would have better therapies by now then. But for a long time, aging was not seen as a problem, only the specific diseases that are the result of the aging.
Yeah.
And they've got all this funding, right? Like they have like huge research projects for Alzheimer's and for heart disease and for cancer. But if you look at the main common cause of most human disease, it's senescence. Like you're much more likely to get any of these when you're 80 than when you're 20 because your cells gradually decay and gunk goes up. The arteries clog up, your DNA mutates, your methylation pattern gets scrambled, your brain and so rather than just trying to put out the fire one by one after they occur, like at some point you just need to try to prevent, like maybe you need a bit of rain to sort of
It's kind of amazing how much we've accomplished as a society, as civilization, when you think about the fact that people only live to be 100. Kind of incredible. Yeah. That's kind of incredible. Got rockets, and satellites, and cell phones, and people only live to, so it's like everybody has to build on everybody else's intelligence and everybody else's understanding of the world and develop new things, and everybody has to learn those new things. And each brain is so small that it can only learn a small little section, but you need millions of them. Yeah. Although it's not entirely clear with humans. If we had been much more long-lived, like the way we currently are configured, maybe we would just have gotten too stuck in our ways and sort of stagnated into some sort of ultra-conservative society where nobody's allowed to do anything different, or the old geezers that have their way of doing things just remain forever in charge. Yeah. I mean, we just don't know, right? Like whether that would have slowed progress or accelerated it. But it is, yeah, it is still amazing. Like, it's a long path from sort of running around in the forest to sort of these like advanced chip technologies and the whole global supply chain, where like thousands of people are working to develop just one little tool that then feeds into the ability to make another tool that actually makes these leading edge AI chips. Where they're layering things 4 atoms deep. Yeah. It's remarkable. It's incredible. And humans will live to be 100. Imagine what we could accomplish if we lived to be 3,000. You know? Yeah. Or just a little bit, better at these things. Yeah, because I think we are sort of this ubiquitous possible species that are capable of developing advanced technology. Because as soon as we evolve to reach that level, we start developing it, right? So that's why we are not the dumbest possible that just barely can do this. Right, barely can do this while we're blowing each other up. Yeah. Yeah, at the same time, all over the world, blowing up people. So, yeah, but maybe a lot of that frantic, stupid, illogical behavior is because we're so finite. Like, we're in a rush. That, we realize we only have a certain amount of time to get things done, and so this sort of accentuates the desire to control resources and to cement your immortality and to do these things that people love to do, put their name on buildings. This is a thing that people like to do that's almost like cementing their immortality. And maybe there'll be less of a desire to do that if people live way longer. And then you would have to assume if you can engineer humans to live longer, you could probably engineer a lot of stupidity out of us. They could just find out why people behave. Like, what if you could just eliminate lying? What if there's like a genetic solution to lying? Well, I guess they're a really good lie detector. Yeah, but I mean, what if you can genetically engineer out the desire to lie? Well, I mean, if you had a perfect lie detector, there would be no point in lying because people just see the truth, right? If you can read each other's minds, it'd be fruitless. Yeah, and so that might be closer. I mean, who knows what you could do if you sort of had to really a system trained to detect micro expression. You just all have to get the big gray heads, the black eyes, the aliens have, and they just read each other's minds. Well, one of the weird things that Blake Sarah said, again, if you're into this UFO stuff, he was one of the guys that was a whistleblower that said he back engineered crafts for the United States government in the 1980s. They don't have any controllers for this kind of supposedly. They're all powered by the minds of the beings that are running it. They have, it's almost like these crafts are alive, and they have sort of a syncing with the thing. That instead of like pressing buttons and working a joystick, they just sync this creation, and then they can propel it with their minds. Yeah. So their minds become the computer that moves this thing around. I'm a bit skeptical. I haven't looked into that side. You should be. It sounds crazy, man. How could you not be skeptical? Anybody who's not skeptical sounds crazy. But if you think about where we are now and where we're going to be, the possibility of that being our future is pretty likely. Right. So I think like the kind of possibility of engineering something like that with sufficiently advanced technology would be there, like all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Basically everything that doesn't violate some law of physics
to a first approximation you will be able to construct.
He didn't always say that. It's like our current understanding of physics. It's not the understanding of physics of a society that's a million years older than ours. Yeah, because that's a blink in the eye of the time that it took to create up what we are at right now from the Big Bang. Like a million years is nothing.
Yeah, but even with our current understanding of physics experiments, that's still an enormous space of designs and types of life and being that you could imagine instantiating. You could have, like a Dyson sphere. You've heard of this concept, right? It's basically like using the output of the sun for energy generation, and you could have like surrounding the sun by solar panels that powers a civilization infrastructure, maybe like a computer. Like imagine already we have like AI compute growing at like 240% per year or something, right? And then like imagine the kind of mind that could run on that sized computer. So people are wondering whether like could machines be conscious and like discussing that right now. And I think like maybe the more pertinent point is like, are we really conscious? I think barely. So driving on like the road for 2.5 hours in motorist, right? Like driving past thousands of people and homes and like mothers with their strollers. And then after, does he remember any of that? Like, was he even really aware of any of this while he was driving? It's like a little diffuse sense of body and some murky perceptions floating through. Maybe some confused abstract idea that we don't really understand. That's kind of the consciousness that can fit into this coconut-sized biological organ that we think, and we think, wow, we are so conscious. But like imagine this Dyson sphere consciousness, or like a mind that maybe spans a galaxy. I think the difference between the sort of awareness that it can have and our awareness might be like bigger than the difference between our awareness and like whatever a flea has or something like that. Way bigger. So it could be this like transition where we develop super intelligent minds that for the first time is really like waking up and becoming truly aware.
Yeah.
And that we are a little bit sort of proud in our own specialness when we think that like we have achieved something close to the maximum level of that we are the standard by which consciousness should be measured, and we this kind of feeble, confused, murky glimmer that is barely sentient at all. So that's like I think maybe the big challenge for our era, or like giving birth to superintelligence and then hopefully shaping and nurturing it and steering it so that it becomes a positive thing, both for us, ourselves, and also for it itself, and also for whatever if there are other super beings somewhere in the world or in the cosmos, that it sort of is able to get along with us and contribute positively at the cosmic scale. And that's a very multifaceted challenge, but I think that's kind of seems to be what's going on.
Yeah, and it's hard for people to think that far ahead. You just think of intelligence being something superior to what we currently experience. But when you're talking about a computer or a being, a conscious being that is infinitely more powerful than anything we can imagine, that seems to be if everything keeps going in the same general direction and AI increases its power and we figure out new ways to power it, and then because one of the things that AI needs that's so interesting is it needs enormous amounts of power, and so just these AI centers that they're developing now, they're like Google's doing one, but they're developing their own nuclear power. You want some coffee?
Is there?
Yeah, right here. Just get a little. I saw you reaching for your cup. I should be drinking out of paper cups anyway, man.
I don't usually do that.
So I know I don't either, but occasionally I do. But they're so bad for you.
I'm usually quite conscientious with.
Yeah. When I go on the road, I started taking a little Yeti coffee cup with me, so I can buy coffee and just have them put it in that.
inside of those things is just lined with plastic. You're pouring hot water into plastic, and then the plastic leaches into your coffee.
I don't do that normally, but I figured like for having a chat with you on the Joe Rogan show would be worth like I guess some 100 microplastics.
Well, thank you. I think what we're talking about is inevitable if human beings don't blow ourselves up. If we don't get hit with an asteroid, blow ourselves up, or a super volcano doesn't eradicate civilization, all this stuff it's inevitable. It's how much time does it take, and how much does it grow exponentially in power? Because we're talking about computers, then they start bringing up quantum computing, the quantum computer's ability to do calculations, and it doesn't even make sense. And so you think, well, this is just one version of that. Like, what is quantum computing going to look like 500 years from now? Like, what is computing power, which is connected to AI? What is that going to look like 500 years from now? It's impossible to even guess.
Well, we can sort of see a lower bound of what's possible, like thinking already of just the designs we can conceive of. We see in principle you could make, maybe it will take a lot of grinds to get there, but at least that establishes like a lower bound of what a technologically mature civilization could do, and maybe they have additional ideas beyond that. But already that is enough to really unlock. So if you think of a space of possible modes of being, or like a mode of being is a way of experiencing, living, interacting, I think you look around humanity and all people who have existed in the past, a lot of different characters, right? Men, women, like mean people, nasty people, crazy people. But I think all of that diversity of human experience is like a tiny little corner in this space of possible modes of being. Like it's a huge cathedral, like we end up basically living in the concept. And the kinds of modes of being, the kinds of ways of experiencing and relating to each other, or thinking and doing stuff that are ultimately possible is just this enormous space that we haven't been able to explore, because ultimately what we can currently conceive of and imagine and experience and feel is like limited to our biological substrate, the human brain. And just as your like early human ancestors from a few million years ago that you were talking about before, like they wouldn't really have been able to conceive of the modern human condition, not just because I didn't think of it, but because like the ape brain can't really, they don't like, even if you try to describe it to them somehow, like what is music, what is humor, what is romantic love, like what is science, what is like all of these things, what's literature, like it just doesn't fit into right. And so presumably, I mean, you could think right now we've achieved the right brain size where all possible values and interesting ideas are accessible to us. That seems kind of implausible. Like it seems much more likely that just as the chimpanzees are necessarily blind to like a lot of what can give life meaning and value and significance, that probably are we too.
Yeah, which is interesting. That can be because we think of them as being so intelligent, and they are in comparison to a lot of other animals. But I think one of the things that they were puzzled by when they started teaching primates sign language was that they never asked questions. Like they don't seem to have questions about stuff, so they exist in an intelligent way. They can figure things out. They can do things. They know when the door's left unlocked. They understand fairness, which is really weird. Like chimps get very upset if they're treated unfairly. Like one chimp gets something and they get super violent. But they don't have a lot of questions. We're filled with questions. Like so. What are we missing that the next stage of being a human will have that we're not even considering now because it's not a part of our experience?
Like what's the asking question type of thing that we are not able to imagine?
Yeah,
like many of those types of things.
Yeah, and the possibilities are literally endless. We just don't conceive of them because we're trapped in this territorial primate mindset.
Yeah. I think that's likely.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the possibilities are endless, and I think it's going to be really, really weird
if that happens inside of our lifetime. Like, because you and I were, close to the same age, so we grew up with answering machines. You probably remember the first cell phones. You probably got online and probably when did you get online? Like the early 96. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think for me it was 94. So we got to see all this happen. If we get to see the new version of humans in our lifetime, that would be like literally bonkers. What an amazing time to be alive. If you really think about it, we're so fortunate. Because if you grew up between like 1700 and 1800, how much did shit change? 1600 to 1700, would you make a better boat? Like, what's different? A lot of different, man. Everybody kind of is the same for 100 years. And inside of our lifetime, from the late 1960s for me to the early 70s for you, like in the amount of time that we've been alive, things have radically changed. Like, really, really radically. To the point where it's probably the biggest shift in human ingenuity and innovation that the world's ever seen. And we're just in the middle of it. And we might be in the middle of the next one, which literally allows us to see what the world looks like 1,000 years from now, because you're going to be alive.
That's why, it is now this full-time job just to monitor the situation. Like, it's really, but it is.
How do you do that?
Well, you don't really, but you try to sort of. So I think the opportunity. So it used to be, like at least in my sphere, I think if you do philosophy or something like it, most people would think you have a kind of unlimited time horizon. People have been working on philosophical questions for thousands of years. There doesn't seem to be any huge urgency. If they have been unsolved for thousands of years, maybe if it takes another 500 or so. But I always thought of philosophy as having a deadline, meaning that at some point we would develop forms of intelligence, presumably AI, and that could then do the philosophy much better than us. And so there was a limited period of time during which any advances like I could contribute to would be meaningful, and that it would then make sense on focusing on that subset of philosophical questions or general questions that we really need the answer to now, as opposed to 10, 20 years in the future when somebody else can do them better, like the machine minds. So that's kind of been a lens through which I have selected the things to work on. And now, of course, that deadline is moving closer. So there's less time remaining. And so my focus is increasingly drifting towards questions where it might be relevant to have the answer to now rather than a year or two from now. So
you're almost like a cultural navigator, like a guy with a sextant at the helm of a ship, looking at the constellations and going, I think we're in the right direction.
Yeah, but now we're sort of moving maybe to close to harbor, and you need to pay more attention to exactly
how deep the rocks are.
The rocks are, and scan around you.
When you think about a timeline for radical change, what in your mind, what do you think? What do you think that looks like?
Well, I take short timelines seriously with AI. For partly now, it could be like a year or 2 or 3 or 4, probably a bit longer. But we're no longer at a point where we can be confident that we won't have super intelligence in just a few years. Like, it could happen.
So what is that? When you say that for the uninitiated, what do you mean by super intelligence?
Well, I guess we first have AGI, artificial general intelligence, AI that can do all the stuff that we can do. And then super intelligence would just be that, but can do it way better than any human can do. So all technical, intellectual, common sense tasks, and then you would have robotics as well, that can do all the physical stuff not much later. So the timeline remains uncertain, but I think like it's not impossible that this could happen very soon. And then once you have super intelligence, then I think from there on it might be like a sort of sprint to something approximating technological maturity. Because when you have super intelligence, that then designs even more smart AIs, right? Using its kind of super intelligent AI research capability and designing better chips and all of that. So you might then have this like intelligence explosion, where you go from something slightly greater than human level to some radical super intelligence that can sort of invent whatever the remaining technologies are. Maybe there needs to be some trial and error and experiments in the physical world that slows things down a bit, but some smallish number, like a single digit number of years from super intelligence, I think you might have something that unlocks all of these like sci-fi level of capabilities that we've talked about. I think that seems relatively plausible to me.
It seems inevitable. And my question is, how does it announce itself? Does it send a mass text message to the whole world? Everybody's phone just starts like, when you have those Amber alerts and your phone starts vibrating, or when there's some sort of a storm warning, all of a sudden your phone goes off and then alerts you to the fact that it's taken over.
Well, so so here we don't really know. It's like this is very confusing, and we've never done this before, and so it's like very hard to figure out how this is gonna unfold, and maybe it's not even fixed yet. Maybe it depends a little bit on what we do and the extent to which different actors get their stuff together.
Yeah.
But like I guess. One possible type of scenario is where like things are just like accelerating. There are more and more of these advances, model releases. Increasingly, there is automation of the research process in AI labs. Like already, you have coding assistants, right, that are really useful to people in AI labs. They're using them to write a lot of their software. Like right now, you still need humans for sort of the research taste and judgment, and sometimes things get stuck, and you need a human to kind of redirect them, but more and more of that, make it automated, and then you have kind of new iterations of models being trained at a faster and faster clip. They can do more and more stuff. They start to automate increasing chunks of the economy. So right now a lot of coding is automated, but like other areas as well. Maybe they become drop-in virtual workers that can do everything like a human could do with a remote connection initially. That like you have people working on robotics, so that would start to kicking. Eventually, just more and more of the action is run by these AI systems, more and more, and they're kind of doing it at their time scale, which is speeding up. From that point, it would depend a lot on whether we have successfully aligned these systems so that they actually do what the people created them intended, or whether they have some gone off the rails.
There's also the fear that America doesn't come up with it first. This is
that's mostly a theory. In China, for example,
America tries something first. I mean, it's really just America and China that are at the forefront of this race, right? Yeah, Russia a little bit, but not on the same level.
Not Russia.
No, not Russia. Who else is it?
Did you see this last week?
Ford hiring 350 engineers after AI shows human value in AI error.
I tried to fund all that, didn't know. They rehired a bunch of engineers they fired after their AI wasn't matching the quality they needed.
Oh, but this is Ford. That's interesting. They probably jumped the gun. They probably fired them too quickly. And now these people that they rehire, these people are going to like, oh, how much time do we have left? 6 months before AI figures out how to do this just well.
It's also possible that things time-wise could extend if like one way that can happen is so the progress we've seen in the last 10 years, which has been substantial extent driven by the increasing compute that is being used to train and run these systems. It's like it used to be that you had a cutting edge AI system if you were some academic like running on your PC in your office like that was kind of the amount of computing power that was applied to like doing AI stuff. And now of course you have these kind of tens of billions of dollar data centers, like hundreds of megawatts. Right. Like just massive funding. So the chips have gotten better, but also just the amount of funding, like you're just building many more of these chips. And so as you apply more and more compute, like performance improves. And that's like has been a big driver. Now at some point, like you might not be able to keep increasing the amount of money you spend on it. Because like you can go from like $1,000 PC to like $1 million quite easily, and you can go from $1 million to $1 billion. And maybe you're spending on the order of $1 trillion across the world to build data centers per year. But you can't really do like 3 orders of magnitude very easily there. There's not $1,000 trillion to spend on it. So at some point that expenditure has to kind of slow down. So if we haven't achieved 2 per trillion by then maybe that would mean progress gets slower. If the main driver is the scale up of compute. Now it is also true that some of the progress is driven by algorithmic advances, like just kind of clever algorithms. So that might continue, but if one driver stalls out, then that could result in faster progress. And then of course there is a possibility that the people who want to pause or regulate AI, they gain enough traction to kind of get regulatory inhibitions. How would they do that though? If there really is some sort of a Manhattan Project style race between the United States and China, and what other countries are developing AI right now that are close? I mean, those are the 2 big ones, big ones. Is it possible that someone could sneak up on us and develop some intelligent AI first? Yeah, I mean, it's possible if there were not some big algorithmic breakthrough, for example, that made it a lot more efficient to run a similar level of capability with less sort of AI data center structure. And many other countries are also trying. It's just that they're not as advanced. And out of using 29 is currently as the edge. What happened to China at their first? Well, I mean, it would depend on whether they had successfully aligned their AI. If it's unaligned, then I guess the same thing happens as if US AI is unaligned. That is, the future gets shaped according to whatever values this AI had ended up with. If the alignment problem is solved, then it might make a difference because then the values would depend on sort of the people who own the control of our government would ask it to pursue. So then in that scenario, maybe it makes some difference in initiated. So right now the big players are, there's Google, and there's OpenAI, there's all these different companies. We say aligned. Do they have to all be kind of on the same page? Or like when aligned, you're not going to be aligned if there's a bunch of corporations that are competing to come up with this first. So they have to be aligned in terms of the way they're programmed, that they're valuing human life, and that they're valuing society. Like, what do you mean by aligned? Well, so I mean just the technical challenge of if you're building an AI system, and you have certain things you want it to do and certain things you don't want it to do. Right. Are you technically able to get the AI to behave that way that you, as the person is on the side? Well, that's not separate question. Yeah. So it's equally important maybe, but different because that's not the technical. Like you can't just go to the whiteboard and write down some formula. Now you have that's the political question ultimately. Right. Question of governance. Yes. So there you need, political organization, appeals to the best of human nature, dialogues, like checks and balances, whatever stuff that might work in the political arena to hope that the governance of this, that the values to which it is aligned are sort of benign values that hopefully incorporates a wide set of stakeholders. Right, but isn't that a little naive? Because whenever there's any sort of a situation where something has massive amounts of power above others, one of the first things I think of is what's the most money you can generate doing it, and what is the best way to generate the most amount of money. Like they're going to think that way. They're not going to think like what's the best for the human race. Like don't ever think that way. They think what is the best way in terms of like destroying the competition. It's the best way in terms of extracting the most resources out of this.
making it work for me. That's what people think of immediately, and what's the best way to stop other people from competing with us?
Right. Yeah. Well, so that would be, I think, a lot of pressures and strains on whatever governance mechanism exists at the time when superintelligence is developed.
Right. So is this something that the technology is so far ahead, the potential for it to be so far ahead of our understanding of what it's going to be able to do, that like making laws for that now is going to be very difficult to even explain to people? Like we need these laws and we need these guardrails in place now, because here's what could happen. And that conversation is not really happening right now.
It is happening.
But is it happening politically?
It's starting to happen. Yeah. It's been happening.
Shadows fade and ties are cut. All your doors to me are shut. Take your poison, take your fight. My path and leave my sight.
In today's video, I want to present to you a logical argument why I believe that right now is a good time to invest in gold. Now, to bring it to speed, gold had an amazing run in 2025 and it peaked in early 2026. But recently, the price of gold has suffered a major correction. So earlier this year, gold reached a record high of approximately $5,500 an ounce. So we're talking spot pricing. Today, gold is trading closer to $4,000 an ounce. So that means that gold has fallen approximately 26% from its peak. And I'll just say that whenever an asset declines and it suffers a significant correction like this, investors tend to split up into two groups in terms of their thinking. So the first group usually is going to say that, okay, gold is crashing, the rally is over. And then the second group is going to say, gold is finally becoming affordable again, so I'm going to buy the dip. So today, let's examine the situation and answer a very simple question. Is this decline a warning to stay away from gold, or is it creating a long-term buying opportunity? So the first thing that we need to acknowledge is the charts, the prices. So I want to show you this first. This is a longer-term chart. The blue line represents the performance of the S&P 500, and the goldish line that represents the price of gold. Now, in the past 25 years, the S&P 500 has gone up approximately 461%. And in the past 25 years, the price of gold, even after the recent correction, has gone up 938%. So in other words, in the past 25 years, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 by double. So is this a fluke, or is this a recent phenomenon? Well, I mean, you can take a look at the chart for yourself. For the majority of the past 25 years, gold has been beating the S&P 500. For many people, this is actually surprising to them. But that's why, as a long-term investor, when I see a correction in gold, I get excited and I see a buying opportunity. Okay, now I want to pull up the one-year chart for you. And as you can see, over the past 12 months, the performance of the S&P 500 and gold have been nearly equivalent. But obviously, gold ran up hard in Q1 of 2026, and now it's corrected. And this is not a small dip, it's a significant correction. Now, I want to show you the 5-year charts, and I just want to say it again, yes, gold has entered a substantial short-term decline. But here's the thing, gold may still be inside a much larger long-term bull market. So that distinction is actually extremely important to understand. With Robinhood, I can make trades and manage my positions on Invescom, tablet, and phone. Let me show you how. Because long-term bull markets are rarely going to move upward in a straight line. Most people know that. I mean, if you're an experienced investor, you already know this. You already know that in a long-term bull market, they're going to include corrections, sharp corrections, periods of consolidation, and moments when investors are questioning whether their original thesis is still valid. So the purpose of this video is not to assume that gold's going to immediately recover. It could fall further. Like, I don't have a crystal ball. Like, I'm not promising you that you're going to get rich quick. So listen, the purpose of this video is to determine whether the reasons for owning gold have weakened enough to justify abandoning it. Listen, I just want to say that most investors understand the phrase,
buy low and sell high. I'm sure that you've heard that, you understand that. It's very straightforward, right? But I just want you to know there's a difference between understanding that and actually applying that. A real life example, let's just say that you want to be healthier. If you want to be healthier, you already know what you need to do. You have to eat a healthier diet, you have to exercise. You understand that concept, you know this, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to apply it, and most Americans don't. And trust me, like everyone that smokes cigarettes or vapes, they know. Okay, like almost 100% of people, those people, they know it's not good for them, but they do it anyways. But listen, I'm not judging. Like, you're free to do whatever you want. If you want to buy high and sell low, like that's your business. That's not mine. So most people understand the concept: buy low, sell high. But emotionally, many people do the opposite. You know what happens when an asset is rising every week and setting record highs? People feel comfortable buying it, right? But when that same asset falls 20%, 25%, they become afraid, and fear leads to selling. Now, this creates a strange contradiction because investors say that they want lower prices, but when lower prices finally arrive, they assume that something must be wrong. And maybe there is something wrong with gold. You know, it could be. Like, it's not impossible. You know, sometimes an asset falls because its fundamentals have permanently deteriorated. So a good question to ask is the long-term investment thesis for gold still intact? If the thesis is broken, then this lower price, it may be a trap. But if the thesis remains intact, then a major correction like this, it can improve the risk and reward opportunity for an investor. Now, let's review this. Why is the price of gold fallen? Well, it's because gold has recently faced several major headwinds. Interest rate expectations have moved higher, treasury yields have increased, and the US dollar has strengthened. So those are, I'd say, one of the primary reasons for gold's fall. So the situation is that ever since the war with Iran broke out, investors have become concerned that higher energy prices will keep inflation elevated. So what's the significance of that? Well, if we have higher energy prices and higher inflation, that's going to force the Federal Reserve to maintain higher interest rates for longer to, I guess, attempt to suppress inflation. Now, that's going to be a headwind for gold because gold thrives in a low interest rate environment, which is, I mean, you could say the same thing for stocks, you could say the same thing for real estate, etc. Now, that doesn't mean that gold can't go up with today's interest rates. It just means that it's going to be a headwind, a more challenging environment. But the thing is that if interest rates keep going higher, I mean, we've reviewed this in thorough detail in previous videos, it's going to cause major problems for the U.S.'s fiscal situation. And that's actually tied to this headwind that treasury yields have increased. So you're looking at the yield on the 30-year treasury bond, that's the 5-year charts. So the interest rate in the 30-year treasury bonds has now hit 5.11%. So that's roughly the interest rate that the U.S. government has to pay to borrow money for newly issued debts for 30-year treasury. And as you can see, it was around 2% just a few years ago. And when it was at 2%, I mean, if you can imagine, the investor mentality was, why should I buy a treasury bond that's going to pay a measly 2% interest rates? You know, that's stupid. I'm just going to buy gold. So lower interest rates, it promotes purchasing gold. But now at 5.11%, more investors are tempted and are willing to put their money in treasury bonds because they're paying better. And of course, this is going to put pressure on the price of gold, especially over a shorter duration. Again, this doesn't mean that gold can't go up in this type of environment, but it's still a headwind. And what's been happening is that due to higher treasury yields, the US dollar has strengthened, which is a headwind for gold and also other commodities. Now, generally, gold is considered to be a safe haven asset, and I'm sure that most people are aware of this. However, sometimes the market becomes more focused on interest rates, the dollar, and liquidity conditions. And in the short term, like these forces, they can outweigh safe haven demand. But the thing is that these short-term monetary policy pressures, it's not necessarily the same thing as a broken long-term thesis. Now, I want to show you this. Gold has experienced large corrections in previous long-term advances. So to be clear, we're talking about corrections within an ongoing bull market from peak to bottom. So what I'm saying is that this data, it doesn't include when gold enters into a bear market. And I don't believe that gold's entering into a bear market and there's everything bubble and all this money printing.
As a manufacturing SME, NetSuite allows me to track what's important and to optimize on a wealth of data. NetSuite is the ERP system that keeps up with even the fastest growing manufacturing companies.
Wow. So I've been getting my electric done since I was like.
How's it going, man? 25, 26. But all of them are from. I got it. Yeah, I got it.
So I think it's a full experience. Severe decline before initially reaching much higher levels again in peaks in early 2026. So there were periods when gold declined sharply, consolidated for months, and appeared to increase intensity. And those corrections did not automatically end the growth trajectory. But I just want to play devil's advocate. Like, this does not prove that gold's going to recover today. Like, history never provides guarantees, but it does show that a 20%, 30% correction is not incompatible with a continuing long-term performance. The next question is, what has fundamentally changed since gold reached its peak? Interest rate expectations have changed, given hyper-quickly changing.
Right.
Reasons why investors have been buying gold. Has the U.S. eliminated its fiscal deficits? And, unsurprisingly, the answer is no. It's expected to be worse this year than last year. Has government debt started shrinking? And the answer is no. It's grown to $39.6 trillion. We're going to be at $40 trillion soon. Has federal interest expense returned to historically normal levels? And the answer is no. It's been getting worse every year for the past 6 years. And how about this one? Have central banks stopped diversifying their reserves? And the answer is no. Like, if you didn't know, China just purchased 15 tons in June. So that was their highest monthly accumulation since October of 2023. Now, China's been buying gold for 20 months straight now. And how about this one? Has the global monetary system suddenly become more disciplined? Well, I guess it's a question of opinion, but I would say no. Like, the global leader, the USA's Federal Reserve, continues the money printing and the M2 money supplies at record highs. So the short-term environment for gold, yes, it's become more difficult. But the long-term forces that originally supported gold remain in place. Listen, I just want you to remember that no fiat currency has.
What's that, chat? Yeah.
Fidelity crypto is crypto without compromise.
Fuck you, Fidelity.
Global leader, the USA's Federal Reserve, continues the money printing and the M2 money supplies at record highs. So the short-term environment for gold, yes, it's become more difficult, but many of the long-term forces that originally supported gold remain in place. Listen, I just want you to remember that no fiat currency has ever survived in the history of mankind. You know why? Because it's backed by nothing, and people, well, it's just my opinion, the people are catching on.
But let's be real, the US dollar is not going to disappear overnight. It remains the world's reserve currency. But central banks, they don't have to abandon the dollar for gold to benefit. They simply need to diversify further reserves into gold. And that's exactly what they've been doing. So the US dollar may be the reserve currency of the world, but gold is now the reserve assets of the world. And just take a look at the smart money. Central banks have been buying roughly 1,000 metric tons of gold every year for the past 4 years. That's about double the pace of the previous decade. And if you're talking about governments, other countries, and central banks, they're thinking in decades. They're not thinking about price fluctuations next month. They're not short term. They're not going to be short term minded. Now, I just want to say that this doesn't guarantee higher prices for gold, but it does suggest that gold continues to play an important strategic role by central banks around the world. Listen, with all that being said, here's the way I see it. Don't try to pick the bottom. Like, nobody knows where the bottom is. If they say they do, then I'm sorry to tell you, but they're lying to you.
So why the fuck would you want to buy gold at 4,000 from 5,000? Like, you can just buy Bitcoin at 66,000 from 120,000. That's like half. You tell me.
If the price of gold, it could bounce tomorrow or it could fall another 10%. Short term, nobody knows. If you say that you can use technical analysis and read the charts, I'll tell you that I've really never been a trader with 100% win rates. But look, as a long-term investor, if you understand what's going on with monetary policy and fiscal situation, then you know that long-term, the probability that gold is going up denominating US dollars is as close as you can get to 100%. So let me use repetition for the sake of emphasis, long-term, not short-term. So the way I see it,
let's think about it, bro. So gold is like what, 4,000 now, and it's been down from 5,000. That's 20%, and Bitcoin is down 50%. Let's think about it. I don't know. If gold was like 2,500 half, yeah, maybe it was a good buy for sure. But 20% down, or 20 something, it's, I don't know. Feels like just buy the dip type shit. I don't know, bro. Because gold might be a safer investment for old people. Are you old? Are we fucking old? I mean, to be honest, gold will always be a good investment, no matter when you buy it. If you gotta hold it. I don't know, dude. Just think about it, bro. Just think about it. It's better to buy Ethereum than fucking gold. Because Ethereum was like 4,800, now it's like under 2,000. So it's more than half. I mean, whatever, dude. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Was looking this morning at the silver, and I don't think it's going up anymore. It's all depends what's going on in the world, bro. That's the only thing. Like, because you can buy gold fucking today, and tomorrow it's a good news for gold, and you'll be like, I told you so. I told you so. What you're saying? Bitcoin is a pyramid scheme? We don't know, it's not. But how it's a pyramid scheme? Well, if you think Bitcoin is a pyramid scheme, then you can say the dollar is a pyramid scheme too. I guess that makes it. I'm buying XRP so you can tell how dumb. I don't think you're dumb, bro. Like, I think it's a good buy right now, man. I think XRP definitely a good buy. Yeah, definitely the crypto is gonna do better, man, than fucking gold, bro. It's time. That's what you can buy XRP at $1 now, and you can make 3 times your money if we're going back. You know,
I'll tell you.
you can buy gold now at 4,000.
I'll tell you
And
why.
when the fuck it's gonna hit 8,000?
I'll
You
tell
know
you.
what I mean?
I'll tell you why people will buy gold instead of
I really don't know.
Bitcoin. You there? Can you hear me?
Only if they need more gold for.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Old people are buying gold anyways. Yo,
You hear me?
what's up, bro? Yeah.
Not much. Because Bitcoin at 120 was kind of I don't know, overbought by the whales. It wasn't something that was fundamentally there price wise, whereas gold
Yeah,
was
but you can
purchased
say
by
same
central
thing about
banks.
gold.
Not
So
really.
who are
Gold
the
is something
central
that you can
banks?
touch.
Are not the whales?
You can touch gold. You can feel gold with it will never go to zero.
So
Bitcoin could go
what?
to
It's
zero
not
and
helping
see
you
what.
if you can touch the gold,
What do
bro.
you mean? What do you
Like
mean?
how the gold is helping you if you can touch it?
Because you know it won't go to zero. Bitcoin can go to zero for all intents and purposes. I mean, it may not ever go to zero, but it could because there's nothing backing it. There's nothing behind it. It's just a
Gold
code,
is nothing. Gold is like a rock, bro.
Gold has
right?
gold
Has
has
intrinsic value.
and it has conductivity. It does a lot of great things for microchips, right? It's used everywhere. And gold, you can run out of gold.
You know, I'm not knocking somebody who wants to buy Bitcoin at 66. I'm not knocking that. I just
No,
don't.
hell no.
I personally don't. I personally don't trust it. That's why I
No,
said it.
what I was saying is this Chinese guy promoting gold
Oh yeah.
because gold is down from like 5,500 to like
Well,
4,000. Yeah, it's
yeah.
down 20-something%, but fucking Bitcoin is down 50%. I mean, which one is a better investment
I
right
bet.
now? You know?
How about we make a bet? I bet gold goes to 6,000 before Bitcoin goes to 120 again.
That's fucking dumb. What the fuck?
That's my bet.
Bro, like, okay, I'd say Bitcoin goes to 7,000, then gold is going to 5,000. What about that one?
Well, you want to put money on it? I'll put money on it. I just
Yeah,
think
you want to
just
put
like
it, Bitcoin goes to 70,000 and gold goes to 5,000. Who goes first?
That's
And I
not
think
fair.
that's fair.
I think
That's not fair, bro.
I think
That's
gold.
not fair,
I think
bro.
no. I'm talking about the. You use 120 as your threshold of where Bitcoin was. Is 50% is a better buy. So I'm saying you
Yeah, it's
get
gonna
to
need.
6,000 before you
It's
get to
gonna.
120,000.
I don't know. When it's gonna hit
Yeah.
at 120 again, it's gonna take another 2 years and a half. So.
Right. What the gold is based on what's going on in the world, like depending on supply, depending on demands of the central banks, how they're protecting themselves. So, I mean, the dollar is a pyramid scheme. I agree with that. It's not based on anything but the faith of the U.S. government. There is no backing behind it anymore.
The fucking Cherry saying that's a pyramid scheme. No, it's not. I mean, the dollar is more than a fucking scheme than Bitcoin. That's how it feels.
Yeah. I mean, they're both not really backed by anything.
Because you can print money, bro. You can still mine gold, right? But you cannot mine Bitcoin because it's gonna be over.
Yeah.
Even now, every 4 years the miners are being reduced their mining with 50%. So every 4 years they're gonna double the fucking warehouse.
Right.
Get the same amount.
So where's Bitcoin 4 years ago compared to 4 years now? You know what I mean? Like where was the fort? I only have to look at the chart to see. I don't know.
I don't know. I think it was around like 40.
Yeah, that sounds about
When
right.
but that's the thing is like different cycles got different.
Right.
It's not the same thing. It's you're watching a game on the TV. Like how hard they can try to do the same game, they cannot. It's always gonna be another fucking game, different. And people are trying to find, okay, if 4 years happen this, then in 4 years it's gonna happen again. Because,
I
but
guess
I don't think
I guess my argument would be that I could predict more of a move in gold than I could in Bitcoin. Like, because I know like if
of
there's a lot of
course. Because
if there's a lot of turmoil in the world, gold's going to be a safe haven when it comes down to it. Especially if the U.S. bonds start selling off.
why do you
Like once
think
the bond
why do
market
you
starts selling off, gold's going to climb.
why do you think the Democrats they don't want the crypto to thrive?
Listen, you know what? I don't even get into politics of it because there's so much money sloshing around on both sides. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I don't
but
even. It's so
they're
crazy right
trying
now.
to like they need them to vote on that shit.
Right. Well, they want it more regulated, which I understand. It's kind of like the fucking fintech industry. There's no regulation. You know, they're loaning money
Yeah,
at fucking rates,
they,
and you don't even know
they're
what kind of
trying to
default rates there are.
regulate it. Yeah, they're trying to regulate it, but the other party is not letting them to do that. It's like, oh no, this is
because
not
because
good.
they because they can't agree on the regulation. It's like just the typical bullshit that goes on in politics. They can't agree who's going to regulate it or even how. It's insane.
That's why we have the filibuster now,
Right.
so
So they
we
want to
don't
get rid
care
of
But
that.
about the other fucking party. Mm-hmm. No, we'll see. 2 more years and a half. We'll see.
yeah, we'll
Motherfucker.
see what happens. I'm curious. It'd be
Dude,
interesting
I'm
to see.
fucking nervous. Like, what the fuck? Fucking people are doing what they want, bro. They're just stopping the evolution by any means,
Right.
bro. Like, calm down. What the fuck? If you're serious, fuck.
Well, there's been a history of the greedy taking advantage of the people who are just like average investors. So there is some precedent for like wanting to be careful about it. It's kind of like Wall Street in the 20s. They took advantage of the average investor and ran off with the money. Nobody got punched in. The housing collapse. The big guys ran off with all the money and left like average Americans hanging in the wind. It's like there's all sorts of precedents for this. So I understand them being
People are
cautious, but
just fools.
they got to be able to agree on something though.
People are just tools, man, for somebody.
Yeah. I mean, plus you got people like Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham who don't understand shit, trying to push things and they don't even know what they're pushing.
Yeah, the problem is like there's a bunch of older people there and they don't
Yeah.
really know what they're doing because this is new
Yeah.
thing for them. The AI is new for them.
Yeah.
That's why they're struggling with AI to fucking regulate the AI because we gonna need to fucking regulate the AI sooner or later before the AI regulating us. All this shit, bro. It's like being stopped because people they don't understand what the fuck is that. And even if somebody is explaining them, fucking they don't get it, bro. It's like I think after an age, your capacity to learn new stuff, it's gone. Your brain is getting fucked up. You don't have you cannot learn anything, bro.
As Serb likes to
That's
say,
like
that's your neuroplasticity.
when you're 1 year old, you cannot learn nothing because you're a little fucking baby. You really don't remember shit because you're not learning nothing. You're just developing your brain and everything. You know.
The Serb left. The Serb's gone.
No, I don't think so.
My
He's
mom
gone.
just showed.
I got most of my money in index funds and bonds, and a little bit
Yeah,
in
I know,
crypto.
bro. Like Look at everything what's coming nowadays. I said yesterday, Jimmy John's is launching their IPO. The fucking sandwich
Jimmy
company. I
John's.
mean, no, not Jimmy John's. Jersey Mike's, bro.
Hmm.
You know Jersey Mike's.
I do know Jersey Mike.
Yeah, fucking sandwich company, bro. I mean, they'll be launching their shit for like $20 to $25.
Life is good
We
though, bro.
dropped it.
Life is good.
Life is good, yeah. Give it back.
Do the DoorDash with the cherry. Cherry do the DoorDash for the boba. We get the boba and we drop the boba. Drop the boba off. We go pick up the order. The order with Roadie. We do the Roadie order with the Bob 22. The Bob 22. And the Roadie. Make lots of money for Sam Lee. Oh, I want to be ninja. I want to be ninja. These DoorDash drivers, man. They don't know what life's about. Man, they don't know what life's about, man. They just go around, going to their job with their suit, being all happy that they made their masters happy and they got their bones for. They don't know, man. They're in the system, man.
We're
They're a
back.
bunch of they're a bunch of slaves. Oh, okay.
Who's the slave? We are. We
You
are
work for the
slaves, man.
man. You work for the man, man. You trade in your hours for a handful of dimes.
Whatever you're gonna do, even if you're gonna do your own business, the government is gonna get their part from while you're working. So, the new Bobs, man. You know how it used to be back in the day? Like, you open a restaurant and you fucking pay
Yeah.
for protection. You're paying for the
I've heard.
government right now. It's the same shit. They're gonna protect you. You got 911.
Yeah.
What else do you want? You know? They used to have the fucking Italians and fucking, they had cops on their books. Corrupted cops. Things are changing, and it's the same people, bro. It's the same shit.
Politicians and criminals are. They go hand
Bro,
in hand. Hand in hand.
I can imagine, Scott, right now to have to cut the lawn on. If you have 2 acres and you have to cut the fucking lawn all the fucking time, it's insane. That's fucking insane, dude.
There's a new event in skate. I guess it's an X Games event. I'm gonna go have to skate that shit out, bro. But yeah, when politicians need money and they don't want to ask the government, where do you think they go? They go to the criminals, bro.
Yeah,
Criminals have all the money.
the criminals or the fucking rich people and they're criminals too because that's how they got rich.
Sometimes you need criminals to take care of criminals, man. Sometimes cops just can't do the job, so you got to hire other people.
Yes.
Oh, I want to be ninja.
Yes. And they ninja too.
Yeah, man. You got to hire the mobsters to go clear the streets, like you said. You need protection.
Yeah. I don't know.
Did I tell you guys that I'm a seraphim?
You're a seraphim?
I'm a seraphim.
Hell. That's crazy shit.
Yeah, I'm God's grandson.
Toronto. This one. Okay. Now we Gucci. Now we Gucci. It's so fucking hot right now. What the fuck? 90 degrees. What about the SpaceX stuff?
That shit failed, didn't it? Isn't it bye bye?
I think went down. I don't think it fell.
I think it went down a lot, bro. I think people were complaining about it. Last time I checked on internet.
It's 128.
Well, what did it start at?
150.
Jesus.
Went down to 119 and then bounced. Now it's up
Okay.
then uptrend. 128. I don't know. Why people were complaining?
Because they said it was a money grab because it opened high. Everybody invested in it, of course, because they're all stupid, and then it dropped, and they're all like, "Oh, it was a money grab."
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said we should wait before we buy that shit.
Yeah,
Because
I'm not
somebody
buying
said,
it.
"Oh, they're launching today. They're launching today," and I said, "Yeah, I want to see how it's gonna be doing in 2-3 weeks."
Yeah,
Because
I
sometimes
agree.
the people that bought before, they're usually down in a few days. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many things in such a little bit of fucking money. It's so crazy, dude. You know, you made a short about the amazing hustle. Why I got the notification now? Yeah, man. It's all good. Don't lose hope, because we can do it without the other party, man, to get all the laws that we need done.
Well, XRP jumped up a lot, so I guess the Clarity Act's going well.
Yeah. How much is XRP now?
It's 115.
Yeah, not a lot. I guess it's not going down anymore, and
Yeah, man. I got in at like 108.
it's fucking good. How I'm seeing it, it's like I got 2 years and a half to prepare, make money, buy more shit when it's dipping and when it's really bleeding, you know? And then that's it, bro. I mean, you know, how much money you can get and then just wait and sell it and fuck it. Just wait again 4 more years.
Yeah.
It's the same shit, bro. If Bitcoin hit like 120 something this cycle, the next cycle is gonna hit 200,000 easy. Maybe 180, you know? It's all about the, you know, the acts that they're trying to push, but the Clarity Act and that shit is for the stable coins. It's not really affecting, but by approving the stable coins, they're allowing the big banks to stack their money, their USD, their Euro money in digital currency. And if they're not doing that, the banks are scared. You know?
Yeah.
I hate the banks. Fuck the banks. The banks fucking made so much money reaping like poor people
The
and
name of the
help so
game, man.
much and help so much the rich. Like how many people like lost their house to the bank, their car. Like I had a friend he lost his car because he had like few more payments, bro, left, like 3-4 months, and they took his car. They don't care if you paid 4 years and you couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
It's kind of fucked up, bro. But if you're able to pay 99% and not do the 1% anymore,
I heard a
they're gonna
saying that
take
kind
it.
of. I heard a
Fine.
saying that. I heard a saying that kind of changed my mind about banks. You know how we have like liabilities and assets when we do our tax returns and stuff,
Yeah.
and like you want more assets and
Yeah.
liabilities and shit. Well, the more liabilities, well, excuse me, debt. Excuse me. Instead of liabilities, the word is debt. The more debt a person has, the more assets a bank will have for that person. So a person's debt is a bank's asset.
Yeah.
So when you say that a bank is like meant to hurt people, well, the more debt that I have for a bank, that's more money that they're making off of. That's more of an asset, and they want nothing but assets. So it's good for banks for people to have
Yeah.
debts.
Somebody said. Yeah,
It's their
because somebody
assets,
said,
man.
"Don't worry about your debt. Don't worry about your debt, because somebody will buy your debt."
And banks buy debt.
And it's true.
Yeah.
Even if it's not the bank, somebody will buy your shit.
But when a bank goes to do their tax returns and all that shit and show how much money they're getting audited, the more their assets are just our debts. So it's like working against us, basically. And this
As
is
long
kind
as
of
it's
ass.
performing,
Pretty much.
well, as long as it's performing and non-performing when they sell off. As long as your debt is performing, they'll keep it. But the minute it doesn't perform, they sell it off. That's where collection companies came into play.
Mm.
They'll sell it for
And the
pennies
credit
on a
score is
dollar.
absolutely garbage.
Yeah, that's a bank made
The
up
credit
thing.
score system is totally garbage in my opinion. Because if you're down bad in life, your credit score is down bad. So they will give you like high percentage.
Well,
But when
how
you're
about
doing
this?
good in life, and when you're doing good in life and you don't need the bank, then your API is low and you don't
Well,
need the
listen to
fucking loan.
this.
So
Listen to this. If you pay cash for everything and you don't need credit cards and you don't need debt, your score is low too. You don't have credit cards to
no,
base your score off.
not really, because
Yeah, no, yeah,
your
really. I know that
score is
firsthand.
increasing.
No, you
Because
got to
your
have
score could increase just payments to the utility banks, the
no,
fucking
no.
electricity,
That's if it's reported. They don't always report that. Utility companies don't always report that. If you don't have at least 3 revolving credit cards, your score will be low. Then if you have 3
your
revolving credit
score.
cards, it's like 30% of it is how you pay your bills on revolving debt, and also installment debt. Like utility companies don't report your debt to the credit card companies. You can get it included in your credit score by petitioning.
Even a rent could be included in a credit
Well,
card
yeah,
if you
but it's not
are
automatically. It's not
doing.
done automatically.
No, yeah, but it's the same thing with the utilities. You have to sign them up.
Right. What I'm saying as a practical matter, how FICO was set up, it based it off installment loans,
You can
credit card debt.
you can have a good credit score by not having credit cards.
You can't have the highest credit scores without revolving debt because 30% of the score is based on revolving debt. So you got to have revolving debt to get above that 700 mark.
Yeah.
That's where the 30% comes from. I used to do this for people where we come and analyze their credit. I had billionaires that had low scores because they had too many credit cards. Because the woman would go ahead and get discounts every time she went to buy something at like department stores. She'd always sign up for their credit card to get 20% off. She had like 40 revolving debt, 40 credit cards or something. So she closed the newest ones and kept the older ones so the score would go up.
The thing is
crazy how it works.
Like the problem is credit cards, and that's a problem, and that's affecting
also
a lot,
because
Also, you get punished. Like if your revolving debt is over 50% of the available credit. Let's say you have a credit card that's $10,000 and you have 6,000 use on it. That hurts you more than you have under the 50% level. So it's good to keep under 50% of your available revolving to get the highest score.
like not everything could be recuperated. Not everything could be recuperated. Let's say I'm getting a
Right.
loan, a 10K loan, and I'm buying a furniture. They're not gonna be taking my furniture out after 4 years or whatever. After whatever. They're
Right.
not gonna be,
Right.
oh, you didn't pay your fucking credit card for Ashley's. Yeah, we're picking up the furniture. I
The
don't
other
think
thing that people
that's
the other thing that people make mistake is they have like charge off and they go to make arrangements to pay it off or whatever. Don't do that. Just leave it, charge it off because it rolls off after 7 years anyway. But when you start paying it, it restarts the clock on that. You end up getting hit
yeah.
for the short term on your score. So you're better off just leave older debt that you didn't pay. Just linger until it rolls off. Otherwise,
Yeah, that's the
you'll
best
punish
thing.
your score. Yeah.
You don't. You could go bankruptcy, but you could just wait, and your credit will fall. The shit will fall off.
Yeah. It
Or
just depends
after
on.
like I don't know 7 to 9 years, depends on your state.
Yeah. Yeah. 7 years is the standard, but yeah, it can be sooner or
But
longer depending on where you live.
but
It's
meanwhile,
crazy.
they're trying to get the money from you. The companies they're suing
Right.
you. They're trying to send the debt collectors, and
Oh yeah.
you shouldn't
That's where people make the
fucking
mistake. And if you do pay
nothing.
it,
You should close your phone, change your number, because if you pay,
yeah.
you're fucked.
Yeah. Or if you do agree to pay, make them give you a letter stating that
Because if
the
you
account was
pay,
paid in full.
yeah,
And you can
yeah.
file that with the
The
credit bureau
only,
registry so it won't hurt you. They'll take it off.
if you do one payment, they're cooking you. That's
Yeah.
how it is.
Yeah.
Because
You had
once
a
you made
whole.
a payment, you look like active in their shit. So okay,
Yep.
so
Yep.
there we go.
Exactly.
It's like fishing.
Exactly.
Got a little fish. I think my
Yeah.
credit score is like 700 now.
You got to dispute. You also got to dispute stuff too. If you see anything that's incorrect, dispute the hell out of it unless it's helping you. Because they have to take it off
Yeah.
until they verify it. That used to be the trick for the short term to get people approved for a loan. Is you dispute all their bad shit. It takes them about 60 to 90 days to verify it. It's quicker now because everything is electronic. But it used to take 60 to 90 days for them to even verify it's an accurate account, and you could get a bump in your score in the short term,
Yeah.
qualify for stuff. And then once they close, boom, it goes back down. But at least you got them the loan. Now
It's
I
just
did.
a scam, bro. Like,
I tried to help someone the other day with disputing something, and they had it fucking verified within 15 days. I'm like, holy shit, they're doing it quick now.
yeah. Because there's two major fucking credit score companies.
Yeah. Although I read something about how they were going to exclude medical debt now, which is good. So
Which one?
that stays medical debt. That stays on your record almost forever.
Oh yeah, it's like student loan.
Yeah, it's exactly like student loans, which makes no sense. But
Yeah.
yeah, you've been through
Yeah,
it, you
I'm
know.
just saying, man. Like you like your advantage of having high credit score is really nothing. I mean, like if you think about it.
Yeah, it gives you a better rate sometimes. But like I said, that one client
But
of mine,
like I said, when you're down bad, you probably will have a bad credit score, bro. And when you're up good, you don't need that fucking better
yeah,
percentage because you can afford it anyways. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yep.
Eh,
It's just like that.
You know, it's
That a client of mine, he was a billionaire, but his wife would open up cards wherever she went. And she had like her score was in the low sixes because she had like 47 credit cards. It was crazy. And we closed all the new ones in like months. It jumped up.
I think
But
the
they had
most
money
I
to pay
had
cash for
was like
everything.
it was 4 credit cards I had.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
A good
even
mix is
then,
like,
I was like, yeah, I'm not using them. I'm like, man, if you're not using them and just having them, it's not helping you. You have to spend,
well,
equally
yeah.
type shit on all of them. And
Well, you just gotta spend a little bit
the
each month.
highest,
You got spend a little bit
I think
each month on one of them.
the highest I had the credit score was like 805.
Yeah. That's
Yo,
And the
good.
these robots,
lowest, like
these dot
500.
bots are coming for you guys. They're coming for
The
your
what?
job. The dot bots.
Who? The dot
Dot
bots.
bots. They're coming for your job. You better fucking lawyer up.
The dot bots. I don't do dot bot work,
The,
so I'm
the
okay.
dot bots coming
They
for your
can't
job, bro.
dot bot can't do catering yet. They can't set it up. They can't
Do
present
catering yet.
it.
Bro,
When they get the
it's okay, man. If I got no job, then I'm just gonna be breeding dogs for cats.
Oh yeah.
universe
Like,
runs them.
dude, a puppy is a fucking 2K, bro. Like, it's insane. A little dog. What the fuck? You're selling 10 dogs a year, that's 20K.
Yeah.
That way, probably you're not gonna have 10 dogs. Probably like 6 if you have 2 dogs,
I'm gonna sell my sperm because I can't be killed. I've proven it multiple times, so I'll just sell my sperm.
Oh my god.
How much do you think my sperm goes for?
I don't fucking know.
Can't kill him. I can't kill him. He's indestructible.
The sperm got any value? Like,
Hell no.
You want me to show you? I'll put some
I
in a
don't know.
vial. Make it happy.
I don't know. I think the sperm only matters if your IQ is high.
Well, then I don't know. I have
I'm
to check it
kidding.
again. I have to check and see if it's okay. Still,
That kind of
My-
makes sense.
do I have pre-stroke and post-stroke IQ? I'll check it
It's not.
again.
It's not just the IQ. If you're like very athletic, your
Yeah,
sperm might better
that's what I'm
to.
saying. I'm like, I can't be killed, so that's got to be worth something. I survived all kinds of stuff.
Serve the unkillable
That's right.
dog.
Even when I have God's grandson against me, he can't kill me.
For being God's grandson, he sure is abusive to people. I don't remember God walking around and beating people.
Yeah, it changes the whole concept behind WWJD now. What would Jesus do? He'd beat your woman, it's raw. Banning your kids.
There was no Jesus, bro. I'm sorry to fucking destroy your things, but
It's not me.
there
You're
was
not gonna hurt my
no
feelings.
there was no Jesus. There was nothing. It's all invented, bro, to keep the fucking ships in line.
Yeah.
There's no other way they could fucking pull this fucking thing like they did. No. And they could, how they could, like, fucking with force. Like, shut the fuck up. You telling what I'm gonna tell you. But no, instead,
They did
let
by
me
force.
fucking write this
Remember
book.
the Crusades?
Yeah, they did by force. Yeah.
Remember the
Like, and then
Crusades?
let me write this book so they know what to do and what not to do. It's like, okay.
I mean, imagine they crucified people. That's like the most horrific way to do something to
Bro,
somebody.
I
Beheadings
mean,
was more
yes.
sane. The French had it right. Behead the bitch.
They
Anyway,
had like
crucify her.
they had crazy punishments, bro, during
Yeah.
that period of time. And even before, I don't want to fucking know like how they torture people and shit like that, man, because you'll be like, what the fuck? I know we were talking yesterday about the Indians scalping people. Bro,
Yeah.
that's nothing, bro, compared to other people like doing other shit. You know?
I mean, I don't knock religion 'cause it can be good for some people when they've lost hope or
Anything
they
is
need
good.
guidance. But But I
They
just
be burning people, bro, alive.
I know. It's just there was it was
We,
the
like we,
it was mankind that was perverting it. That's the problem. They perverted the whole scripture by
Kind of
using
like
it to
Cram
kill
does.
people, crusades. Yeah, like this idiot does. He's perverting it, using it to justify the shit he does.
be back.
I wonder if he said that before he abused his woman. This God
Huh?
made me do this. Here, I must leave you behind because God told me to. At least he didn't tell me to stab you. Or did he?
Yeah, dude's a nut.
Dude, there have been some nutty people roll through this community, but he takes the cake. He really does. I'm surprised he hasn't bought a building yet.
No, he's the different kind of idiot. He's the one that get drunk and belligerent, can't
I want
handle
to see the
himself,
next
can't handle
filing
his anger.
because if DJ got served, when did he say he get served? Do you know the date he got served?
July, beginning of July.
He should have responded within 30 days. If he didn't, then they move on to the next phase. So he should be responding here something within the next few days because they have 30 days to file a response.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just not gonna do anything, so he loses the building.
Well, that would be bad for him because that's an automatic default judgment.
Yeah,
He needs to respond something, either request more time or he needs to get
well,
change
isn't he tied
counsel,
into the?
something.
Isn't Duco tied into the court case with them?
I don't know. I didn't read the whole
So if Duco
filing.
can Duco respond and then Federal Page not respond?
Well, I mean, if they were included in the lawsuit, yeah, but he has to. The guy who's named in the suit has to respond, or have representation respond for him. Maybe he'll have Duco respond for him. Who knows?
Probably.
But there's got to be some response filed within 30 days, or else you get an automatic default judgment.
Yeah, but then that just means that the building's gone and he doesn't have a headache anymore.
Well, no, not that. We wouldn't do that. He has to make an agreement with the city or someone to take over the building. Like
He's
if he
gonna
gets a
donate it.
default judgment, if he gets well, he's gonna have it taken from him. It's not donation. He would have to sign it over to him for it to be legit. 'Cause I don't think he can donate it. He would have to sign it over or sell it to him for something, $1 or whatever. I'm not sure he can donate it while it's in the middle of a lawsuit. Because if he does donate it, then the city would have to take on the responsibility of all liabilities and lawsuits, etc.
Wow.
He's only got
Yeah.
really 2 moves. He really has 2 moves.
He's a complete idiot too, though, Dennis. He's
Yeah,
a complete
yeah.
idiot. I'm realizing that.
If he really doesn't respond, then he's gonna get a default judgment, which doesn't change anything really, other than they're gonna go after him personally. The best you can hope for is to sign it over to somebody who then negotiates with the surrounding parties. So, and I'm pretty sure the city's whole goal was to get possession somehow or control the property to make it an unblighted property. And since he didn't do his part, they're moving on to their next tactic, which is to file a tax lien. Prepare it and file it against
Oh
him.
my god, the guy's an idiot.
Which one? There's so many of them.
The DJ dude,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
he's fucked.
Yep.
There's no escape from that shit, man.
Yeah. The only thing you do is sign it over to the city and let them deal with it. Which they'll release some of the damage liability, but they won't release some of the personal liability. Whatever they're surrounding. Because I think the surrounding people are suing him for lost income, aren't they? In addition to damages.
Punitive damages
I,
and all kinds of other shit.
yeah, I thought I read that. So the city will take on the damage liability, but they won't take on the punitive stuff. He's cooked one way or the other. He's not making money on this. There's no way they will let him make money.
Bro. Like whatever he was doing with his 10K, if he was investing in some shit, it's
Yeah,
not
even
making
if he
money,
did
bro.
that.
If he was betting that
Yeah.
10K on a game, it's still doing the
What do
same
you,
shit, bro.
what do you think that he like signed something saying that he'd give them like 10K plus a portion of the escrow money if he got something done with it? I mean, I don't even know if he put money down. Did he really put money down? I mean, that would be interesting to see the
He
discovery.
put
'Cause
10K
when,
into Duco's pockets for the building.
yeah, you really? I mean,
Yeah.
has that been verified, or is that just him saying that?
Well, it's on the quick claim deed website
Yeah,
when
but
the title.
that can say anything. That can say
Okay.
anything.
Yeah, that's what we're using.
Yeah. So when they
It's
do
gonna
discovery, when
put a
they
little
file the
bit of
discovery
your
paperwork,
paying.
we'll find out.
Is Discovery
Yeah,
public?
yeah, the plaintiff will ask for interrogatories, like they'll ask him his name, if he's the owner, how many owners there are, all kinds of crazy questions. That has to be answered within 30 days usually. And then if there's discovery, that should be filed in the docket. Like when they request certain information. Some of it could be redacted, but the amount paid into, the amount that you have on liability, all that should be in discovery. But discovery is about 45 days away. First, he has to answer the interrogatories.
Mm.
I think he refused to answer it, but that just hurts him more. And really, it's just, I mean, you can say no or NA on the questions. You don't have to really answer it, but you have to respond with it. I mean, you could say unknown, or you can answer any way you want, but you got to answer it.
Dude, I could be bought the same fucked up building as DJ 15 years ago. 15
yeah.
fucking years
Sure.
ago.
Yeah,
I
you had an
was,
opportunity to do something stupid.
dude, I was an opportunity. It was an apartment downtown, right? Lake and fucking Wells, like in the loop of Chicago. So it was,
Right.
well, was like 30, 33 floor or some shit. But the
Oh, wow.
fucking apartment was fucked up. And it was, they were selling it for like 20K or some shit, 25. And I was thinking, bro, I can get that, I can fix it, like right away, without even thinking like how much, like once.
Without even knowing what
Yeah.
to call and
It
shit.
seems,
Bro,
yeah, when you see someone like that, you're like, oh wow, I could do this and this. But then when you start
yes,
factoring in the expenses
yes.
and what it takes to fix it up, and
And I went
potentially
up there, I
updating
saw
code,
the view above the city, and I was like, yeah, that was gonna be nice, like,
it could have been a good deal depending on how much it took to fix it.
yeah,
Something like
bro,
that,
but
which isn't historic. Was it a historical building or was it just like a
wait,
regular?
just a regular apartment, residential.
Yeah.
And then I was like, man, you know why I didn't buy it? Because they had the HOA like 1,200.
HOAs are rough.
Doorman, everything, bro. Like, downtown apartment, like, what I'm saying. Good
Gotcha.
shit.
Dude, most of the time with projects like that, there's like multiple millionaires that come together and will tackle a project together like that and just make a profit that way. Very rarely is an apartment like one single entity, like one person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. In my mind,
It's
I
like
was
an investment group.
like I'm saying, I was like Dennis, seeing the final shit, like I was seeing how bad it was inside, and man, I was like, damn, I was thinking, oh man, I can repair this shit myself.
Right.
Oh, it's 22, bro, or whatever.
That's funny.
I would
You
imagine. I would imagine city
don't
has a bunch
know,
of
bro. You don't know. Trust me. When you're a little kid
yeah.
and you got, bigger problems than you, then you don't know. I
Knowing
swear.
knowing how cities of that size work, it probably was a mess for the permits and codes and everything else. It's probably hire
Yes,
someone who
man.
knows how to do it,
Like,
how to
I was
navigate that
thinking
shit.
too. I got this friend. He's a plumber. I got this friend. He's putting fucking floor.
Yeah.
In my mind, everything was fine. And I'm like,
I
nah.
mean, something like that. Even as much as I know, I'd still hire someone who knows the city inside and out because they just
Oh yeah,
got
yeah.
so many fucking missteps. You can fuck yourself.
But then I was like, yeah. Sometimes you don't have to jump in the hole to get out.
Right.
You just don't jump. You just, like,
You're
just,
smart. You start calculating out how long and how much and how long you got to fucking sit on that.
bro. I was thinking about that shit a lot, bro. Like,
How many units
was
was it? How many
like
units was
15
you
years ago.
building? No,
15
how
years
many
ago.
how many units? How many floor apartments were
Oh,
there?
it was one fucking apartment, 2 bedroom,
20?
2 bedroom, one
20?
bath,
20 of them?
one apartment. No, one,
Oh,
bro.
one apartment. Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
one
gotcha,
apartment for
gotcha. I thought it was
25K.
a whole building.
That's not bad, bro.
Yeah, I thought you were talking a
I
whole building. I'm
Repair
know.
like,
I
one.
oh
mean,
shit.
Repair one
one
room.
apart. One apartment's got there like good conditions. It's like 250, 300K.
Oh shit. Well, that's a
So
different story, man.
yeah,
Yeah.
bro. But the to redo it all cost probably 100 and something to
Yeah,
make it
sounds
back.
like it.
So you know,
And if it's and if it's an
and
upscale unit, then
and
they probably want to
and
decorate it
and,
ready, which is all white.
and probably that was the price for a unit like new back then, because now okay doubled, like you never know it's gonna double, when you're
Yeah,
buying
yeah.
something
Gotcha.
over years. But yeah, it was like maybe, you know like when you're done repairing it, you you made like, you got it for 10K cheaper than
See,
buying a new one.
actually, that might have been a good one to learn on because you could have done it and have someone walk you through how to do it. Probably would have been
Yeah,
a pain in
man.
the
But
ass regardless, but it still would have been a real pain. But you could have muddled through that. You're pretty smart. You're not
yeah,
like this
dude,
other
but
bozo.
I know, but it was just like, man, such a fucking tough
Yeah,
decision. Like,
it's time consuming. It would take up a lot of your time.
and it wasn't that bad, like his shit. It was bad, but not.
Right.
It was like, what
Wasn't
was it?
fire
Was not
damage.
fire damage. It was water damage.
It wasn't fire damage,
I
but
think I think the
fire
neighbors
department damage.
upstairs. I think the neighbors upstairs flood the guy downstairs, some shit like that.
Oh
And
shit.
and
Oh,
it's not that apartment only. I think it went down like 2, 3 floors. The guy explained. I'm
oh,
like, all
geez.
right. Yeah, man. But
There
it
was
was,
probably mold remediation that needed.
it
They
was the
probably wanted proof.
location. Dude, the location was, you know, best. The
Nice.
best location.
How come they
But
didn't have
yeah,
insurance repair it? Did they not have proper insurance to cover the damage or something?
I
Because
don't
usually
know.
in a apartment unit, they would have the insurance cover that kind of stuff, unless the people ran off with the money. Who knows?
I don't know what happened there. But yeah, it's like, yeah, man. Sometimes you can buy a shit building and then you're fucked. You don't know
Yeah. Well,
really.
you got to do some due diligence for sure.
Do the diligence and just fucking ask people like
Right.
what's going on. Like people that knows what's up, bro. Not fucking
Yeah.
somebody
Well, we
walking
had
on the
that. We had that happen with a house in one of the communities down here. Like it looked like a great price. He picked it up, and then all of a sudden you find out everybody in the neighborhood, including the HOA, knew that it had Chinese drywall. It's like, why did nobody disclose that? It's like, what the hell? They were trying to get rid of it without disclosing that.
The only other thing was like, I don't want to pay the HOA. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
don't really need the doorman and all that shit. You know, I was like, it's like paying
Yeah.
rent. It's the same amount of fucking paying rent. I'm trying to escape rent, buying something, and then I'm paying HOA, which is the same shit. Like, you know, it's like
Yeah.
I'm not saving shit. You know, when you're moving from rent to an apartment with no HOA, you're saving money. I mean, obviously.
You're getting amenities there. You're getting a doorman to open the door for you and
Yeah.
say, "Hi, Mr. Necro. How are you today?"
Yeah. No, man, I'm not that fucking. I can carry my own bag.
Right. They pull your car
I
up for
get
you.
it, bro. Some people they're old and they need the doorman. They need, assistance. I get it. You know, I'm not
It's great.
knocking
Not
them
just
or
old
whatever.
people. Holy shit. Don't blame the old people. Never know. Could be any kind of reason. Maybe the poor dude's had a stroke and needs someone to open the door for him. You able-bodied people don't think about us. Oh,
Yeah,
gotta
I
leave
don't know,
everybody.
man. I don't know, cause even if you get, something from the action that's banked on and shit like that, you really don't know
Right.
what you're getting in because there's no prior inspection. You don't know. You're just bidding from what you're seeing outside. Like
Right. Well,
really,
yeah, it depends.
it's like
It depends
you
on how they're doing
you
it.
can get lucky or you can really be in trouble. Like you know.
Yeah, there's kind of techniques to use when you're buying bank owns for due diligence to get an idea of what it's going to be. I mean, you got to at least do a title search and check for any outstanding bullshit, like what Dennis didn't do. Like whatever Dennis did, do the opposite, and you'll be better off. I can't believe he didn't do any searches. That's like amazing to me.
Yeah, I'm good now. I mean, I'm not, but I know for the future, like you learn.
Right. Well, you can use Dennis as a indicator what not to do. Oh, just the one page agreement? No, not that. Don't have an attorney look at it? Okay, check that one
And
off.
now I was thinking I can just buy land somewhere and just
Yeah.
build a little bit every fucking year. This year doing foundation. Next year I'm
Put a
gonna
cow
fence
on
it.
it. Put a
No,
cow
just
on it so
little
at
by
least
little. And,
you get the write
dude,
off the
every
farm.
year a little bit. No, every year a little bit. You're like doing something,
Right.
And in 5 years you're gonna have it done. Like
Put a goat or something on it so you can get the write off. It's farmland.
yeah, you gotta go there and feed the fucking cow.
Put two goats. Hey, I milk them. What are you talking about? It's farmland, dude.
Because if
Did you
I'm
see the
getting the land somewhere, it's gonna be far away from me, and then
dude? There was a piece of land. Sherry might remember, but in Boynton, there was this piece of land like in the middle of the city that was all fenced off, and they had two cows on it, so they could claim it was like agriculture land for like years and years until they sold it off, and they finally built like I don't remember what they built on it. The thing they built a plaza or something, but he always had two cows on there. We used to go by and feed them apples. And the reason I think it was the grandson of the guy who uh, founded the town. If I remember correctly, his last name was Boynton, which was the name of the city.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
yeah, they had all land.
people know different things to do certain stuff and just go around
Yeah,
stuff. But I don't get that complicated. It's like get a goat, then you gotta send somebody feed the goat. Don't let the
goats
goat
are easy.
die.
All they do is eat the fucking lawn or weeds.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would work.
They don't need much. I think they need a little pond
They're
and some
great, bro.
weeds.
They're assholes, but they're great.
Yeah, don't get wild hogs though. Did you see that thing on wild
No.
hogs this weekend from John Holler? Watch John Holler's thing on wild hogs. It's becoming a problem. It could be a
Really?
national disaster. Apparently, yeah. They like they're like ramrod neighborhoods and shit. I didn't realize how mess they are. They are like they breed with some specialty
Well, in
pigs that
Texas,
escaped from somewhere
I know in
in
Texas
Texas.
you can hunt the fuck out of them. Like you can get on helicopters and shoot
Yeah,
them by the boatload.
yeah. They talked about that. It was funny, but
Because
they're
like
all
you
That's
over.
said,
They
nice.
said,
bro, they just start tearing shit apart and they eat
yeah,
everything and they ruin
dude, and it's
vegetation
not,
walking and they're fucking yeah. It's a
and not only
shit.
that, the amount of parasites they have is like incredible.
Yeah.
A rare disease. I'm like, can you imagine if you look out your door and you see like 15 wild hogs running through? Some of them the size of. That's crazy.
This baby lizard was this baby alligator lizard was by my door the other day flexing on me and like trying to bite me. And I thought about keeping him like as a pet because he was like a little baby. I was like, nah, I'm gonna let him go in the backyard. I found that motherfucker's carcass yesterday. Like son of a bitch.
What?
He
In
didn't
your
make
backyard?
Yeah, like a little baby alligator lizard, and he was flexing on me, like trying to bite me. And I was thinking about keeping him because I'm like, man, he's a little baby. It's hard out here. I was like, nah, I'm not gonna keep him. Fuck it,
Sell
I'm gonna
it,
let him
bro.
go.
Make a picture, put it on Facebook Marketplace.
No, dude, I let it go in the field. I let it go in the field, bro. And I found the carcass yesterday. He was all yeah, he got eaten in his he was dead. I don't know what happened to him, but something got him.
Yeah, it's crazy. Baby gator.
Baby alligator lizard, bro. Those alligator lizard are nasty little fuckers too.
You could be selling it, man. Like make a picture, put it in a box, give him something, and
Yeah.
same day you'll have a customer. I don't know, $100, $50. I don't know how much. People are buying all kind of reptiles and they like that shit.
Yeah, if I wanted a reptile, bro, I would get a snake. It's just snakes, bro. They last like 10 years, 12 years, 20 years. It's like a fucking lifelong thing. I was thinking about getting an iguana or a chameleon, but those things last forever too, bro. I don't want to live with a
You're
pet.
getting a guy called. Fucking, if you want iguana, just go in Florida. Fucking,
No
Sam
kidding.
will give you like 15 of them.
Hell yeah.
The iguanas are nasty, bro.
I think they're badass looking. They are nasty,
Yeah,
but
they're looking like a reptile dinosaur.
hell yeah, they got that long ass tail, bro, and you can put them on your shoulder. I remember when I was a kid, there's this guy in my neighborhood that had an iguana, and he would put on his shoulder and walk around. It would just sit there and like bob his head, and had like a long ass tail, bro.
Yeah.
Like, watch out for the tail, it'll whip you.
And when you grow up, you're like, I want to be like that guy.
Like, Mom, look at he's an iguana. I was like, ew. You just take him out. He's like, yeah, I just take him out. He just chills in the sun with me. The dudes take him to car washes and all kinds of stuff. Oh my god. Bro, there are no good games out right now.
Really?
Maybe I just play too much, but it's like we're waiting on Grand Theft Auto 6 or something, bro. Feels like,
When it's coming out?
I don't know, man. Hopefully in 3 months.
Looks so fucking real, bro. I saw some clips. Looks crazy real. I think that game made the most amount of money.
Yeah, it's up there. Cherry, you gotta download Discord, bro, and come hang out. This is bullshit. People won't come up because it's not StreamYards. Cherry.
Jerry. What's up, DG?
DG Nomad in the building, doing his little app maneuvers.
DG the dev.
DG the dev. It's a good one.
You're still working there, DG, as a manager? I got fired. When you gonna do your video with the fucking robbery at the store, bro? You're doing nothing, DG, bro. You said you're doing your video of your life. And then you say you're gonna post the video when they robbed you. And how you saved the fucking people. Digital old man. Hopefully, I'm gonna make it before 1:30 at the pharmacy. Prescription, got it. No, 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 no. People, get a building, bro. Showbox.
Car's gonna blow up.
Oh shit, it's Tracy.
What y'all doing?
Car is gonna blow up.
Bro,
My
my
car's
town.
gonna
Sorry to
blow up.
interrupt.
Oh my god.
Fuck ghetto. I just went to the gas station. Hold on, let me fix my shit real quick.
So I just went to the gas station. This is how ghetto my fucking town was. Within 5 minutes, I have a guy in front of me talking to himself, right? And this is what he says. If I go to heaven and I don't have no problems, God's gonna ask me, well, why'd you fuck up? And I'm sitting there like, okay, whatever. And then the fucking guy, another guy runs out with a giant case of beer, and then they start chasing him. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Long ass line. Fuck, Tracy.
Oh.
Why you act like you went somewhere? You didn't go nowhere.
Come on.
You ain't left your house in like a year.
Come on.
No,
Tracy.
he got a haircut.
Come on, Tracy.
Oh,
That
you got
haircut.
a haircut? Because they
Yeah.
don't have a mobile barber?
Yeah.
Yesterday he was saying, "Oh, I gotta learn how to cut my own hair." How much
Yeah,
is a haircut today nowadays, bro?
It was $33, but he did a real good job, so I tipped him like $20.
Damn.
No, like $50.
You
But
paid
if you pay,
$50 for a haircut?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I normally spend on a haircut. But it comes with like it comes with like a little hot, like a hot razor, like the razor shave and all that shit, and the hot towel, and
Yeah. Massage.
that's why I normally will pay around there $50.
Okay.
Yeah, Tracy. It's not what it used to be. I know. How much you paying for your haircut, Tracy?
0.
You're not
Hell
cutting
yeah.
your hair.
That shit
I've been
just falls
growing
out.
this shit for 20 years.
I haven't cut my hair since 2021.
That's what I'm saying. Savings. Yeah, probably when you cut your hair last time, it was $20. Now it's 120.
Look, she went to me $30, and all I did was trim it,
Yeah.
and that's all she did was trim the ends. I said, "You're charging me $30?" And she said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, it says it comes with a wash and a style." I said, "So come on, let's wash my hair." So I'm not paying $30 for hair trim.
Yes, Tracy. Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, I ain't cut my hair. All I do is trim it. I went to the place in Walmart.
I remember when the haircut was $5. I remember that.
But before that, the time I had my hair cut was probably about 10 years before that. I don't cut my hair. I'm having car trouble.
You got car trouble?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, oh yeah, no, I've been driving a truck, and last night it started making a sound. So he went out to check it, and he was like, "There's a belt froze up on it. He's got to replace the belt." So I'm like, "Okay, I'll drive the Jeep, and the Jeep runs hot. So
Damn. You need
if
a
I
new
go
car.
over 40 miles an hour,
That's all you need. You
I
need a
know.
new car or something, or a working car. Like,
I'm just not paying $700 a month for a damn car. I'm not doing it.
yeah, I get it.
I'll, I'll buy a scooter.
Uh-huh. In that heat, you buy a scooter. Huh? Come on.
I'll
And the
buy a
pigs are
scooter.
flying too.
I'm good.
Yeah. You're not gonna do scooter deliveries. Come on, Trace.
No, I'm not gonna
You
do a
barely
scooter.
drive your
I
car.
would buy
You're
a
not
scooter.
gonna be driving your scooter. A scooter is always nice if you're by the beach somewhere. And, you go at the beach with a scooter and shit like that.
I want a scooter though. I don't want a motorcycle. I want a scooter. So I'm having to stay in town, and my air works when it won't work, and then it's running off. So I don't know what's wrong with it. And I'm told I need to make a decision whether I just want to fix my car or get a new one. And I said, well, I don't want to pay a huge note.
Well, how much
That's
is
all
to
I'm
fix your car?
doing. I don't pay a huge note.
Well, how much
That
is
I don't
costing you?
know, but I mean, like I said,
Because
car has over 200,000 miles on it.
yeah, I mean, if you're gonna fix a
So
car with 200,000 miles, then you want to know how much is to fix. Like,
don't know what's wrong with it. Don't know why that air won't come on when it's supposed to, or why it's running hot. That's all that comes with it. Other than that, it runs just fine. Somebody holler my name.
Tracy.
It wasn't you.
Oh.
It was in the store.
Trace. I mean, you're in a fucking small town. Everybody knows you, Trace.
No. You think we know everybody. I don't know anybody in
Tracy
this
J,
store.
thank you. Tracy, I ain't seen you since you were like this tall. How you been, girl?
You've seen you since knee high to a grasshopper.
I used to pick you up in my truck and we were gonna drive around on Saturdays.
Oh, goodness. Pick me up in that yellow car, that yellow boat. You know how that girl is now. How you been? You been okay? Well,
Doctor?
the kids were crying. Walking around the store, lost crazy lady. I'm gonna deliver this, I guess, and go home. like I can do anything. Again. Had a curry this morning and I had to give it up. I couldn't do it.
That sucks.
And it was 140.
Dang.
I called my daughter and I was like, "Hey, can I borrow your car? Just go drop off a 1 pound item in Shreveport."
We should have let you.
She's,
Dang.
well, she's having transmission problems.
Uh,
She said it's doing the same thing that her car was doing because her car went out and her grandma gave her her old car, which wasn't old. So everybody's just having car trouble. I think it's the heat.
It's the heat and the way you're driving usually
The way I'm driving,
fucks up the car. Yeah. You can
well,
be
I think
driving normal
somebody
and you
hit
can be
me.
driving crazy.
Somebody backed into my car or something one day. It's been messed up.
Oh,
I think that's what happened to the why it's running hot.
maybe it's the radiator not doing the job.
I was thinking. But whatever I say, I get told that ain't it.
Well, I don't. You told somebody that somebody hit you, or you just remembered now that somebody hit you, and from
No,
then on it's not working anymore.
no, I had went and my ex went to look at my car and he asked me what happened and I was like, why? And I walk out there and the
Why?
grill, yes,
You're
the
killing me with
grill,
why? You know
the
something is wrong. And
grill.
you're like, I don't know. And now you're
I
telling
told
me
him that.
somebody hit
I'm thinking that's why it got because that's when it happened was right after that. That's when it started running hot. I think I found these because I'm running my mouth. Where it's these. But the front end of my car looked different. It was like the grill was pushed in a bit.
you. Yeah. Well, it's
And
something got disconnected when they hit your car.
I don't know. I don't park where people can like back into me now. So, but
Uh,
not a good it does me now.
now, now you can park where the fuck you want because it's fucked
And
anyways.
I park way out in the middle of nowhere.
Now Tracy is parking across the street when nobody's in the parking.
Oh, they don't. Oh, that's one. Why does it say try taking a second look or asking an associate for help? It tells you to scan the item. Except for the fan still wasn't working. The air.
Yeah, but it's not cooling.
It's not coming on. Like when you turn it on, it comes on like when it reaches a certain temp, but and it cuts back off. I don't,
I missed a $40 shop for 10 items. I'm not fast enough. Oh,
I
maybe
missed
they got bought.
I had to get rid of $150 curry. So that was upsetting.
Damn. Why?
Car problems.
Well, you're driving now.
Can't drive it to Shreveport. Ain't going to Shreveport.
What's
Then
wrong
I
with
just
sleep?
got tires, and because I need a front end alignment, I guess I need tires again. That's great. How many of these am I getting? I don't need that many. Just one. What's wrong with you? What? Somebody just leave their snack here? Over here. Feels like I take myself a trip. That's my trip. Oh, I guess it's me, but I can barely hear you on YouTube side.
Why? What's wrong?
It's so low. It's low. It's so low I
I'm low
can't
on
hear you.
YouTube.
Yeah.
That's where all the chatters
I
leave, bro.
Oh yeah.
We lost all our
I'm,
people,
I'm,
man.
I'm sure.
We lost all our people, man.
Damn.
They say we can't hear.
It was low yesterday.
Well, what was it? Yesterday we had the double echo going on with the BBN, and now today
Let me
everybody
check.
can't hear each other. It's just dingles
I can
everywhere.
hear you guys good. I don't know.
So it could be just me. I couldn't hear y'all. I couldn't hear you yesterday. I had to come over here and hop on so I could hear you.
Well, if you're in the chat, let us know if you can hear us.
I could be going deaf. Maybe
I don't know. My sound is good. I don't know what you guys talking about, man. You guys trolling right now. Fuck. All right. I see what it is. Mhm.
I'm not trolling, I promise.
Mhm. Mhm.
Troll me all you want.
Say on God.
Yeah, you gotta
No.
say on God or it's not true.
No.
Well, I hate to be that guy, but you just might need to get the family together and purchase a car.
Get Tracy.
I don't want to.
Just think about it. You can get a
Oh,
nice
it
new
took me to
Prius,
get
bro.
that car.
You can buy Sam Lee's Prius.
No, don't buy Sammy's Prius. Buy a new Prius.
No, don't buy new. What the fuck? Don't buy a new car. Ever. For this shit.
I have no idea how long it took me to get that car.
Oh, I know. When you're done paying, it's done. It's trash. You gotta throw it away, buy another one. Like you don't know how this fucking world works. Like what?
I don't like car shopping.
Do they know they're gonna give you a loan for 5 years, and in 5 years the car is gonna be done, kaput, dead, and you're gonna be okay. What we gotta
Bro,
do now?
that's not that. That's not the average person's life. Maybe if you're a gig worker.
No, like a gig worker,
That
bro.
gig
If you're
worker cars will be
driving,
done in 3.
Yeah.
no, if you're driving 30 to 50,000 miles a year, in 5 years, definitely you're gonna be due for another car.
Yeah. That's true.
But they are assuming you're gonna make $250,000 and you can afford the fucking car.
With a $700 car note. No, thank you.
What? 700?
Yeah,
That's
because she's
extreme.
getting a Jeep. She's getting a Jeep. She
That's
needs a big car because Tracy doesn't have enough space in a Prius.
but still a $700 car note's expensive. Unless you have like a
Yeah.
Mercedes or a Cadillac or
I could go and do the weekly car payment.
Yeah,
I
that
can't. I
fucking
don't have
$700. It's a car loan or a house loan at that fucking rate. Like what the fuck?
maybe like
House
a car note
loan.
and insurance, but that's still kind of a lot. That's still a shit ton, but
I guess I'm just going off how much Bobby was paying for his.
Dude,
yeah, don't
if
go
you're
off
When I
taking
dumbass
went
a
Bobby.
loan,
and was
if
looking a while back,
if you
it was $500-600. I'm not paying that.
dude, if you're taking a loan for 30K, you're gonna be paying 50K in 5 years for the fucking loan.
Yeah, I don't want to pay that.
What's
Even
your
if you have
credit score, Tracy?
Where does that feel dry?
Huh?
That bag felt dry. Bag of white feels dry.
Do you have a credit score, Tracy?
Yeah.
no. Okay,
I ask you and you ignore me. I don't want to be,
No, I
nosy,
pay
man.
off my car. I have a student loan. It kind of fucks me.
Hmm.
I procrastinate too much instead of getting my student loan set up.
You're gonna have to get with Serb and he can help you get rid of it.
Rid of a student loan.
Yeah, he does that kind of stuff.
I wasn't even able to finish because they charged me for a class I didn't even take, didn't even know I was signed up for. Kind of screwed me. I need that much. Somebody, oh, it's the school list.
Yeah, don't buy a new car, Tracy, again. Just get a new car. Just get a car for like 5 to 10 to 10,000, 5 to 7, 8,000.
How much that car
You
was?
don't need a fucking
Oh,
new car for this stupid job.
no, I don't. And I don't want a piece of shit either.
Why not?
I'm about to say you kind of do want a piece of shit. It sounds like you do.
Want a piece of shit car, man?
That's what
Look,
he's
as
saying,
long
bro.
as it goes and the air works, I'm good.
It's like Sam Lee, roll the windows down. Bring your boombox.
No, I'm trying to put this down. It's too damn hot. I have too much hair. It don't want to go in.
I hear you. I agree with you on all those. It is shitty.
Poor
I
Tracy!
just need a car that goes and the air works, okay?
She needs a car, bro.
Oh.
You know what you need to do? You need to fucking get the people on YouTube to buy you a car. That's what you need to do, Trace.
If you listen, I got an idea. I got a great idea. If we can get G and Cram together in the same chat, we might be able to get some donations going. I know G for sure will pay for half of it. No
Yes,
problem.
yes.
But the deal
Must
you
be
might
a
have.
down payment. I had a down payment and then stuff
The
happened.
only thing is, you might need to like send G feet pics eventually.
That's why I didn't buy one a couple of months ago. I ended up having to use that money.
Lay down, bitch. Lay down, bitch. Time to go night night. When we gonna play Marvel again, bro?
I don't know. Not soon.
Damn, it's rough out here on the streets.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay focused and don't fucking waste my nights doing nothing.
Smoking and Joy watching a movie is much better.
No. I'm usually not watching movies, man. I'm usually not watching movies because there's so much stuff on YouTube, like shit that I can watch, and I don't really need movies right now.
What were you watching last night?
The Odyssey.
Damn, you're watching the Odyssey already?
Dude,
Is it
I
a
was
good
watching
version?
the Odyssey. They had the language in English. They're talking in English, and the subtitle was in French or some shit. No, it was the fucking hidden camera. Fucking.
Okay.
It's still in the cinema right now. So, but it was good, man. I think we're gonna have the second part too. The Iliad, whatever it's called.
Iliad.
Iliad, yeah. Yeah, it was good, man. Like the fucking movie, bro. I had, we were talking about aliens and all that shit the past days and shit. And that movie, bro. I don't want to give you any spoilers, but
Don't give me no spoilers, bro. That's enough. I'll watch it eventually. Yeah, I've been hearing stuff about it.
Like, it's crazy, bro. Yeah, good movie, man. Really good. Really good. I fell asleep at some point. I woke up, I fucking finished it. Because it's like 3 hours, man.
Oh, okay.
People following me on Instagram.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good, man. It's fucking good.
Might have to go see it, bro, in the theaters.
Yeah.
3 hours was long. I'm gonna be extra toasty.
Yeah, man. I was thinking to go with my mom and fucking watch it, but then it's fucking hot outside. I don't want to fucking go there. It's lazy, man. We are lazy humans.
Is that Eric working?
I blame Eric.
Fucking Eric. Is Eric still alive?
Eric's crazy, bro.
What happened
What do you do
today?
now?
Nothing. I'm just saying he's just crazy. His life is crazy.
What do you mean? It's always been crazy.
I know. Well, like,
Yeah.
just this crazy life, bro.
I remember when they were about to buy an RV.
And live in it?
or some shit.
They
Yeah.
weren't gonna buy an RV. They were gonna buy a
Yes.
It was a camper to hook on the deck of the
Whatever.
van.
RV camper. Same shit, Tracy. Oh wow.
No,
Damn.
it's not.
Yeah, it's same shit. Camper and RV is the same shit.
No, it's not.
Like, is it a pull one or the one that you can drive?
The pool one.
The pool one.
Damn, they're
Yeah.
gonna pull with the minivan?
Yes.
Damn, bro, that would not have worked. None of them can back a trailer up. Not a single one of them can back a trailer up. Can you imagine them two trying to back a trailer up into a spot, Tracy?
Bro.
No, she said she could do it.
Can you imagine
She
them
can't
doing
drive them little
anything?
cars.
Can you imagine
She
her and
drive them
him,
big
bro, fighting
cars.
over? Won't go good, man.
That shit was funny, bro. And they were talking about how, and I was talking too, like, cause I want a fucking camper too. At one point in my life, I was like, if you guys getting one, I gotta get one too,
I
man.
remember you saying that.
Yes, and I was like, dude, I like campers. Like, yeah, we like them too. And that should fail. Like nothing happened because they supposed to live in the camper
Yeah.
in Carolina there. Because
Yeah.
that was the
Travel
plan.
back and forth from Florida to North Carolina. They were gonna stay.
Yeah,
in the
because she was
camper.
saying they got somewhere to stay and put the camper, whatever. Like, okay. Bro, that would be crazy. Look at this fucking guy looking like Afro Man. Damn.
White lines.
You saw
go
fucking
away.
DJ's live or video that he's going bald?
Oh yeah, he's been going bald. We've noticed that
Nobody
a while
told
ago.
him. Nobody told him. And I saw the fucking spot.
Bvaz told him. Well, he don't listen to Bvaz. We told him. We made a whole video about it. What the fuck, man? But yeah, he told
What the
him. He knew.
fuck, Scott?
He knew, bro.
He was
yeah,
crying. Nobody told me until Cali girl told me. Nobody
he's a complete.
cared.
He's an idiot, bro. He's.
Poor lady's
I
ice
don't know.
cream gonna be melted.
He's more of a female than a man I could ever say. Like the way he acts. He acts like a female. He acts like an Instagram female who always posts every little thing about his life.
Yes.
Today, like, bro, on his Facebook.
He's not. He's acting like a bitch.
Absolutely. He's acting like a bitch. Like not like a cram bitch, but like a girl. Yeah.
Yes.
He should be on Love Island with his female ass. But like, and like he tries to brag on his Facebook, bro, but he posts pictures of like hotel breakfasts. He's like, look at my bomb breakfast. It's like a hotel breakfast. Like, who brags about a hotel breakfast, my dude? You're down bad, bro.
Yes. Who's gonna brag about a fucking breakfast? Who's gonna brag about the t-shirt? Who the fuck is gonna brag about anything what he's bragging about, like shoes and shit like that? Nobody nowadays, bro. Like, imagine you getting a new pair of shoes and you're gonna be that guy. Yo, guys, look at me now. I got shoes. Damn. Like, what the fuck? How fucking stupid are you? Just fucking get something substantial that you can brag about, not fucking $50 t-shirt from Nike. What the fuck? Who cares?
Yeah.
That shows me that you don't know how to fucking take care of your money. You're buying expensive shit and you're living in a hotel. God's sake. You fucking loser, bro.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Like, dude, he
Big
could be
time.
living in that building, bro. If I was him, I was just fucking trying to live in that building somehow, somewhere. Like, fuck, instead of paying $50 the hotel, bro, I'll get a chair.
Well,
I'm gonna clean the building a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Like, fuck. Think about it, man. He was like, "Welcome to my hotel room again," or some shit. Like, what the fuck? It's not even your hotel room. Like,
Cali Girls hotel room.
yeah, somebody else paid for that shit. Because otherwise, he'll be sleeping in the Tahoe. That guy, that fucking guy. Dude, imagine somebody. That's the problem, bro. All the influence people on YouTube are just teaching bad the new generation of kids. Like, you know, they're fucking cooked because who's fucking teaching them? Fucking DDG and Kai Sinat fucking teaching the young people how to do it and what to do in life. It's fucking stupid, bro. Like,
Works out for the smart people, bro. You want the idiots watching other idiots. That's why it's easy to win in life.
yeah, for sure. Like really, you know, I see how this fucking world is gonna go down. Because if all the people are listening to stupid people, we're fucked.
Yeah.
We are fucked. I mean, imagine if everybody's listening to Sam Lee because they believe Sam Lee is a smart guy.
Or even better, Tristan Tate, Andrew Tate. Where are they at right
Yeah,
now? Oh, they're in federal court today? Damn.
somewhere.
Yeah, they got extradited in Miami again. They got
Yeah,
busted again.
yeah, I
Now
knew
they're in
that
court.
shit fucking never
They're
end.
getting locked back up, bro. Bye bye.
Well, they know they did stupid shit. I mean, I'll be back.
I'm going home. Not doing
Alrighty.
this too hot.
This is all Bobby's fault.
Yeah, bad shit's been happening ever since.
And he's the reason.
Oh god, this is fucking hot. It's just about hot. Shit. Damn, they want to give a really good order, and I'm going home. Not doing it.
You better get that order.
No, it's too damn hot. Air's not working. Car's running hot. I'll just go get a new one. I don't know if somebody can give me another one.
The fuck is that thing?
And nobody will give me a loan because of the gig thing. By the way, they tell me I gotta have somebody else to sign with me.
That's insane.
I thought was stupid. I didn't have to have someone the first time. but now I do. Messed up. I had no credit history whatsoever the first time. Go ahead, just keep going over. It's fine. No problem. Blow up. Oh my god, it's fucking light, I swear to God. I love my Jeep. Why you gotta be such a bitch? It has a full tank of gas.
Huh?
It has a full tank of gas. Ah, it's funny. It's been sitting up for months. Oh, there it goes. You'll just get it home. I'm like right down the road. Man, I needed water. I guess I'm gonna walk home. Come back and get it later. I would have made it if I hadn't have set at that fucking light.
So what you gonna do, Tracy?
I'm gonna walk home, I guess. Much else I
Now
can do.
what you gonna do with the car?
Get rid of it, I guess. Got too many miles on it.
You gonna sell it?
Um, I was gonna use it as a trade-in. Tell them it's got all the problems. They don't tell me shit. Guys, this bitch. We're right here. Change oil.
You need to change your oil.
Look at that. We made it home. Sit down.
You got home?
Yeah, I made it home.
Why?
With the car. God,
You gotta change the oil.
why not? And the air's not working. And it feels like 110 degrees in this car. Oh my
But you
God.
gotta
Get
change
out of
the
here.
oil.
Yeah, it needs changing.
No?
What it says. I'm not doing it. I don't change the oil.
You never change the oil on your car?
I don't. Somebody else does. I've never changed it. I took it one time to get the oil changed and it cost me $90. And
You're
I
the
ain't done it
best gig
since.
worker.
I have someone else do it. What? She's done. Can't help somebody hits in the car. Oh God. This truck's getting I'll be back if I can.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Turn around. What's up, chat? Big chat, big chatters, chatty people. Okay, there we go. There we go. BB Network, man. Blah, 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 blah. Damn.
First lot of the day.
Yeah, the difference between 2026 and 2036 is going to be who fucking knows? I know, man. Full on Blade Runner. I mean, it's just like some of the people I see working on, like, augmented reality glasses, and like like there's animes where people get trapped in video games and stuff like that. And I can really see, like, with AI advancing and with more and more computer, where you can just put on a headset and live in a video game, and you can literally just generate whatever the world is you want, and literally, like, 10 years from now, potentially just real time generate the video game you want to be in, and cater to what you like, and just so many possibilities. And obviously with humanoid robots just skyrocketing, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to see, well, with intelligence, computer intelligence getting better, and humanoid robots, all this just tens of billions of dollars pouring into it. They're obviously, someone's going to figure out how to merge them together. And yeah, I mean, 10 years from now, we're definitely going to there's going to be humanoid robots and so many things that now would seem weird as hell, but 10 years from now, we'd be like, oh, it's normal.
10 years from now, you're going to have a show where people have to figure out whether or not someone's a robot or a real person. So,
I would say 10 years from now, that would be 5 years from now, probably. 10 years from now, I feel like that would just be like, iPhone or whatever. Like, no, okay, they're just going to be normalized to, especially like younger people, like younger kids who grow up with ChatGPT and AI and stuff like that. It's like, it's just intuitive to them, to use these things, or it's as opposed to other means. And so it's just like, as that generation, grow up, once it become a thing, then give it a couple years for people to get used to it and normalize to it. And, it's not going to take that long. Yeah, it is. It's like, and it's also like scary because you don't know the implications, like whether it be negative, positive. Some people will be negative, other people will probably be positive, right? Like if you're a VFX artist in media, you'll probably be able to spend more time doing cool stuff and creative work, and less time like going frame by frame, and like like no one actually enjoys like rotoscoping someone's hair, and like so you can remove a background shot, or whatever. So like there's certain people like that. Ideally, it would allow them to instead of you just draw a circle around them, and then it just collapses on them, and AI just figures it out. So you're not going, frame by frame and drawing around their body, and it does that. You can spend more time on work, and hopefully that's where it goes, and not to the point where you just don't even need the person entirely. But it's like, let's guess where like the puck ends up stopping. It's gonna be real weird, man. Real weird. It'll be interesting. Hopefully we'll survive. But I'm an optimist. I think we'll survive. But yeah, I'm an optimist too. But I have a feeling that we'll have a different role in society. That's for sure. I don't think we'll be the leaders anymore. Oh, that far. Okay. Yeah, I think AI is going to take over most things. Yeah, including government, including allocation of resources. It's going to probably restrict people's ability to make decisions because we're so destructive. I listened to your podcast with Mark Andreessen, and I do like what he said, or not like, but it's just interesting when he pointed out that, like, AI is the smartest doctor in the world, is the smartest blank in the world, is the smartest of everything, right? And yet, like, millionaires like him would only have limited access to these and hello, engineering. This is the smartest person in the world in each of these industries, and so it's pretty interesting because of it is about all knowing and knows all these things. Like, it's like scary because it's like we don't want. As a human, I'm like, no, I don't want making those decisions. But if you like really take emotion out of it, logically, it's like, oh, would you rather a human with flaws that could do something fatally bad, or this thing that has a lot more context and knowledge and experience, right? You say you want an experienced person making a decision. Well, technically, it says the experience of everyone ever in history on the internet, right? So yeah, but it's also I don't even know, man. It's crazy, but hopefully, for the most part, right now, at least, it seems like it's allowing people to do less like basic work and less things that they don't enjoy and focus more, at least in media, what I've seen, focus more on things they do enjoy. Like I was saying, like the example of not having to roto every single frame on the body, or pre-visualized scenes or whatever. So it's like it seems, and everything I'm seeing, maybe I live in a bubble on Twitter. It seems like it's not killing that many jobs yet, but not yet. Yeah, but it could. But the idea is that it could also provide so much wealth for everybody that we no longer have to think about money in terms of like you need food, you need shelter, like like this is universal high income is Elon's concept. He thinks that literally people are not going to have to work anymore. And the problem with that is like then you run into human nature. And so we have to teach children how to pursue their interests rather than how to just worry about having a job to feed themselves. So then you have to give them motivation. So you have to explain to them at an early age that going after tasks, completing tasks, doing things that are difficult and challenging is actually exciting and fun. And that's what you should generate. And then we're gonna have to reward people based on that. And it's just to figure out like what incentivizes people to do things. Because if they don't get incentivized, and then we also have VR and AR and games that you can play all day long that are way more exciting than real life. Then you don't want to just take your government money and play Call of Duty all day. Yeah, especially if it becomes VR Call of Duty. Exactly, that's where it's going to get hard. Because I think of like how addicted to video games I was when I was a kid. I mean, still to some degree now, but like, and if it was in a headset in like a completely different world, like, oh my gosh, like my poor mom, like good luck getting me out of that.
If Robinhood Legend charts on mobile, I can check market dues, adjust positions, and make trades pretty much anytime. Oh, this level's gonna be easy. I can definitely handle 5 guys at once. Oh, there's more. Could have predicted. The whole system's going to collapse. And none of us own enough cash. The math of least resistance is bleeding our way out of the system. And so, nobody in a whole system is going to collapse. Special coverage for the floor of the Wilson Podium is brought to you by Palisades Gold. Does the latest cooling inflation indicate to you or to markets overall that inflation is over? Well, that's a question we're exploring with Tammy Costa, co-founder and CEO of Azure Capital. And more broadly, what Tammy is looking at right now for the best place into the end of 2026. We have a few important questions. If the Fed raises rates into September or into the end of the year, is that a gold buying or topping signal? And furthermore, with semiconductor stocks selling off, especially abroad Korea, does that present an opportunity to rotate into that sector, or is that an indicator to rotate out of tech? Welcome back to the show, Tommy. Good to see you. Good to see you too, my friend. Would you like me to answer that question already? Yes, please, Tommy. Let's go right into the answer if you have one for us. The great rotation is happening right now, and how would you be positioned? Yeah, I'm not sure I would rotate back, into tech. I think if anything, things are so overbought and concentrated in that aspect of the market that I certainly would shy away from having any exposure to that at all. I think that it is maybe to take two assumptions when investing, just my 2 cents, and that's the U.S. has 2 limitations, if I could say. I'm not sure we can really embark another tightening cycle like we saw back in 2021 when inflation got out of control after COVID and the Fed decided to go through multiple hikes in interest rates that basically caused the metals to go through a correction at that time. So I'm not sure we can really go through that again. I really don't believe that that's going to be the case. And number 2, I don't think we can really afford a war like at this point. I mean, I think that those 2 things, you have to sort of act accordingly. And in other words, if metals are selling off because of that, and you're seeing some other assets getting discounted because of those 2 reasons, I think you need to act accordingly. And so I view this as a very significant opportunity. There's not going to be a lot of times in a secular bull market for metals that you're going to see the market as discounted as it is. And the beauty of it is that you're seeing some of the vast and well-run businesses in the mining industry now down 45-50%. So it is to me a very important opportunity that I'm willing to put capital to work in this situation. Okay. That's the focus of our conversation today, is where you're putting your capital into, how you're putting your capital to work, and whether or not you're rotating back into gold mining stocks after their big decline. GDX is down to something like 35% year to date, but we'll come back to that. On inflation, I mentioned in the introduction, inflation data has been softer. The latest CPI print came in not only lower than the previous month, but lower than actual Wall Street consensus expectations. Now, Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh did say in his testimony to the House Finance Committee earlier this week that inflation, long-term inflation, is a monetary phenomenon, or at least caused by monetary policies. That's what he said. Long-term inflation is caused by monetary policies. Do you agree? I agree 100%. And if you look at the money supply in the U.S., which the Fed has some control over it, has gone up tremendously, right? It's going straight up again. Fiscal discipline is out of the window. I mean, I think Kevin Warsh put some incredible commentaries out there, but I'm not sure he did too much. It sounds great, everything he's saying, but what is he? I'm very skeptical of everything that he's saying, because despite the fact that it sounds wonderful, all the changes that he's looking to do, it sounds to me like Doge, if you recall, when we talked about reducing spending and making a bunch of changes fiscally. And guess what? For 2 years from now, and there were no changes. In fact, the fiscal situation has only gotten worse. And now we are also engaging in a war. And so it is, spending is not likely to stop anytime soon. And that, if it is a monetary phenomenon, then act accordingly here. But this is literally what's happening. And inflation, if that's the case, and inflation is not going to stop. And so maybe government data, maybe they will manipulate the data and show different things in different measurements, which is very possible. But they are literally making changes that we haven't seen in a very long time. Or we have seen, there are precedents of changing the measurement of inflation. We all know that. But, have we seen this level of commitment from the Federal Reserve recently? No, this is definitely a change in the way we may approach how inflation is being calculated. And that will probably be all sorts of justifications to allow the Fed to reduce rates and actually be much more accommodative than people believe. So I stay very firm on that view, because if you're not going to do that, then the whole system is going to collapse. And none of us own enough cash if that's the case. Really, that's going to be the case. So I'm not sure even Trump would allow that to happen on his own, under his own leadership. So I think that, as always, we've always talked about this, but the path of least resistance is inflating our way out of the system. And so that is the more likely path that we're likely to see here.
But what do you mean the whole system is going to collapse?
Well, if we tighten conditions and we're really going to be serious about inflation, which is, at levels we haven't seen, in a very long time. I'm talking about real inflation, not just all these crazy metrics that government and other people shopping or anything along those lines, or any service businesses that you see. Inflation is definitely at a level from 5 years ago that it's a measurement that is way above anything that has been reported so far. And if that's the case, we're going to take it serious, all those implications that we're seeing in society, and we want to be tightening conditions accordingly. We don't even need 15% interest rates, 10% interest rates. That would be insane. The system cannot afford this. In fact, the system can barely afford the current interest rate regime. At 375 right now, the entire treasury market is borrowing money at a rate that is just unsustainable. We're trying to grow the economy at 4 to 5% just to pay down the debt. For how long can we be doing this?
What you're saying is we can't afford to go to war with Iran.
I don't think so. I don't think we can. And it's not a question of me agreeing or not with the war. Like, that's not the point. It's not stable. All I'm saying is we're not in a position that we can just keep spending this type of capital. Or that's just precisely see the movement in the treasury market is not because of that. It's because spending is out the window. It's not the way we spent 2 years ago that we would stop spending. We're seeing the opposite of that. And so, here's why a lot of
When is Black Friday, bro?
way they are, in my view, not too far from seeing in the emerging markets, sort of volatility in the treasury market. I mean, the treasury market is almost as volatile as the treasury market for any other emerging market nowadays. And so, what are we doing here? I mean, this is it. The treasury market, just to be very specific, is what holds the key for the dollar, right? Like, it's used for collateral for every country in the world, and sovereign institution, central banks. That's what they use. And if we start seeing this level of volatility persist, it's going to be a problem very quickly. So the system cannot allow this for too long. And so I don't really buy into this conversation that any Federal Reserve chair has that level of control that Kevin Warsh is referring to. I think this is his actions are highly limited.
Before we continue with the video, let me tell you about one of the most important problems of owning gold. So gold has been a store of value for thousands of years, for as long as people can remember, but it doesn't generate an income like many other assets. That's a problem. But that's also where today's sponsor, Monetary Metals, comes in. Monetary Metals
offers investors a way to earn yield while their gold paid in physical gold. Through its leasing platform, investors can earn up to around 4% annually, with yield paid monthly in ounces rather than dollars. That means your return is measured in gold itself. The gold remains your asset and can be redeemed at any time. Thousands of investors are already earning a monthly yield in gold for monetary metals. Visit monetary-metals.com/Lynn, link down below, or scan the QR code here to learn more and get started. And you can start earning a real yield in gold. The recent data, yes, data can be manipulated. Yes, they can change definitions. Yes, they can change measuring systems. But take a look at not just CPI that I brought up earlier in the introduction, but also PPI, producer prices, not just disinflationary, but outright deflationary for the latest month, with goods prices down 1.4% on the month overall, negative 0.3% in June. On the month over month, not year month over month. Oh yes, you're right. You're right. Yes, that is an important distinction. Month over month. Thank you for correcting me. Month over month, but still the trend is disinflation, at least for the latest couple of data points. Tavi, people are looking at this and probably thinking to themselves, inflation is over. Gas prices have come down because the war in Iran has reached a pivotal point, and now it's reigniting. But that's a different story, which we'll talk about. At least in the short term, it looks like inflation expectations are coming down a bit, and consumers are looking to see a bit of a reprieve in prices. Is that your expectation? You know, what's fun about this situation, I've been covering macro for a long time, and I have a very strong feeling that this type of data is becoming completely irrelevant. And it's not me just trying to justify my views by saying that the data that is being presented against the view that I believe is proving otherwise. And rather just say that inflation in the real world has not gone down at all. I mean, we can talk about growth. We can talk about how some things in terms of growth have these accelerated, but we're still expanding on prices of goods and services in the U.S. and other parts of the world in a degree that it isn't sustainable. What I would say, look, there are some data points that I would point out that have come down that are going to become Kevin Warsh's best friend. And you can call it the Trueflation index. If you look at that index, it's gone straight down, right? And it's claiming that there's no real inflation in the system today. No, I don't think that's government data is becoming sort of a joke here. It's hard to believe in any of these numbers, but look, if that's the case that people want to make, that inflation is, I would say there's two types of inflation in the system. There's government data, and there's real inflation. I think real inflation is even hard to measure, but we all know it's not going lower; it's going higher. The government data has been decelerated here recently, and it's exactly what is used to impose monetary policy. And if that's the case, and I think it reinforces again Kevin Warsh's potential direction of policy that would be easier, not tighter. And that's not what the treasury market as well is pricing in. I mean, we're seeing hikes already. 100% probability is already priced into the markets, and I don't buy into it. I don't think we're going to see a rate hikes. I really don't think that that's going to be the case. And in the next 12 months, and maybe we see one. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we see one of them. But I don't think there's much of room. Hello.
No. Here to again to really impose that type of policy moving forward.
Well, Tommy, you're looking at it from the perspective of what should the Fed do. Yes, you're right. Then look at this chart that you've tweeted here. The U.S. 10-year rate has gone up. It's the highest level in 2 years. You know, when Scott Bessent said, to judge by the 10-year Treasury, will the markets are the ultimate judge of fiscal discipline. Remember, the U.S. simply cannot afford both the war and higher interest rates. So that's what you posted on X. So given that, that's what you think. The Fed should not be raising interest rates. But what data would they be looking at that would make them raise interest rates anyway? In other words, what is the Fed's framework that they're basing their judgment on?
Well, I think that the only way to justify a rate hike in these days would be potentially looking at the obviously the energy price it's happening with the war. And in a normal world where there's no debt in the system, you should be raising rates in this environment. Look at what's happening with the equity markets. Equity markets at all-time highs. Earnings are going in a vertical line. So there's definitely plenty justifications to high rates. The problem is, again, this system cannot tolerate much higher cost of capital here. Maybe one rate hike. Again, growing the economy 45% just to pay down the debt. Like, what are we talking here? We're going to raise rates again. About 25 to almost 1/3 of the entire debt needs to be rolled over in the next 12 months. So we're just going to increase the cost of the debt overall. Like, we're just inflicting that pain in ourselves. I don't think that that's what we want to do either. So, and more importantly, I think of fiscal spending as a pie, and there's a very growing percentage of that pie, which is on interest payments and GDP, that used to be nothing, and now it's a huge amount of the fiscal spending that we have. And we need to reduce that in order to spend money in infrastructure, healthcare, education, all sorts of things, all sorts of sectors of the economy that is needed
when it comes to that. And so I would think that that's a bigger priority for policy than than hiking rates to accommodate for energy prices. You know, we literally cannot afford that. Okay. Investment currency should devalue, debt increases, all those being equal. That has not became at least in 2020. And that's yeah. It's not just the business side. The business side is an obvious problem. But their second side of it is the trade balance. And I'm going to put you for just trade balance into their trade agreement. Running both of them a very steep deficit, you're compounding your debt. You know, you're just having a loss in your net income, and you're compounding your debt problem. And so, you know, that's what that has been happening for decades in the U.S. But we're seeing this at a degree that is now becoming more and more alarming. And so, yeah, I don't see how we do this without having to force the Fed to lower rates and at the same time cause the dollar to be readjusted much lower as well. So, you know, if we want to continue to use the dollar as a global reserve currency, we need a much weaker dollar. This is way too strong for being in the dollar system, in my view. What is America's primary economic advantage into the next decade?
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant, but a grant handing university. GCU's accredited and is 100% white. There are plenty. I mean, you know, the leadership that we have in AI is going to be an important role in into that. I think that there are a few things that the gap between the U.S. and the rest of the world is likely to change. It's likely to narrow, if you will. Like, let's just think about labor markets. You know, labor markets in the U.S. have been a pool of labor that we haven't seen in a very long time in history of economics, where some of the best brains of the world are all wanting to come here to work. You know, and that creates an atmosphere of labor markets that we don't see anywhere else in the world today. Now, with AI, I think it does, you know, it does help to reduce that advantage in the U.S. versus other parts of the world. And I think that needs to be readjusted on multiple differentiators of businesses in the U.S. relative to other parts of the world. And so, but that, you know, the U.S. is still ahead of, you know, rule of law. You know, it's another thing that certainly is imposed in a much more strict manner than other parts of the world, and still is the best place in the world to work and so forth, and so and to be in business. Although again, that gap has been shrinking, and it's not a gap that is straightening, and we have to acknowledge that. So you basically see that gap they're shrinking, but the valuation of businesses has not shrunk at all, right? Like they continue to expand relative to other parts of the world. So that concentration needs to be adjusted accordingly, in my opinion. I think we're going to go into the next 5 to 10 years into an era which is not the end of the world. It's just the cyclicality of leadership and markets being rotated back into the rest of the world. And hence why I think Latin America will be one of the areas that will attract some institutional capital moving forward as well.
Is that due to currency differentials or something more fundamental with the economies growing in Latin America?
You know, it is remarkable that you're seeing some of not very reported by many people, but if you look at the performance of currencies across the last, I guess, in the last 5 years, the best performing currencies in the world have not been developed markets or anything along those lines. It's actually been Latin American currencies, Mexico, Brazil, all of those have actually seen outperformances relative to the dollar. And I think that's a strong sign of smart capital coming into those areas in a significant way. I would say that Latin America also is one of the most unexplored regions of the world when it comes to natural resources and is becoming increasingly attractive for strategic partnerships with areas like the US that are seeking those resources moving forward. And it's a much easier place to navigate than in areas like Africa. So, I'm putting up on how Latin America will become more and more strategic. And on top of it all, you're seeing a very significant shift in politics leadership that we haven't seen in a very long time. At least in my lifetime, I haven't seen that occur. And so the polarization and the shift towards capitalism in those areas should go very well. Shifting that markets and they're appreciating my view.
LATAM is very big as a region. I know it's classified as one kind of jurisdiction from an investment classification standpoint, but there's a big diversity in areas, cultures, even inflation rate. The Mexican inflation rate, I think, is less than 5%. Argentina is greater than 30%. Venezuela has a hyperinflation. And so you really have to pick and choose here and decide.
But investing, the good news about investing is that it's not about it's about change in times. And so I was thinking about the net change we're going to see here 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever the horizon is that you investing. The problem can still persist if it's changing in the right direction. You're probably going to make money on your investments. That's the plan here in Latin America. It's not that it's going to become a perfect wasteland, but it's likely to change in a positive direction. And so I do think that there's a lot of cultural differences in the region, but I would argue that the cultural differences are not as far as you see in other areas of the world. I also think that in some parts of the world are very minded to resource businesses. And if they are indeed in a hard assets era, capital is going back into hard assets, I suspect that these companies and these businesses that are running in those countries are going to perform better. Also, I would say that in a lot of ways, like let's say Chile as an example, if you invest in Chile today, you're going to take the ECH ETF, and you're probably going to be looking at that as your alternative to invest in a country. It's a country that is highly linked to carbon prices. It's one of the largest on the sun of paper. Well, the problem with that is that if you look at Chile ETF, it barely has any mining exposure into this ETF. The beauty of it is that the ETF itself follows the price because it's directly down. The prices changing being down in the direction of the country. And so, and we may see gold prices go up to 20% in the beta banks in that region as well. And so, everything is linked to the resource prices in a significant way as well. And so, I think that's the core aspect of the thesis overall is understanding. If you write about hard assets, you write about this trend that into the commodity space, I would suspect that Latin America is to be benefiting from that tremendously.
Yeah, here's a short overview for another speaker here. Calling you over next month for you to have a cost to Bank of America emerging markets intersecular bull space. Here you see the S&P versus EM with the ratio topping in January 2025.
does the EM market, if the EM markets overall, then do they follow long-term secular cycles through history? Yes, meaning that funny enough, it's a derivative of the space, right? Funny enough, this what you get the trade, right? You're probably going to get the emerging market trade, right, as well. Emerging markets is it's a broad term to talk about as well, because if you look at the index that you're presenting here in this chart, it's actually that's got a lot of exposure to China, which is a commodity importer, not exporter, and actually gets impacted by the numbers higher, and so in a negative way. And so I think there's parts of the emerging markets that are more attractive than others, particularly the ones that have there are commodity producers and are able to actually make commodity producers and trade with the rest of the world. Like places like Russia are very difficult to invest, obviously, because of the authoritarian regime that is in place, and the difficulty of getting institutional money attracted to those areas. So you got to have that as well, that you have to be aware. But yeah, I mean, there has been back in the 1970s, the derivatives of the gold trade are emerging markets tend to perform well. The dollar tends to be weaker relative to other currencies. Those are the most important aspects that you need to be aware of. In the early 2000s, we saw exactly the same thing. If you just bought the Ibovespa, the Brazilian index, back in the early 2000s, you sold it in 2011, what was the peak of the commodity cycle. I think you made it about 10 times your money. That's the most boring way to invest in Latin America. If you took a little more risk and was smart enough to make better investments than the Pro Index, you could have done a lot better. So I'm not saying we're going to replicate those types of returns here or anything along those lines, but I do think there's an opportunity to see something similar. Speaking of those, I think here's an article from the WSJ that's just getting ready to talk about what's going on. This article is saying that because of higher rate expectations, gold is selling off. Gold was rallying to unprecedented highs above 5,000 in a troy ounce earlier this year, when Stu Bradley jumped at the chance to sell. This 83-year-old retired financial advisor wanted to pare some of his holdings down while the prices climb much higher in the near term. Now he's glad he sold. Yes, it's down 25%. That has increased the opportunity cost of holding gold, the perceived cost of holding gold, which we're talking about. Investors have been worried that the war with Iran could drive up energy prices and inflation, which in turn could lead the Fed to keep interest rates elevated. Okay, that's the key here. What if interest rates do go up? Do we get a sell-off in gold? Further sell-off? Yeah, no, that's going to be damaging for the gold space for sure. I think that's your bear case indeed, but I think that sentence that you referred to is probably in hindsight now, and investing is thinking about the future, not the past. And so I think although the past doesn't help to understand what's likely to be in the future, this is not the case here. We're talking about is explaining the facts that cause a sell-off, and while we can come up with all these reasons, it was also very good for bond. It was also very good for gold. Gold prices about $5,000 an ounce, and it was due for some sort of correction. None of us knew when it was going to happen, and none of us knew how steep was going to be of a correction. But the question when you have corrections is always to think about does that fundamentally change the thesis for that asset? Either if it's a business or a macro asset like gold, or is if it hasn't changed, you should probably be adding to your position. I would argue that we haven't seen a fundamental shift on the thesis at all. In fact, I think all we got is a cheaper price to acquire the asset. So I would suspect we're in the accumulation phase. I know it's difficult when markets are going down, and most people tend to sort of step back and let the market sort of sort things out, and then they want to step into the market again after you see some sort of relief in markets. That's definitely not my approach. I don't mind to step in at a volatile environment like we're seeing now. Silver prices are looking extremely attractive at these levels right now, in my view, as well, which is becoming. Again, I do think gold and silver are in a different environment than copper at this point. Although all of them, the amount
different. Copper is more in the price discovery situation, really being driven by a market that we saw with gold prices, 6-7 months ago, and was accelerating to the upside. And that's kind of how it feels like looking at the way copper has been trading.
When you see a chart like this, that's some of this back on my screen, gold on an inflation adjusted basis has not even retraced its 1980 top. What does that mean, Tim?
I didn't know that being a mom means your fridge is always empty, always. When my boys get home, if there's food in the house, they're eating it. Now, I love my kids, but grocery prices are getting higher and higher all year. And last week,
Missed opportunity, right? I mean, if that means we're not at all-time highs, and Dave, I used to have to answer this question, similar question back when I was initially investing in silver. People used to say, well, why would you buy that if that hasn't, it is still lower than it was in the 1980s in prices? Like buy an asset that is down from 40 years, 30 years ago. And my answer was, look, I wasn't buying silver in the 1980s. I wasn't even born at that time. And so I'm not there to defend that thesis perspective. I'm interested in things that are cheap under all. And there's plenty of justifications to take the other side of that view. And I think gold is I think it's a wonderful asset to own for the next 5 to 10 years. It's going to be volatile. We're going to have ups and downs, and I want to make sure I have my marks around the best ways to express sentiment in markets here.
Let's take a look at this chart that you love to post, and I've been following this chart for quite some many months now because you started posting it, the divergence between copper and gold. Let's talk about that. What does this mean? And just for a bit of context for the viewers, let me just pull up a copper chart here. Copper and gold have traditionally been pretty much closely correlated. Okay, this is not gold per pound, but I'm just going to use this as a variable to highlight the correlation and anything more. So ever since the beginning of April, which you've highlighted, the divergence has been getting wider, and now it looks like copper has been trading alongside stocks. The correlation between copper and the S&P 500 is stronger between the copper price and the gold price. Why is that?
Well, look, copper is usually the most volatile metal across all of them, and usually the more cyclical that is driven by economic changes and forces that we tend to see. What is interesting about copper is becoming less of an economic driven model and metal and more an asset that is driven by real supply and demand imbalances that we're seeing that mostly come from structural demand from construction, either data centers, onshoring, manufacturing, industrial capacity, highways, whatever that is, residential market. And the other side of it is the house supply has been so constrained. A lot of people have pointed out how silver prices have gone higher because of the war, and all that plays a role here. It's not the main, it's just sort of understand that it's not the reason why copper is divergence because of that. It's one of the reasons, and it's the good reason. But I think that the main reason is because copper prices, from a behavior standpoint, go all-time highs, break out to the new highs, and go up 5 to 10% above the prior high, and stop there. You tend to see is sort of an explosion to the upside once you break to these levels, sort of like we saw with silver when we hit the 40-50 level, and then it sort of went all the way up to 120, or when gold was at $2,000 an ounce, sort of retesting prior highs, and it went easily and quickly up to over $5,000 an ounce. So that's the stuff that we haven't seen clear just yet. And I think we're in the process of seeing that. Of course, the market is very clouded. There's a lot of things going on that are trying to drive the markets lower, especially copper. Copper has been resiliently, showing a very different behavior than it tends to show. It tends to lead to the downside in metals markets like this. And that's not what we're seeing right now. I suspect that this is a stronger sign, if anything, for the precious metal side of things.
we're probably, just seeing again another thing of thinking about if we are in a bull market for metals overall. What you would see is actually copper prices leading the downside, not keeping up and being so resilient and strong and diverging positively relative to gold prices even. So I suspect that means a lot more for the catch-up opportunity will and also how copper will continue to move higher. It almost feels like in a certain way, the great analogy for me is it almost feels like somebody's trying to hold the beach ball under the water and copper keeps moving higher. And billionaire mining financier Robert Friedland summarizes it in his words: "Copper is a new safe haven." You actually retweeted that. Gee, that's a statement not just for copper but also for gold. I mean, that's more of a statement for gold than it is for copper, I think. Yeah, I mean, he's also taught me he's owns a lot of copper, but I respect the guy a lot. I think he's a very smart investor, and it's good to be on the same side of the idea as him. And I think he's a brilliant mining investor that needs to be studied, and folks at least that are in a similar position like myself need to be trying to learn from him rather. And so I appreciate that he shared that because I'm a big fan of his work. But nonetheless, I also think that I think that there's a lot of truth to how this changes that we're seeing with copper. I mean, copper used to be a great barometer for economic growth and it's sort of your real test to see how the economy is doing. And I also think that now we're seeing a big change towards that, given that the imbalance on the supply side is so severe that it's becoming less of a cyclical commodity and acting more of a haven asset like Robert Friedland actually mentioned. So I agree with him. You know, it's interesting how we're talking about copper in the context of a safe haven asset, and but at the same time, copper has been accumulated
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break, take a nap. I'm gonna take a shower and take a fucking nap. Maybe go later. I don't know. I need some motivation. I need some motivation. Let me grab a bag of ice.
Scott. What's up, Scott? You know, it kind of explains that scenario that I presented that day. It kind of explains it now. He already neglected him once, so what the fuck would it matter if he neglected them again and let God decide if they live or die? Makes complete sense now. Oh shit. Did they lose it again? Yeah, they lost it again. Anybody watch that show, The Chair? Funny as hell.
What?
The chair company. It's funny as hell. The guy falls in a chair and he tries to find out who the company is. And it turns out to be this long ordeal. He gets like, I don't know, it's very funny. He's trying to find out, like, to complain to them. And it goes down this rabbit hole of like just nefarious actions and strange characters trying to hide shit. Pretty funny show. It's a pretty funny show. You gonna shower?
Fucking sweaty, yeah.
Hey, I need help showering. You wanna fly down to help me?
Well, you're traumatized from the word shower. I get it.
No, I don't have any OT to shower me now. I'm on my own.
It's shower time.
Shower time is an interesting time because the way I have to step in the shower, it's like a step in, and it's like a whole adventure.
Damn.
Because the one side's all open, so it's like a step down, and the one side is glass block. So there's really only one wall to put the handrail on. It's like in front of the shower, or under the shower, I should say. The first time we tried it, there was no mat down there, so I slid across the shower like ice skating. I was busting my ass. His little birthday cake. The guy vomited. He put the cake on the vomit. Okay, no one sees it. It's okay.
So much stuff to do, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking got the laundry later. I'm fuck.
Damn.
Fuck, bro.
You need to get yourself a couple of girlfriends to do your laundry.
Bro. I had my mom over, bro, and I did nothing for a bunch of time. And dude, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can tell, like there's a woman in the house. Like
right.
Cause we're fucking. I'm a savage. I don't know about you. I'm fucking savage, bro. I'm a caveman. I don't care. I don't need that. You know. I'm like, oh shit. This is what it is, bro. Yeah, bro.
Well, I've got 4 women, actually 5 women here, so yeah, I pretty much know there's women here.
Bro, I feel bad, bro, because I don't want to fucking put her to do any fucking work, right?
Right.
And I feel bad if she's doing, because, you know, I want her to relax and vacation, whatever, right? Yeah. And she's like, no, I cannot relax. I need to do this. Yeah, I'm pulling the weeds out. And they're like, I'm like,
yeah.
okay.
So
I'm like, do whatever, bro. I don't know, whatever.
that's how my mom is. She can't sit
Yeah,
still. She's
bro.
gotta be doing something.
And shit.
So I stopped fighting it. I'm like, do whatever you need to do.
I'm just saying. I'm like, do whatever you want. Whatever. She start painting my fucking house. She start fucking putting some glue and bro, like. I'm like, Mom, I didn't hire the Mexican dude like to do constructions, bro. Like, chill out, you know?
Yep.
It's fucking funny. And then the neighbors are trying to like they try to like speak with her or some shit. But my mom fucking doesn't speak anything. Like no like words. I was wondering what they said. They probably tried to fucking hire her to like do job in their yards too. Like, no, I'm not kidding.
She goes, what?
I'm not even kidding, bro. I'm not even kidding. Like,
that's funny.
It's you know.
She could have made some money while she's still here. But she didn't. She made a few bucks.
Yeah. It's just
That's
funny.
funny.
Like, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, bro. If your mother is the same, you know what I'm going through. Like,
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. Just when Mom came over today, I'm like, just chill out. You don't need to do anything. She's like cleaning this, taking the garbage out, moving the cans back in from the. She walked all the way down the driveway to bring the cans back. I'm like, what are you doing? What the kids do that?
Bro, the only crazy thing I don't understand, like, she's like organizing everything in the fucking shit, like there, here, and then I'm not finding anything. I'm fucked. And I have to go all over the house and just open everything, see where they are and what's going on. I don't.
I had that with the honey today. I'm like, I said, where's the honey? I said, there's no fucking honey in the house. He's all like, over here. I'm like, what? I go, what you doing over here? He goes, seems like it belonged over in this spot. I'm like, no, it's over to the left of the cabinet. It's not down in the pantry.
Yeah, because if I'm putting my socks there, I want to find my socks there. You know? Like, fuck. Don't move my shit.
Yeah. But my wife does that shit too. She'll move my stuff, like, come out. I'll look for something. I'm like, where's my flashlight? She goes, I don't know. I'm like, well, you're the one that would have moved it. Nobody else would have moved it. She goes, well, if I did anything, it would be in the drawers over here. And sure enough, it's in one of the drawers. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you? Why are you moving shit? Leave it where it is. It's crazy.
I know. And Mom got back, and then my fucking father like texted me a picture with her fucking cleaning already. Like, first day she got back. He's like, she's back. Dot.
It's already out.
What's your complaining, bro? Stop complaining, bro. Big investor and so-called millionaires BS can't pay for StreamYard.com. We don't care, bro. We let the fucking you guys to pay for StreamYards, motherfuckers. Like, fuck. Like, why the fuck do I want to pay for StreamYards when this shit is free and it's the same thing?
But we need to pay for StreamYard. You're on Discord. I'll pay for StreamYard. I don't care. I offer to pay it for people. They all say no. Everybody keeps saying no, and I offer to split it.
I hate StreamYards, bro. Killing my phone, killing my day. Always gotta bring people up. Man. Fuck that.
Hey, baby.
Oh, it's echoing
Can you do me a
again.
favor? Can you turn out the light over the kitchen table, please? It's doing some glare. The light over the kitchen table. Can you turn the glare off?
You guys are echoing really
Thank you.
bad. Everybody's mad at the
Really?
chat.
Oh, I didn't hear. Well, we're in Discord. We won't hear it.
Yeah. I'm here to save you guys in the YouTube chat. I got you.
Yeah, fuck you,
After I
Can't listen to
Jerry.
this horrible.
come home, it starts echoing. So just be aware of it.
Yeah, because I got two PCs. I
Oh,
mean, two
so one of
users.
his microphones is picking up.
Yeah, because it's two profiles. You probably understand what's going on, but it happened yesterday too.
Yeah, because I got
You got
home.
home?
And I got two phones next to each other. I mean, two clients.
Did it happen when you got home yesterday too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all
So
good.
probably his computer microphone's picking it up. It's still echoing now?
Yo.
Scott, thank you there. It's our engineer. Audio engineer came up and clarified.
Why everybody's fucking complaining, bro?
That's the best. That's our best feature in this community. Complaining.
Why are you complaining, Cherry? Jesus Christ.
Cause he's a batch.
Bro, of course I'm gonna echoing. I got my fucking computer on, my phone by next to it. Like, and life is hard, bro. Jesus Christ.
It's hard in these streets.
Like, what the fuck? Why you not paying for StreamYard, Cherry, the king of fucking Florida? Motherfucker. I said long time ago, I'm down with that shit. I don't know why you guys keep fucking insisting on StreamYards. Like, I really like Discord, and if I want to send a picture, I want to send a file, I can do all that shit, bro.
It'd be nice if Discord offered that same little link where they could just come up without.
Oh yeah, like a
you know.
guest, share the link. Like you don't
Yeah.
have to create a user on Discord, just like a guest. Yeah, of course. I
It'd
mean,
be nice if they.
it would be
probably
nice
offer that
for the
feature.
sky to be fucking purple. Fuck.
Well, I
Hell
don't
yeah.
like purple. Fuck purple. One day they'll do that feature. I'm sure. Now people will complain.
I
Or
pay for
actually, I'm sorry.
StreamYard. What do you mean you pay for StreamYard? This doesn't happen on Flex channel. Oh well. Good luck.
Oh, good. Go to Flex.
Send the link to the movie Discord. Okay.
You know what does? You know what does happen though? You know what does happen on his channel? You get whiny little crybabies complaining about it, how everybody's mistreating them. That's what you do get. Deathman tased after interaction with ICE. Oh God.
Just not for no money community. Okay, bro. Okay. Whatever, bro. This is a stepping stone.
That's right. Bet on us.
Bet on my balls. Fucking Cherry.
Who's here? Who's here? Huh? Who's
Cool.
here? Hold on.
Oh my god, here we go. Fucking Elon Musk from Florida. Calm down, bro. Calm down. Jesus. Uh, and yes, God, he's more like an Uncle Fester. Fucking Cherry. Get Discord, bro. The fuck? Stop being a puss. Motherfucker. Cherry. Here's how's my audio, bro. There's only 4 people fucking watching this. Jeez. So many complaints, bro. So many complaints. Oh yeah, I can make your volume higher. Yes, guy, when you click the link, they're gonna you're gonna have that pop-up open, like join Telegram or whatever. You just gotta click on that shit and you don't join nothing and it's gonna work. If it's not working first player, try the others. It's a fucked up site, but it worked. Served the purpose. Jinx, the thing with Cherry is he's not getting Discord because he's getting addicted to Discord. That's how he got addicted to DoorDash and all the apps and YouTube. He doesn't want another app because he is an app addict. Cherry. Share Google, that's me. Alistair Crowley. The fuck is this guy? I used to be on Discord, never again. Yeah, you used to fucking go on Discord for other people, bro. But not for us. You hate us, bro. That's why you're not coming in Discord. I need a fucking mini HDMI to connect my camera as a webcam. Look. Hello, Gigwise slime. Gigwise. I should be Gig Lord. Gig Worm. Gig, I should be Gig something. Lord of Gigs. Lord Gigs, bro. Check this shit out. It's pretty.
Oh, she took a video or a picture of the bald spots, the craters in my hair. And I'm like, bruh. Like, you know that Will Smith off of freaking Hitch where he was like, his face was blowing. He's like, oh. That's not, I'm not going crazy like that because I know, you know, with age, I'm past my time. So I'm past my time. So it's all good. I'm cooked. But I didn't know it was going to come this soon. That is horrible. My hair. In my hair. Hold on.
Big spot. Spot. I don't like verifying who I am. What? You don't have to verify who you are. That shit. It's a big ass fucking hole, bro. Look at that hole, bro. No, you don't have to verify who you are. Our Discord, I don't know. I think I removed that age restriction. Or no? I don't know. If somebody joined Discord, I don't know who is it.
Like, hold on. That is bad. I'm assuming y'all just saw that. That is horrible. I didn't know this whole time that my hair, I'm going bald. I'm going bald. This is bad. So now I gotta just cut my hair and just let it go. I was like growing my hair out thinking I was like fresh. I was like literally I was in the freaking bathroom like just a minute ago as I watched my hair, like, man, my hair about to look good. Yeah, I'm getting like fresh. Like I'm seeing the sides. I'm like fresh. And she just sat here and said, why do your hair look crazy like that? And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, they look crazy. I'm like, no, I mean, it's gonna look bad for like 6 months, 7 months, because I gotta let it grow so I can get, because I might do dreads, I might do something. And she's like, do you not know? She took a video or a picture of the bald spots, the craters in my hair. And I'm like, bruh, like, that Will Smith off of freaking Hitch where he was like,
Yo, Che, you need to convert Dennis to Jewish.
You don't really have to verify anything. You just put in whatever info you want to put in. You don't have to put any real shit.
Yeah.
She's talking about verify who you are. It's not asking you for your real.
You need to convert Dennis to Jewish, bro. Religion. So he can get that little hat to cover that hole in his fucking hair.
his face was blowing. He's like, oh. That's not, I'm not going crazy.
Look at that shit, man. It's huge. Tell me that's not a fucking huge hole in his fucking hair. Discord has verification now? What do you mean? They're just verifying your phone number, I think so. YouTube can verify me because they pay me. Discord don't pay me. How much YouTube is paying you, Cherry? Motherfucking Cherry. Stop being lazy. Get Discord, bro. What the fuck? Damn, this is not fucking 1865, bro. Look at that fucking hole, bro. Bro, if you guys join, just let me know. Tell me. To give you fucking powers. The Discord is so fucking chill, bro. You don't have to pay attention bringing people up. You can do anything, man. Anything that you want. Just get your old fucking demon cord. You still probably have your old account, bro. You just deleted the fucking app. You got mad at somebody. Somebody called you jealous. Oops. Graham's Discord server will be the Demon Core Dingleberries, bro. Something like that. Team Dingleberry. And he will have a fucking picture with him being a cheerleader. Go Dingleberries! Oh, Cherry's getting bullied in the Discord and he fucking hates it. Stop bullying Cherry. I don't know, I really don't like fucking insisting on some shit. I feel this is fucking necessary to bring Cherry in the Discord. Discord is creepy, birds, and criminals. Well, okay. Okay, Cherry. So StreamYard is like free of creepy pervs and criminals people. StreamYard got the PDFs. I mean, think about it. Think about it like this, bro. You only live once. Like, are you creepy? Probably I'm creepy. Probably I'll be creepy. You know, that's the case. Because Cherry knows, you know. We got all kind of people with superpower on YouTube, so I don't know who is who, you know. It's like some people just are blessed, you know. Fuck. Some people are fucking God's grandson. Some people are fucking kings. I mean, some ladies believe they're like fucking princesses and fucking queens. And yeah, I mean, doesn't matter, bro. Doesn't matter how you connect to YouTube, like StreamYard or Discord. It's still gonna be the same people. It's not like, oh yeah, I'm not getting that because I'm losing my divine shield, bro. Come on. Just don't be like Cram, bro. Don't be like Cram. I think we need more open-minded people, bro. 86 degrees outside. Cherry did nothing wrong. Cherry's Cherry. Yes, you know. People are thinking at me like fucking that guy with this name, so I guess I could be creepy, you know? When people are looking on the panel, oh, it's fucking Necron, dude. It's fucking eye. Winking up. There's so many fucking channels. We had like 7, 8 people up here once. Was pretty good. I will join your server, but I'm very busy. Okay. Bro. Okay, Bobby Jr. You got goals. I got it. Gotta do what you gotta do. Hey, what's wrong with the teachers, bro? Yeah, don't join the evil Discord, bro. Everybody complaining about Discord, but nobody is doing a streamer. Stop crying about that shit. We
walk around handcuffs. I'm gonna look guilty as fuck. You look guilty with handcuffs with police. I mean, the fuck you do. They're gonna say all this shit.
Andrew Tate has been arrested again, and this one is a lot worse.
Can UK and US's relationship with each other do anything to you? Is that a risk of yours? Is that a concern of yours, or not at all?
MPs saying, we need to get Andrew Tate. And you know I'm here. So come get me. Come extradite me. If you have such a strong case.
But just pay attention closely to the footage here. So they creep up on Andrew Tate, arrest him.
Mind signing? Hey, take.
Now pay attention to Andrew Tate's hands. He tries to give his phone to his bodyguard if you pay attention. Then he just drops it on the floor and the guy behind him picks it up.
Hey, would you mind signing? Hey, take.
Come over here by me.
So it says the Tate brothers arrested in the US as a further UK charges take a total to 59 charges. I'm one of the last people left that was actually covering this case from the start on the first time they got arrested, and boy have they got a case against them this time.
I'm Assistant Chief Constable Karina Thomas, lead for the Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire and Hertfordshire Major Crime Unit. In 2024, the CPS authorised 21 charges against Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate following our investigation into allegations of sexual offences dating back to 2012. Following the initial charges being authorised, we have continued to investigate further offences reported to both Bedfordshire Police and Hertfordshire Constabulary. As a result, 38 new charges in total have now been authorised against Andrew and Tristan Tate, bringing the total number of charges faced to 59.
Now, the UK police basically want him to be extradited back to the UK to face these charges. The case in Romania is not going anywhere and they want him behind bars in the UK. But Andrew Tate does actually have good political alliances to the likes of Donald Trump over there.
And I'm very close to the Trump family. I know them well, and I spoke to Barron after the incident, and I look forward to, once I am free, being with Donald Trump in person and reminding him that he's a bulletproof badass.
This is the attorney for President Trump, somebody who has been a fighter for the America First Party. Her name is Alina Habba, and she joins us live right now.
Hey.
Hello, Alina.
Hi.
Hello.
You could just see Andrew Tate's face lighting up here, thinking this is someone that could save his life in a situation like this that was coming to him to stop him even getting extradited.
Charges relate to 7 victims spanning a period from 2010 to 2017. Our officers have worked closely with the CPS in both national and area.
Of him recently, Sneeko has actually said he changed his mind and he believes the Tate brothers are actually guilty of the crimes they've been accused of across the years. This is what Sneeko had said.
So now you're promoting Me Too feminist culture. The fall off is crazy.
See, it's not Me Too feminist culture. It's the fact that they're actually guilty. And I looked through, well, apparently, according to them, I don't know, allegedly they're guilty. Allegedly. At the time, I did believe it. I believe that they were innocent, but you look into it more, and you look into what the Loverboy method is, and you look into what that is. They literally said that they were recruiting women to pimp them out. They had a course talking about how you could become a pimp. Word for word, they just spell out exactly what the Loverboy method is. They say, this is how you do it. If you want a girl to fall in love with you so that you could traffic her, buy my course and I'll teach you how. So first you make her fall in love with you. You have sex with her. Then you program her. Then you take her passport. Then she's in love with you. Then you put her on OnlyFans. It's like, that's what the Loverboy method is, word for word. That's what pimping is, allegedly. I don't know what I'm talking about, allegedly. To a T, that's exactly what pimping is, and they just did it online.
The thing about Sneeko never actually supported Andrew Tate because he believed he was innocent through that period. He supported him because everyone else was, and he was against the Matrix, and he was going with who was popular at the time. This guy doesn't actually look through the case and through evidence of what's happened. He just follows whoever's cool at the time. That is Sneeko's thing. But with the Andrew Tate case, if it was simple as the stuff they said online, Romania would have already convicted them. The UK obviously have a lot better system in place to try and put him behind bars, but if it was so simple as what he's saying, he would have gone to jail in Romania already. He went to prison in Romania and was arrested on remand, but he's never been proven of a crime in that country at all, despite similar accusations.
And they did it in Europe with white women. Look at that too. You know what's so funny is that the Tates started grifting the white supremacists, like the white incels, the skin worshippers. They literally got rich pimping out European white women because they were better for money. Like, they made more money. Do you think that they were pimping out Asian girls and black girls? No, they moved to Romania because the crimes, they thought that we're going to get away with it. They said, Romania's the third world country. I could be a mob boss. I'm a mafia. I could bribe the police. I'm like the cartel of Romania. That's why they moved there. 1. 2, for the women, because they know white women are the best clientele. So, or they make the best prostitutes for Indians jerking off. So these are 2 black men move to Eastern Europe, predominantly white country, to pimp out white women, destroying the birth rate, and then now the skin worshippers are like, yeah, he's one of me. Yeah. 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 You fall for anything. Like, you guys will, all you have to say is a couple things about deporting, and then immediately you could just, retweet Tommy Robinson, you're good.
These guys have been fighting a case in Romania for years upon years, and lots of the stuff the Tate brothers done, I changed my mind on them and said I do not support them, but you have to be convicted of a crime for me to say that you are guilty, not just so you've been arrested and I don't like you now. So this case is being played out with the UK courts now, and Andrew Tate did say another arrest is coming soon, and things are going to be worse this time round. They're going to have to fight it.
Let's see how this all plays out, but I have a strong suspicion that the Florida, if I had to predict the future, which I'm pretty good at, because I was saying I was going to get arrested. I don't know if you saw my old podcast. I kept saying they're going to arrest me. You have 3 lives. I kept saying they're going to arrest me before they arrested me. Here's what I think is going to happen in Florida. I think they're going to get perp walk. I think they're going to come up with the biggest crock of shit. They're going to arrest me. They're going to walk me in front of the cameras.
Look, you can literally see his friends taking away his quality items. He could be in jail for a very long time now, even years before this gets to trial. This is way worse than before. You might say Andrew Tate has been arrested so many times, he always gets out, but they've added some serious and disgusting charges to it this time. If you go through it, it said Andrew Tate's been charged with 7 further counts of rape, as well as charges relating to sex trafficking, and this one now, an indecent images of a child, while Tristan Tate has been charged with 2 counts of rape, 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation. We've decided to prosecute Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate for further offences, including rape, arranging and facilitating and trafficking for sexual exploitation, and offences relating to an indecent image of a child. These are serious charges that need to be proven, and Andrew Tate had said this.
That's what he was doing, online pimping. Now he's involved with some pictures with some child,
Is not knowing nothing about his UK case yet.
Let me clear up this news you're seeing on the timeline. The British state has accused me of a crime. They said 15 years ago I did something I wasn't supposed to do and I'm a criminal. But they won't tell me who against. They won't tell me where it happened. They won't tell me when it happened. They just said 15 years ago you did a crime. And I said, okay, against who? We're not telling you. In case you tweet it. Why would I tweet it? What are you talking about? Tell me who I committed this crime against so I can defend myself. Nope. We're not going to let you defend yourself. You're accused of a crime. You're charged with a crime. We won't tell you who against. And I said, well, then how do I put a defense together? And they said, well, if you come to England, we'll tell you. I said, sure, I'll come to England. No problem. All I want to know is, can you guarantee I will not be remanded in custody? They said, no, we're not going to guarantee you that. If you come to England, there's a strong chance you're going to go to Belmarsh, remanded in custody for years, pre-trial.
Wild scenes as we could be seeing Andrew Tate sitting down in a UK prison real soon. All that needs to happen is the US needs to look through this and extradite him to the UK and cooperate here. And this may be what Andrew Tate even wants. If he generally does believe that he is innocent, coming to the UK, improving it and having them off his back so he can move on with his life would be the best thing for him as well, because this guy does believe he's innocent.
And I'm like, so you are accusing me of a crime. You've issued a warrant. You won't tell me who the crime was committed against, if they even exist, because they don't. These are made-up victims, completely made up. They have people hiding behind anonymity and just attacking me, demanding millions of euros, millions of dollars for things that happened in 2009 Nobody's telling me what these things are. Nobody's telling me who these people are. Nobody's telling me when they happened, where they happened, nothing. And they're saying if I go to jail, they'll tell me, but I have to fly to England and put myself in jail. And I know you're wondering, how come when Britain, as it collapses and doesn't give a fuck about grooming gangs, doesn't give a fuck about the stabbings, doesn't care about the drugs on the street, doesn't care about any of the real crime, how come they keep talking about Andrew Tate? That's because I highlight the problems with the country. They don't want to fix the problems. They want to get rid of me for talking about the problems. So why do I get to travel the world so freely? Why have I been to 25 countries this year? Because when I land in Hong Kong and the British government call the authorities and say, we need Andrew Tate, we have a warrant, the authorities say, well, what's the warrant for? And who's it against? And the British state says, we don't want to tell you who the victims are. The victims don't exist, so no country will extradite me. So I'm traveling the world completely free. No country respects England anymore. Nobody's sending me to them. I'm living as a free man. They keep putting on the BBC that they want to get hold of me. And I'm saying, tell me who my accuser is, and I'll come talk to you. And they're like, no, because they've completely made it up. They've made it up to slander me in the media over and over and over again. Their intention is to just lie about me, lie about charges, lie about victims, lie, so that I don't support Rupert or I don't support Farage.
The brothers were taken into custody in Miami by the U.S. Marshal Service on Saturday, according to the Associated Press. British prosecutors allege that the Tate brothers raped and trafficked women between 2010 and 2017, but the brothers have denied these allegations. Both of them have previously faced human trafficking allegations in Romania after their 2022 arrest, but that case didn't move forward because of legal issues. The brothers remain in U.S. custody as the extradition process moves forward.
Shortly before this even happened, Tristan Tate was doing an interview speaking about the Romanian case and how it fell apart, and then he didn't know he was going to be arrested shortly after this interview.
Dismissed in 2024 in December due to lack of evidence and the fact that the evidence was made up, invented, mistranslated. It was a disaster for the Romanian prosecution.
They sit in a U.S. detention center right now and it's in their hands. Could they get a favor from Donald Trump right now to say, wait until the UK case is ready, we're not going to let you go on remand, or they're just going to be extradited over there and wait in prison? Despite Andrew Tate having a good alliance with Donald Trump, the UK and US have a fantastic relationship that's bigger than him. I do feel like they're probably going to want to support him getting extradited here.
Can UK and US's relationship with each other do anything to you? Is that a risk of yours? Is that a concern of yours, or not at all?
I'm tall, brown, rich, and sexy, so I have a strong suspicion that's one of the reasons the UK hates me so much. Because the UK is now a fallen nation. It's a completely communist country. You can't speak out. Isn't it interesting that not too long ago, America would talk about going to war and killing people for the idea of democracy and freedom. And now our allies, like the United Kingdom, will lock people up for tweets. Or even worse, Trump and Vance will put Zelensky in his place, which needed to be done, and then our allies will invite him over the next day and hug him and shake hands and promise him money.
How do you feel about that?
What I feel like is that they're not even our allies anymore. That's snakery.
Now the arrest has happened in the US, they've done their part. The UK feels some sort of reward, but it's not been confirmed that he's getting extradited just yet. We protect our women is a statement being released by UK police, and this is one of the last things Andrew Tate also said on the case.
That there is no place for male violence against women and girls in our society.
A friendly reminder to everybody at home. The UK government does not care about women. It allows grooming gangs to groom at length for decades. They don't care. They won't even investigate it. They won't look at it. They open the borders and allow in millions of military-age men, God knows where they're from, without passports, no one knows their criminal record, from questionable countries, which obviously have a misogynistic worldview, because I'm the world's worst misogynist. They allow these people to roam our streets. They pay for them to come, and they pay for them to live for free, which makes women unsafe. They have no time to police any of this. They have no time to investigate any of this, but they have time to drag up allegations on me from 15 years ago for talking about these issues.
So the Tate brothers' lawyer Joseph has released a statement. He's absolutely disgusted that they've even been arrested for any of this. So he had said, Tate brothers' lawyer said their clients were innocent and claimed the new charges were designed to counter a defamation charges filed by the pair in the US. In a statement, he said, the world knows Andrew and Tristan are innocent. Their enemies know the best of all. This is exactly why they've been attacked. He added, we're confident once the competent judge sees the facts and once the Department of Justice confronts the abuse of its own authority, custody, Andrew and Tristan Tate will walk free. America does not do Britain's political dirty work, not here, never. So he's confident that they will not get extradited and they're going to walk free soon.
If they cared about women, they'd fix the issues. They don't care about women. Do not buy it for a second. They don't care about women. They don't care about young girls being safe. They don't care about combating misogyny. They don't care about any of that. They care about control and locking up anyone who highlights the problems inside of the UK. It is so broken. They are not trying to fix the problems. Instead, they're trying to get rid of the people who talk about the problems. The UK government does not give a single fuck about women and girls, or they'd stop the boats. They don't give a single fuck about women and girls, or they'd stop the grooming gangs. Why are they dragging up allegations on me from 15 years ago by promising women money if they lie? And after an extensive investigation, contacting over 1,000 women, they found 3 girls who were prepared to lie. What about the 997 who said I'm a nice guy? This is a setup. This is a stitch-up. And do not buy their garbage for a second that they give a single fuck about the young women inside the UK, because they don't care.
I feel like the UK authorities have pounced at the right time. Andrew Tate hasn't got a lot of support. He's been involved in a few crypto scams. People are not supporting him as much as they used to. And to say that the UK government have been on his neck is an understatement. But Andrew Tate's also been pressuring the UK authorities constantly himself over the last year and calling this on.
Mr. Keir Starmer, I heard you're in a little bit of trouble. I've got bad news for you because you're in a whole bunch more. I'm here in America and I've just been handed a document which proves that Morgan McSweeney, who was your chief of staff under the Labour government, was behind the entire attack that happened against me. It breaks international law. It completely breaks the presumption of innocence. It shows the corruption of the British state. You are worse than a communist. You're a scumbag. Everybody hates you. Everybody hates you. You have no public support. Nobody believes the things you say about me. Nobody supports you. And I now have the paperwork. So now I have to decide which judge sees these papers and where I take you and your entire cabal of corrupt pieces of shit who have completely destroyed the once great Britain. All of you scumbags, and Morgan McSweeney especially, are going to see a courtroom and you are going to face justice for what you have done in your attempt to silence me.
If you guys remember, I covered the whole case last time and Andrew Tate managed to beat it, but this is a whole nother beast coming from him. They've got 50 charges plus and they've been teeing this up for many years. And if you want to look into a non-biased outlet, then make sure you're subscribing here and staying tuned to the channel for all the latest updates on this situation.
I need you to get out of the car, sir. I cannot, I do not have.
What's that one?
I need you to get out of the car, sir. I cannot, I do not have.
There's no trouble with hot facts. Robberies. Hot facts. Robberies.
I need you to get out of the car, sir. I cannot, I do not have.
There's no trouble with hot facts. Robberies. Hot facts. Robberies. change the channel name. Obviously, the new channel. How many channels you got, Jerry? Mr. Jerry.
All right, get this cool air going on that phone again. What up, David? You back? I just got my order picked up.
Why you delete that?
I don't feel any air coming out of my vent. Come
I
on.
didn't see that.
Delete what?
He deleted that link. Keeps deleting his freaking comments. God, you're worse than what's his face.
What link you deleted?
He had put a link to a video.
Oh yeah.
And then he deleted it.
Yeah, I'll give you.
I need you to get out of the car, sir. I cannot. I do not.
It's like incredible.
It's like a little kid, bro.
He is.
Got the 2-liter.
Someone was his deaf guy getting tased the other day. His officer tased the deaf guy.
Scott gave me that fucking gold video, bro. All my feed is like gold. This, gold, that. Like, what the fuck? Good getting it figured.
Have a fucking nigga. You finna lose your job, buddy. What's your badge number? I'm asking you to get out of the vehicle. I told you. Come on. It's because I use this straw to.
The funny part is not the end, bro, because I gotta pee. That's funny as fuck. But the police doesn't give a fuck. Hot Facts made that video as a video, and it's 1 minute. He couldn't make it like a short. Like, what's wrong with him? He could probably get like 1 million views as a short, right? And he choose to make a video. Just saying. What do I know, right? I mean, you get traction as it is right now. With all that fucking certified Microsoft bullshit, should now fucking do short instead of video. Right, Scott? It's good. It's good. Where's G? Oh, G doesn't have Discord. A bunch of fucking people, bro, with no Discord. Like, what's wrong with you? Y'all have all the apps from all the fucking restaurants to get the coupons, but you're not getting Discord.
As gig workers, taking control of your money, your finances, while you're out making money can be a huge contributor in a positive way or negative way. I'm going to talk about something that I did just this last couple of weeks that's going to save me a little over $200 a month. And listen, a dollar in, dollar out, where you get your money from is actually irrelevant. Because if you can save $200 a month, more than $200 a month, how would that impact your gig life? Would you now have to work, or you be able to work less, maybe 1 or 2 less shifts, spending more time with the family, the kids? Could you invest, save, do something with that $215, we'll call it, of extra savings per month? In this video, I'm going to challenge you to look at your bills. What are you spending money on, outside or inside of the gig economy? Because a penny saved is a penny earned. Welcome back to Mr. Bet on You. All right, currently we're in the Bet on You basement. This is like my little therapy couch. Is when I need a little moment, I come down here and reflect. Okay, listen. I've been with T-Mobile for 13 years, and before that, I was with a company called Singular. Anybody remember them? For like 6, maybe even longer. T-Mobile bought Singular. So I've been with T-Mobile
to do 3 things, maybe 4 things, but let's just get it all out. I want to get this job for me to have structure. I'll be waking up at 7 a.m. and I'll be done by 3, 4. It's kind of like FedEx. Job. That allows me to sports bet, March Madness, and then also sports bet, or actually I'm not going to start working until next Monday, which would be like March Madness pretty much be over. But it would allow me to bet this week, and I start on Monday, and I'll be grinding every single day, 7 to like 3 o'clock. Then it'll allow me to come home, shower, and then go do training from the hours of like 5 to like 6, or 5 to 7, 2 hours. Then after that, it would allow me to go home and get to sleep by 9 o'clock, and then wake up the next morning and do it again. And I'm gonna get YouTube done in between, because I'm gonna be live streaming on YouTube again and enjoying YouTube. But
as gig workers, taking control, have Spectrum, home internet, and Wi-Fi, and like the TV, $70 a month for 3 phones. Now, I'm not telling you to switch. I'm not telling you this. You know, at the end of the day, you know, do what you want to do. I'm sharing this in hopes it might kickstart a few of you guys to.
And Pedro is telling you now to get a family plan. What the fuck? Pedro is helping you, bro.
Figure out,
Tommy.
Am I really spending too much?
Tommy.
On
Tommy.
On bills A, B, C, and D. Can I cut back? Because a big part of my channel is trying to show and teach gig drivers, and I've done this to thousands of you guys, how can you meet your goals without having to work every day or work as often? This could be a way to get some of your time back. Time to me is my most valuable asset. And to be transparent, it doesn't mean I'm going to work less now, but it gives me the freedom and flexibility to where now it's a little bit over $200 a month. So if something happened, if I had a bad day, couldn't work, got sick, whatever, and I miss a day of earnings, I'm not as impacted by it. And you don't have to be as impacted either if you figure out some of those bills. So for you, it might be, do you have subscriptions you're paying too much on? Do you and the husband or wife or whatever, you guys have 2 Netflix subscriptions you're not aware of and you really only need 1? Are you paying 2 Amazon Prime subscriptions? Are you paying for this thing that you don't use anymore? Are you paying for this recurring charge that you're unaware of, you thought you canceled? It's a streaming device that you wanted to watch this particular game on, or this TV show, and you forgot to cancel it, and now it's costing you $15.99 a month. Those type of things tend to add up. And as gig workers, most of us, we ain't got a lot of disposable income. Okay, we are working too much, too hard, for too long. So at some point, when do we open up those bank account statements and really dive into the money that you're spending? This, for me, I'm also making this video, is I should have done this 2 years ago plus, and I didn't. So I look at it like, man, my mistake here was I wasted thousands of dollars
20 years ago
because I didn't just make a change and really figure it out, because I was being lazy. I was being like, I can afford it, so I'll just pay it. No. Just because you can afford it doesn't mean that you have to pay what they want you to pay. There might be better options for you. So once again, this won't be a long video. I challenge you. Where can you save some money as a gig independent contractor? Where are you spending too much dollars and cents? Because I'll say this, and I'll promise to give you a money back guarantee right here, okay? If you try this challenge with me, because I'm gonna be doing it with a few other things, right? Because for me, if I can save, if I could cut my bills and my expenses, not the bills because the bills are the bills, but you might be able to change a bill and make it more affordable for you. I mean, right now, all my stuff now is bundled with Spectrum. I'm gonna have one bill now instead of two, and I'm saving over $200 a month, and I only gotta worry about Spectrum, put it on auto pay, boom, I ain't gotta worry about T-Mobile bill anymore. That's like a free day. That's a free day's earnings for a month. I like that. That's good. I can use that $215, and I will use that $215 to make me more money. So listen, I challenge you guys just to look at it from a different perspective. Okay, instead of trying to figure out, well, I got to figure out how to make more money with DoorDash. I need this app. I need this. I need that. We should be doing that already. The next level and step to financial responsibility for, I believe, a lot of us, there's baby steps with things. Controlling what you can control. We talk about that on this channel. Okay, I've already onboarded some apps. I'm trying some new things. I'm trying some new things within the app, and then that gets kind of bored. It gets stale. Okay, well now, yeah, I'm making $250 a day instead of $200. That's great. What's the next thing? Am I on a budget? Am I looking at my expenses? Am I looking at how much I'm eating out? Am I looking at can I apply for a credit card to get some cashback guarantees? Do I have, Uber and DoorDash, if you use their pay cards, they give you some options. Look at all the information in front of you and make the best financial decision for you. Can I switch carriers with this? Can I cut back here? Do I need the apps that track my subscriptions that are coming out of my accounts? Oh my God, I'm paying twice a year. Oh my God, I'm paying for this. I don't even need it. Oh, I have that car wash place that I signed up for last year that charges me $11.99 a month and I'm not even using it anymore. Those are the kind of things. That's like the next level of financial responsibility within the gig economy that could help save you dollars and cents. Because at the end of the day, if you had a bad day, I'm going to end the plane in the video here. If you had a bad day today, you make $70. You want to make 100, you want to make 200, whatever, but you made 70 because the phone was not going off. In making that 70, that's your money. It might not, or does include the gas that you spent, your card depreciation that you value at, your, whatever, however you look at your expenses, okay? That might not be profit, but let's just say it is. It's $70. So you're off by $30, you're off by $130, you're off by $80, whatever your total goal for the day was, you did not make it. If you had some of your bills or other finances a little more tightened up, would that 70 would you need to make the 70? Maybe not. So then you turn a bad feeling, a bad day, into something positive because you took back control with the things you can control. On this channel, once again, I'll end it here. We talk about controlling your controllables, and your non-controllables, you don't give energy to. And maybe you look at it once or twice a year, meaning, okay, I don't like that the app does this, I don't like this, I don't like that. I'll refocus, but I'm not really concerned because I can't control it. Your controllables you should be looking at on a weekly basis, bi-weekly basis. Working your controllables will put you in a better financial situation. Trust me, I've been broke as a joke before because mostly in due part, it wasn't that I wasn't employed. I've had jobs, I've always worked hard. I wasn't managing my finances and my money. I wasn't investing. I wasn't taking care of myself. I was spending frivolously and I was not preparing for the future. Gig workers, we need to do all that on our own. Open up your bank accounts, open up your statements, look at what you're paying for, look at your expenses. I think there's a few of you need to hear this, and I think when you do it, if you take me up on this challenge, you might be surprised as to how much money you're actually putting out into the world versus what you're bringing in. And if you could put out less and bring in occasionally some more by doing the other things, the level 1 stuff we talked about, you're going to put yourself in a better position. Because as we're over half the year for 2026, we should be thinking about 2027, setting ourselves up to have a better gig experience. The more that you work, the longer hours you work, the more that you work in 6-7 days a week, you're not going to have a positive gig experience. If you can work less, give yourself a day back, a couple days back a month. If you can do that and also make more money and have more money in your bank account at the end of the week, when the bills are all paid, your gig experience will be transformed. If you got any questions, comments, let me know in the comments down below. If you are in St. Louis, I have a connect to Spectrum that I would love to introduce to you. Email me, check the about section of this channel page. Email me. I can put you in contact with somebody that can help you switch over to Spectrum Mobile if you're interested. You might be able to save money. Sometimes those people that are like, hey, I can save you money, sometimes they can. You might see them as annoying. You're walking through Walmart or you get a phone call or somebody's knocking on your door. Sometimes, if you take the time just to listen, they might be able to save you money. And saving money, it's just as good as making more money. See you in the next video.
Yeah. It's very true.
Alex Jones, it's good to finally meet you. I've been watching your work for, it's been like a couple decades. Well, yeah, since I was a kid, I've known about you. Been watching your podcast appearances on Joe Rogan. And now you want me deported from my country. So let's start with that. You challenged me to a debate. I think it's important to start with some of the claims you made. Is the audio okay in here, guys? Can you guys hear?
I hear you loud and clear, Sneeko.
There's no echo. Okay, so you want me deported from America for exercising my First Amendment rights. You're making the face, a shock face. This is what you said. You said deport now, and then Elon Musk, the trillionaire African migrant, into America, who's bringing in tons of H-1B visas. He said, yes, he wants me deported as well.
Well, to be clear, I wasn't making a shocked face. I was enjoying my iced tea right here in Texas. So I was gulping it down. No, I did say that, and Elon agreed with me on that viral post of your viral post. And here's where I stand on that. Obviously, I was saying that more rhetorically because we have separation of church and state in the United States. I've read the Quran twice. It is a battle manual of how to take over the world.
So you don't actually want me deported from America? Or you?
Well, hold on. Can I listen? You want to do 3 minutes, and I'll do 3 minutes because we're debating.
No, ask me a question. Sure. I want to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I mean, here's the deal. Orthodox Islam is expansionist. Orthodox Islam in the Quran promises to take over the world, and we have separation of church and state in this country, and we have people saying every household will be under this. That's not the same as the New Testament saying every knee will bow to God when they finally see God. Okay, so my issue is you're jumping around all crazed doing throat slitting motions, saying F you, basically, I take it as America, and saying you will go under this. We're going to take your cities. We're going to dominate you. And I've seen thousands of imams say all this. And if you don't convert, we're allowed to take your women and use them as slaves and all the rest of it. It pisses me off when somebody says I'm going to plant my flag up your ass and we're going to dominate you, and then there you are, an American with an American accent saying that. It's even more horrifying to people, and it basically starts a war. So I'd love to see a reformation in Islam like we had in Christianity back when some of the Catholics were trying to force people to follow what they said, or they would burn them at the stake. Okay, so Islam needs a reformation. I don't want to be at war with Islam, but there are 50-plus Islamic countries. Most of them are 99% Muslim. There's only a few Muslim countries where Christians can live in peace. Islam is expansionist. That's why I'm against Israel. It's expansionist. It is elitist. It says greater Israel. It sees everybody else as subhuman, at least Ben Gvir and the leadership of Israel. And so I'm opposed to Israel and its expansionist supremacist activities. I'm against Islam's expansionist supremacist activities. And I am against the Chi-Com expansionist activities. I'm against the left's pedophilic Hollywood expansionist dominance, imperial operations. I don't want America to be imperial. I've been against all these expansionist wars. Even though I didn't like Maduro, I said I think we'll probably just put communists back in. Now they want to overthrow Cuba and put the communists back in. So I'm against all of that. I'm against imperialism, not from some leftist angle, but from George Washington's angle of not being involved in foreign entanglements. So that's where I stand on all this. And when somebody declares we're coming for you and we're going to dominate you, I said deport Piers Morgan back in 2013. It became a national story whenever he said we're going to take your guns. And I said, if you do, 1776 will commence again. So anybody trying to take my guns, anybody saying I'm going to convert to Islam in all your homes, anybody telling me that they're going to stick their flag up my ass, I'm going to tell them, if you want to fight, you better believe you got one. Go ahead.
All right, you said a lot. I mean, what flag? The difference between Israel as an expansionist state is that that's a actual country. I have allegiance to America. This is my country. Said many things, and let's stick to this original claim. You said deport now. Where am I going to go if I'd be deported?
Well, I mean, there's 50-plus Muslim countries. You could go to Iran. You go to Sudan. You could go to Egypt. You could go to Afghanistan. You go to any of those shitholes. You could go to Pakistan, where they're marrying 9-year-olds. You could.
There's child marriage here in America, but how would I be deported to a country that I don't?
You could go to Medina. You go to Medina, and 30 black men.
Right, but that's not deportation. That's immigration, like Elon Musk coming over here. How would I be deported to a country that I'm not from? I was born here in New York City.
Yeah, I mean, Sneako, my point was rhetorical, saying that we need to deport that ideology and we need to not submit to it.
Don't deport me. You want to deport Islam.
What I'm saying is that jihad and dominance of our culture needs to be opposed at every level. I obviously didn't mean literally put you in a cannon like a clown and shoot you, over to a Muslim country. And I said I meant it as an allegory. You also said that I was trying to get vigilantes to kill you. I said my snake or black widow analogy was not talking about violence, but why I have a phobia of pouring gasoline on myself and lighting myself on fire, or jumping off a 5,000-foot cliff, or playing with black widows in my hand, or playing with rattlesnakes. You have those phobias because it's a natural thing. It's something your brain recognizes as dangerous.
You're scared of me?
I am absolutely scared of giant hordes of third world populations that keep women as slaves and
Oh, you
get
said me. You
9-year-olds
said you want
pregnant.
to deport him now. You're scared of me individually?
I am scared of being a cuck and laying down to people that declare their superiority and their supremacy over me. And you are following Orthodox Islam and are openly announcing we will dominate you, we will control you. So you follow the Quran? Do you believe?
Well,
I should either have
let's
to pay
talk
the
about
tax,
the clip I said.
Pay the Jesus, pay the
Let's
tax.
be specific
or
about
have
what I
my head
said.
chopped off. Which way is it? Is it in the Quran? I pay the tax, I convert to Islam, or my head's chopped off. Which one is it?
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say it. You said you read the Quran twice. It doesn't say that
I can
anywhere.
show you 1,000 imams reading the hadiths of the Quran. No, there's 3 things.
Hadiths are not in the Quran. You clearly haven't read it if you think hadiths are in the Quran. So because you don't know about Islam, let's talk about
Muslim scholars. You're saying Islam doesn't say you convert or you pay the tax or your head gets cut off.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So let's talk about what I said because you don't know about Islam.
Hey, everybody, take clips of this and then show 50
Sure, go
imams
ahead.
saying it, and then show the hadiths and then show the Quran.
Alex, maybe you've seen a lot of Facebook posts and it seems like you're getting a lot of boomer propaganda. Let's be specific about what did I say? Because you just made up a bunch of things I didn't say. You said I'm coming to stick a flag up your butt. I'm here to dominate. I didn't say any of that. What did I say?
You said we're going to take over every house.
I didn't say that.
Take
That's
over
not
the
true.
cities.
I said in Christian language something similar. I don't know what type of Christianity you are. Every knee will bow, every tongue confess. I said, inshallah, the whole world becomes Muslim. I believe I have the truth. I want goodness for the world. I want you to have the truth. Christians want other people to become Christian too. Why should I hide? Why should I act like I don't want goodness for other people? Of course, inshallah, do you know what this means? If you know, you read the Quran.
God's will.
What is inshallah? God willing. So it's not up to me. It's not up to any force. It's not up to anybody forcing you and converting you with the sword and threatening.
Oh, yeah, Islam never does that. Hey, Muslims always bitch about the Crusades. Were the Crusades a response to 700 years of Muslim invasion? Did the Muslims take Spain and put over 2 million women into slavery?
Well, if you want to talk about Christian expansion, we can too. But in the Quran, it says that you don't force anybody to convert. People willingly accept Islam. Nobody is trying to spread it by the sword. I want people to hear the truth and accept it. That's why I say, inshallah.
Convert, pay the tax, or have your head cut off. Convert, pay the tax, or have your head cut off.
You don't know about Islam, so you might you should avoid this stuff, and let's talk about what I said.
You're just hoping people don't know. I do know. You didn't think I knew what inshallah meant. I know what all that means.
Yeah, but you said that I'm trying to force it and stick a flag up your butt. I didn't say any of this stuff.
Dude, you were going, fuck you to the camera. You were sitting there.
You want to know why I said this?
Whose throat you going to slit? You're like, fuck you, we're taking over every house.
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I didn't say that.
Like with the Muslim invaders
We're
hit
taking
countries
over?
on their Zodiac boats with Soros. They're
What's
like,
the Muslim population in America?
And then you got the 200 to 1 Muslims raping and stabbing and murdering people all over Europe and running over people with
200
cars.
to 1. Even according to Tommy Robinson on the Epstein list, the majority of pedophiles in the UK are white Christians. It's not even the Pakistani grooming gangs that
there
they're
are
pushing.
no doubt there are a bunch of pedophiles in the UK.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that they,
And
that
it's
the Muslims,
according to
the
Tommy
Muslims
Robinson,
would
it's
pull up at
predominantly
the
white people.
orphanages and pick the little girls up and put them in dog cages.
Okay, before we get all heated, let's talk about what I said. Okay, there's a lot of things, and you're spreading a lot of. It seems like you don't really know about Islam. What I said was God willing.
Okay, see that's a throwaway line. That's just saying, oh, looks like you don't know. You're like, what does inshallah mean? You sit there, and what we're going to do with this is, Sneeko, is we're going to take what you said, we're going to show the Quran, we're going to show the hadiths, we're going to show the imams,
absolutely
top ones
show the Quran
on
and hadiths. Go
international
ahead.
Islamic
Yes,
TV,
read the Quran.
saying
Read the Quran.
You convert, you pay the tax, or we cut your head off.
Okay, sure. There's two things here. So you're afraid of an Islamic takeover of America, right? And you're saying the thing I said, F you. Do you know that I was banned from Australia? The game that I was at, you said this was an Allahu Akbar rally. This was a World Cup game. Egypt was playing Australia. Egypt beat Australia. I'm happy. Australia banned me. Do you want to know why, Alex? Similar things that happened to you. Attacks. Australia banned me. They said I was too anti-Semitic and I was too critical of Israel. They listed a bunch of reasons in an email saying that I criticize and that I'm anti-Semitic, and they revoked my visa. So when Egypt beat Australia, I'm like, no. It's too bad because the government applied pressure. The news was all upset. And I have a personal vendetta with that. That's what that was about. I wasn't here trying to threaten you. If you were scared, that wasn't my intention. I wasn't trying to scare you. Second, if you think there's an Islamic takeover of America, what is the majority of the immigration coming in? Because you spent your career talking about globalism. What's the percentage and where is the majority of the immigration in America coming from? Do you know, Alex?
Coming from, let me tell you, it's coming from Latin America. And then it is coming from Asia. It's coming from Africa. It's coming from the Middle East. It's coming from India.
The majority is coming from India, from China, and from the southern Mexican border. India is predominantly Hindu. China is predominantly atheist. And Mexico predominantly Catholic. So if you're afraid of immigration and you want to protect your demographic, then the Catholic invasion coming in from Mexico, that should be your concern. Muslims make up 1.3% of the American population.
Here's the difference.
There's no takeover. Nobody's here trying to usher in Sharia law.
Convert to Catholicism. You know, India was 3 times the size it is 1,000 years ago, and it was Buddhist and Hindu. Now the biggest subgroup is and you've got Kashmir and all those areas of Pakistan used to be India. The Muslims take over everywhere they end up. The Quran is a battle manual. How to take over towns, get violent, run everybody out, take over the next town. Are you denying that?
You're avoiding the real question. Is there a real threat of Islam?
So I'm going to ask you again. You didn't answer my question. I answered yours. Were the Crusades a response to 700 years of Muslim invasions of Europe?
It was conquest back and forth between different empires.
No, it wasn't conquest back and forth. The Eastern Empire of Rome, Constantinople, fell, 600 years ago or whatever. That was Muslims with giant cannons that they bought from Eastern Europe.
This is a false equivalency. There's no caliphate right now. There's no Muslim. What Muslim empire is going to take over America? Where's the caliphate today? Where's the Ottomans? It doesn't exist. You're saying they're going to stick.
Let me explain
what
how this
flag
works.
are they going to stick up your butt?
My family background is Protestants, okay?
Okay.
So on my mom's side of the family, the Greshams, who went back to England and then invented the stock exchange, a bunch of other stuff, but they were Christians that came over here, and they owned a bunch of stuff and were rich in New York. And they met with Andrew Jackson when he was president down at the Hermitage in Tennessee.
All right.
And he said, I want Western expansion, it'll be after I'm out of office. And he said, I want you to, because you're volunteering, I want the Gresham family to sell your holdings, bring in, they accepted the plan that they came up with. My ancestors engineered the Texas Revolution. Took them 10 years. They came in with 2 ships at Galveston, had shootouts with the Jesuit priests. A bunch of people got killed. One of the ships got taken. The other ship got in. They went up the river to Washington on the Brazos, started bringing in Protestants out of Tennessee, Alabama, and Virginia. Took them 10 years to set up the operations. And then we basically started a fight with their dictator, Santa Anna, a decade later and launched the war. So that's what these Islamists are too, is they're coming in as the foot soldiers to prepare the way for the takeover. And the government of Islam is Sharia law.
The government
and
of
they're
Islam.
pushing their Sharia law.
Which government?
That is the governing system with the Shiites and particularly the Wahhabis. That is 80% of
Those
Islam.
are completely different. Wahhabis and Shias have nothing
That's
in
what I
common.
just said. I said.
I know.
The Shiites are 19%.
So you think Iran?
The Shiites are 19%.
You think Iran is trying to take over America?
The Wahhabist Sunnis are 79%, and then the rest 2% is Alawites and a few other groups. I know all that.
Okay, where is that happening? Where is that spreading in America?
I didn't know the groups of Islam.
What
I'm saying is, in both major branches of Islam, but particularly in Wahhabist, it is the Sharia law down to the local imam that is the governing system of Islam. So is Iran. It is the Islamic Republic. Rulership is through Sharia.
What is Sharia law? What is Sharia? What does that mean?
Sharia law is the governing system of Islamic control.
What does Sharia
and the
mean?
3 forms of jihad.
What does Sharia mean?
Sharia is the Islamic law.
It means law. Sharia means law.
That's what I just said.
In Sharia law, if you're a Muslim and you live,
keep trying to act like I don't know about Islam. I know all about it.
First off, let me explain.
I nailed every one of your little factoids.
No, you didn't, because Sharia means law. And
I said it's the Islamic law. You just said, Sneeko, when I said it's Islamic law, that I'm wrong. It's bullshit.
Okay, relax, Alex. We're just getting started. Sharia means law. Under Sharia law, Muslims are supposed to follow the law of the land. Nobody here is trying to change the Constitution. In fact, it seems like you are, because you think that I should be deported for exercising my First Amendment rights. We have freedom of religion here.
You are either you're super ignorant.
We have freedom of speech. Under Sharia law, you obey the law.
I got thousands of top imams saying we will make you take Sharia law. I got them at the state houses in Congress. Everywhere saying you're going to adopt Sharia law.
Where are you seeing in America? The imams are trying to spread Sharia law in America. Name one.
My God, they have.
Name one imam.
City councils
Name one imam who's trying to bring Sharia law in America. Where?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Name
I'm
one.
live on your.
Tell me. You said you know
Anybody can type in
20,000.
Imams called for Sharia law in America.
You said you know 20,000. Can you tell me an imam who wants to bring Sharia law in America, please?
Durka Muhammad Jihad.
Okay, you just want to just be stupid now because you don't have an answer?
No, I mean, my God. Listen, we're going to take this.
that's you don't have an
Internet,
answer.
You do it for us. Take this clip and then show them. Don't go too much. You just have 15 imams say it.
You don't even know one.
City council,
You don't even know one person that's trying to bring Sharia law here. Ron DeSantis parades around, hey, we're banning Sharia law. Texas, we're banning Sharia law. Alex, why do you think they're doing this? Is it because there's an actual threat of an Islamic invasion, even though they're ushering in H-1B visas, even though Elon Musk, who's also calling for my deportation, is bringing in hundreds of thousands of Indians, even though he says that white men are dumb?
Let me tell you a story.
No. Before you get into a story, this doesn't make sense because you also...
Islam's not expanding. You're right. There's
it's
no
not
threat.
expanding in America, and you have provided no evidence.
Yeah, there's nothing going on.
The reason that you're buying this propaganda is because they're pushing this to try to justify the war that you oppose. Are you not against the Iran war?
No, it's true. It's true. First thing you said that's true is the Zionists, Israel First, Likudnik, Ben Gvir,
just say Jews, the Jewish supremacists.
No. That particular, that's the dominant group running it.
Jews,
and most of the billionaires. We're talking about. Oh God, I'm hiding for the Jews, covering up.
You
for
said
them.
Shicom. So I mean,
I love how I oppose the EU tyranny. I oppose big tech tyranny. I oppose the Chi-Com tyranny.
No, you don't. You support it. Elon Musk is big tech, and he's there calling for deportation just like you. You allied with Elon Musk. He is big tech.
I cover all of that. Now, the point is getting back to this because you don't want me to nail you down on this stuff.
No. I'm telling you that you are echoing the propaganda of the people that you pretend to be against.
I know. I knew all you would do is claim I'm echoing Zionist propaganda. I'm explaining something to you. I can be against a cobra. I don't want to be put in a cage with 10 cobras or 10 vipers. I don't want to be put in a cage with 10 water moccasins or rattlesnakes. So if Israel's a cobra and Islam is a viper, you're saying, oh, you're against a viper, so you're for the king cobra. And that is not. I am 100%. I did a 4-hour show today and spent 2 hours on Israel trying to take over our military and intelligence and being listed as the top national security
threat. And how do they brainwash Americans to support their cause?
But let me you raise this claim. Let me finish. It's a false equivalency, apples and oranges, to say if I'm worried about expansionist Orthodox Islam, that then I'm covering Zionist propaganda. The Zionists have been successful with many boomers and people saying, you must support Israel and Christian Zionists support it.
How do they get support?
Let me finish. Or you're for Islam. I am not one of those people. I am saying Islam is a threat to the West, and so is the greater Israel
You haven't
project.
had any substantial evidence to show that Islam is a threat in America. You said no. You said Durka. You don't even know who's trying to bring in Sharia law here. And again, you haven't even disagreed.
Okay. You want me to go to X or anywhere or Google?
Well, if you had some actual stats, 1.3%
I could. Oh my God, 90% of the refugees, the invaders in Europe that are Muslim or military.
Okay, are we in Europe or America?
80+%
Are we in
never
Europe
get a
or
job and
America?
Stay on welfare.
First,
oh my God, I could show 50 videos a day of Muslims stabbing, shooting, killing, stabbing babies. Are you running people over with
babies?
cars?
Are you saying Ben Shapiro talking points? Okay,
one of the Muslims' favorite things is to find a baby carriage and stab them.
But here's the mistake you're making: is that people like Elon Musk support the wars that create the immigration. If you want to protect the demographic, then don't repeat their propaganda.
Oh, I did not support either one of the Iraq wars. I didn't support putting the head of Al Qaeda in charge of Syria.
Well, you supported the Venezuela regime change, and now IDF soldiers are in Venezuela right now. You wanted Venezuela war. That was a big mistake.
You're not listening. That's not what I said. What I said was, in practice, under gunboat diplomacy, Barbary policies and precedent, and the Monroe Doctrine, because they're involved in our politics, they're in our hemisphere, and because they're a communist dictatorship, you could say that this would be a legitimate thing. But I don't trust that they won't put in the communist and have a dictatorship, which they put the vice president in, and now they want to do that in Cuba, arrest Raul Castro, but then put the communists back in. I don't believe the U.S. should do regime change and then not have free and fair elections, so I said I'm against it because they will
So you
do
oppose
that.
Venezuela regime change. Good. You did?
What I just said was, I said if they had free and fair elections, but they won't. So then I said that I would not support it. Yes, that's
Well,
what
I'm
I said.
against it, and it was
Din rău în mai rău, profesorii care corectează tezele de limba română și